bodies knocking models. Popping bodies knocking models. Popping bodies knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Essa novinha que tá na volanda gosta de fazer orgia. Você tá em cima da piroca 24 horas por dia. Você levanta por cima da pica. Essa novinha que tá na volanda gosta de fazer orgia. Fica sentando em cima da piroca 24 horas por dia. Ela te levanta por cima da pica.
This is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Maybe you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are to release in the dead of night. Maybe when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Every energy around.
Oh,
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
it is October, ladies and gentlemen. We have started the festivities here. As we enter, people are already here. People are getting on their computers, getting logged in. Qualification waves are starting today. Who is going to make it through to the top 128? That is what we're going to find out. But folks, it's Friday and I feel a little casual today. So let's chill, let's enjoy. Welcome to XPEvo 2024.
Rumor has it, I'm a savage. Drop the classic, thinking back. Drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was at it? Living legend, lethal weapon. Mastermind, never tried. Tell them all.
It is a three-man race to the end. Fourth players out of contention at this point. We get through the dirt section here, and they are still side by side. No advantage gained by either drivers here as we get to the tech drift pivotal section, and no advantage for anybody here as we get to the final no drift at the end before the finish. Who is going to make it side by side to the finish? And they make it!
Hey, good performance out there. Head to the location I sent you. Got something cool to show you. Welcome to the Underground Racing League. Cool, huh? At the Underground, the best players in the world compete for the championship trophy. And here is our state-of-the-art sim racer. Hop in, take a spin. So what do you think? Are you up for the challenge?
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
In 2023, Cologne saw over 130 players race for the prize of becoming the first ever titled XPEvo champion. Karmine Corp's Otak dominated his opponents, running through the entire winner's bracket and held the lead throughout the majority of his match to become champion. Now, for 2024, Cologne and XPEvo welcomes back the Trackmania community once again with nearly double the registered number of players, and the stakes have risen even higher. This year, players are not only fighting for the prize money and coveted trophy, but also the final spot that sends them to Paris for the World Cup on the 25th. Many big names and popular faces are arriving today to step above the rest and claim their crown. The playoffs saw names like mine, Pat, Granati, Gwen, Tween, and others that failed to make it to the playoffs last weekend and now are desperate to be the final player to retain their prestige and be amongst the top 8 in the world. Greetings, everyone. My name is Aaron Import Brooks, and I am your main organizer along with Hans Atomic Lauborg and the XPEvo Tournament Operations team to bring you XPEvo 2024 and the Trackmania World Tour European Major. We have a fully packed venue, fully stacked roster of competitors, and massive schedule of action broadcasted across multiple streams to cover all the action for you at home. We have a fully stacked lineup of commentators and analysts to break down the matches for you, and I cannot wait for you to meet them. But until then, first on the block, I have my co-host, Patrick Vitilan Morushka, accompanied by our returning analyst from last year, Tobias Shorty Roshai, for our commentary. Hello, guys. How are you doing?
Yeah,
Happy XPEvo.
Yeah, happy XPEvo. I'm really looking forward to this weekend. I really like when you come here, you're already thinking about last year and how amazing everything was, and just being here even the days before the actual Friday where we just prepared stuff, it already was enjoyed. Just so nice meeting everyone.
Yeah, similarly, I've just been looking forward to this event since pretty much last year's event ended. I pretty much put on the next day as my Discord status, I think, see ya at XPEvo 2, and I've just been waiting and waiting. And it's finally time. Many people were already here yesterday, and today just seeing all of the people again has been really, really exciting, and I can't wait to see what we have in store or how the tournament will unfold.
It's going to be an action-packed tournament with all the big names I just mentioned in my little blurb right there. A lot of big names that haven't made it to the World Cup, such as Mime. Mime didn't make it. There's also Pac. There's Grenady.
Wizzy.
Other names. Wizzy, Stuffs.
We were already contemplating about it yesterday, thinking about, okay, is one of those players actually gonna take it?
Right.
Or is someone that didn't try for the World Cup qualifier that practiced fully only for XPEvo is one of those maybe making it. So that's going to be very interesting.
And I know things also such as Feed also returning again for another year, he will be starting from second seed from the campaign qualifiers. So he is going to be second seed behind Otak. Otak, our returning champion, as number 1 seed. So I know Feed, seeing his time, seeing him at the top of the leaderboard in the campaign. Obviously, hunted times are a different story compared to rounds, but I mean, he looked pretty ready. He looked excited to be there. Also, we have others like Tween. I asked Tween, I was like, how was training this year? He was like, honestly, I feel really trained this year. And I was like, okay. There's a lot of other people that also feel trained. We're going to see. We have a lot of action today. We're going through 4 qualifier waves today. We're going through 200 and I believe 40 players that were registered. Now, as check-in is concerned, I believe we're at 210, so we're missing about 30 players. Happens oftentimes, but we are going to have a lot of players to go through today to get down to our top 128 for tomorrow morning. Sans any circumstances. I'm not going to use I'm not going to use the D word. That's banned this year. No D word this year, guys. We're not doing it this year. I won't have it. So circumstances, if that happens, might be slightly behind schedule. However, things so far have looked on schedule. The servers are alive, and if worst case comes, we have Mr. Kem to save our butts again for this year. So it's okay.
I mean, you're saying that the word is banned, but I fully know that you prepared so many things in case it does happen this time because of last year. So I don't know. I mean, I didn't really mind it last year because everyone was really enjoying that time anyway, and we didn't really have any bad mood or anything, so it wasn't that bad. And obviously, we are better prepared this year anyway. And even if we have a slight delay, that can happen, and there shouldn't be any issue with that.
He used the word. We said we're not going to use it.
Get out!
Sorry,
Ross!
I'm going.
No, but we did some testing today and yesterday, and it's been going really well. So there were a minimal amount of issues that were seen. So I'm quite confident that it's gonna go definitely better than last
Also,
year.
everybody took a little pretty picture of themselves. A lot of player pictures. So we're gonna have some cool graphics this year. We have so many surprises for the show this year. I'm so excited. It's so many surprises that we're still not happy with how many surprises we have. We're adding so much to the stream this year, and we're we still want more. But this year, I mean, a lot more stuff. Everything's upgraded, folks. A lot more players, a lot more production going in, a lot more work. We're doubled the staff even. It's been a week. We've been here since Monday. Some of us since Wednesday and Thursday. So there has been a dedicated group of community volunteers. Everybody here has volunteered their time to help out for this event. Also, let's make sure we thank XPErion for giving us this wonderful place yet again. Our partners at XPErion, they have been fantastic in helping us getting set up. They are the reason we're able to do this in the first place. A year ago, it was a Twitter DM that got us in here. Here we are now, second year in a row, maybe a third year. We'll see.
Hopefully, and it's such a nice venue as well. I mean, this year even it's like exclusive for XPEvo. Last year in the upper stage, there were like it was open to the public, and I guess, but this year it's all Trackmania people.
Yeah.
Like you can walk around wherever you go. If you just look somebody in the eye, they are playing Trackmania.
Yeah,
that's just awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Like having all of the people now just here for Trackmania is really nice because, as you said last year, there were some other people who were playing other games, but now you walk at any PC, people are practicing for all of the events that we have planned, not only the main tournament, of course, but also the Ice Cup, the Pathfinding Cup, and the Full Speed Cup, right?
Correct. Yeah. So we have a bunch of side events and also the side hunt as well, I believe, if you mentioned that as well. But yes, a lot of side events this year too. So there's a little bit of everything for everyone here.
And also karaoke party.
Oh yeah, karaoke's tonight, boys and girls. Karaoke's tonight, so get your voices ready.
I know at least one Trackmania player being very happy about that.
If not, actually, I won't mention that because it's a different game. But I was about to mention the game that I love playing right now, but I'm not going to mention it because we're playing Trackmania.
It also starts with D.
It also starts with D, and that's banned too. That's banned on the stream. I won't say it this year.
It should also be important to mention that karaoke party will not be streamed.
Yes.
So people are missing out.
Yes, but if you are in the area and you want to come by and also enjoy the karaoke party, we still have tickets available throughout the entire weekend, so you can get yourself a basic ticket and show up and still enjoy the party with everybody else. Includes the entire area up here as well. Also, want to give another shout out to our sponsors, Next Kings. They are a fantastic sponsor that we just got like a couple weeks before the event. I'm not gonna lie, it was like right there, and they have swooped in and saved the day, and they have been great folks so far. They got chairs, they got desks and everything. They're also running a side event here as well, another side event where they're going to be giving out some of their merch and their furniture and everything. Also, their chairs on stage, so we'll get to see those as well. And I've already heard they're very, very comfy.
I actually need one, so I need to figure out what that side event is and maybe participate.
Yeah, so
I think it is Gran Turismo 7.
Gran Turismo 7, yes, not Trackmania, but Gran Turismo. It's okay. Hey, it's because they have this cool thing that you sit your chair in. It's like a thing with your that you attach your pedals to, and it prevents your chair from rolling when you're pressing on the foot pedals.
I actually need to buy one of those.
So check them out. They're right behind me. They're literally in a pop-up shop right behind me. So check them out. Make sure to say hi.
It's looking, looks nice.
And we also have another group community I want to shout out as well. TMX Exchange is also here once again. We're doing a mapping together event again, and so they're also right behind me as well. So make sure to check them out if you are here. Now that I've yapped enough, I'm sure you guys are like, but what about the tournament? That's all I care about right now. That's all I want to see. So why don't we head over to myself? I think we're going to head to myself and check out the tournament format. Hi, this is Import, your host and main tournament organizer for XPEvo. Today, I'll walk you through the format of the tournament from pre-event seeding all the way to the exciting final stages. Whether you're competing or just following along, this guide will help you understand each key step. Pre-event seeding. Players are ranked based on their performance in the XPEvo 2024 campaign, with the winner of last year's tournament, OTAC, automatically securing the top seed. The remaining players will be seeded according to their points ranking in the campaign up until 1 hour before the event begins on Friday, the 11th of October. Stage 1 qualification waves. Players are divided into at minimum 4 qualification waves, holding up to a maximum of 64 players in a single wave each. There may be a smaller 5th wave if we have more than 256 players. In each wave, players will compete in a series of rounds across 5 different maps, making it 20 rounds total. Points are accumulated based on finishing positions in each round, and the players with the most points in their wave will secure a better seed for the playoffs. For more than half of the players, the journey is gonna end here. Before discussing the next stage, let's talk about the match format for the upcoming elimination stages. We move into a 4-man free-for-all match format. The matches are played across 5 maps with 4 rounds per map. Points are awarded based on finishing positions, and once a player reaches the points limit, 120 for most rounds and 140 for the latter stages, they become a finalist. As a finalist, the player must win a round to secure their spot in the next stage. The first 2 players to win a round after reaching the points limit will advance or win their match. Stage 2 Top 128 Single Elimination. This phase sees players compete in head-to-head matches, with the top 2 from each match advancing to the next round, and the bottom 2 being eliminated. At the end of this phase, the field is cut down to top 64 players who will move on to the next stage. Stage 3 Top 64 Double Elimination. The top 64 players are divided into 2 brackets, the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. In this format, a player who fails to reach top 2 in their respective match in the winner's bracket is given a second chance to fight their way back through the loser's bracket. At the end of it all, the goal is to reach the grand finals, where the top 2 players from each bracket will compete for the championship. Prizing and Trackmania World Tour World Cup bid. After all matches and rounds have concluded, the top 12 players will receive prize money from the prize pool. And the winner of XPEvo will receive not only the coveted XPEvo trophy, but also an automatic berth into the Trackmania World Tour Cup at Paris Games Week. If the winner of XPEvo 2024 is already pre-qualified to the World Cup, the next place finisher will receive the World Cup bid. And if it goes beyond that, we'll just let the smart people handle that one. We hope this format brings a high level of competition and excitement to every stage, ensuring that every player has a shot at victory. We wish all competitors good luck, and we cannot wait to see who comes out on top this year in October. See you then! Thank you, Mr. Import, I guess, for that interesting format there. A little jump scare, too. I was not expecting my face to appear not once, but twice in the corner, too. I'm not that creepy, I promise, okay? Blame the production on that one.
Always.
Yeah, always. It can never be me, of course. But welcome back, everybody. Now, let's go ahead and talk about our map pack here. We're going to be getting into our map pack. And to break down every single map back and forth, we have my wonderful co-host and analyst, 50 Lauren and Shorty, respectively, to go through the map pack with you here. So, I believe the first map we are going to be starting off, Mr. 50. Tell the folks at home.
The first map is featuring. It is a map by Agent Whiskey Roquette, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and Clem.
And
Yes.
Clem as well, yeah, sorry. Nearly forgot about it. It's a very interesting map. It's a very complicated map as well. It's, I would say, when you look at the map pack in general, it's definitely the most wicked map of them all. It has the quarter pipe ice jump quite early on in the map. You drive backwards for a while. You have a backslide section, so it's going to be interesting to see how the people are going to play this one.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of comments about how it's going to turn out, especially with that ice, the 360 or 180 ice quarter pipe jump, and how that is going to determine pretty much the entire pace of the rest of the round. So the rest of the round is relatively simple comparatively. You have that bug slide, the water bug slide, but even then, it's not the hardest thing to get through. Either.
Yeah, you just have a really consistent setup into the bug slide, so that makes it a lot easier. If you would like jump into it or something like that, then maybe with different lines you could lose or gain a lot of time there as well. But the way it is built, it's like really consistent.
It is really consistent, but there were still some complaints, if I remember correctly, on the Discord about people not getting the water wheels.
Oh yeah, we had to fix that.
Yeah, was it fixed afterwards? Because I think
there was an update. There was an update for it, and I think XPEvo actually had the idea. So the water block is just moved by 1 pixel with Editor++, and since then it should work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go into the video and check it out. We've been yapping about it for long enough. Let's check out Featuring by Whiskey. Well, that was featuring Folks by Whiskey, Rocket Clem as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how the players manage, especially that first ice jump at the beginning. It'll be a bit of a doozy. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of complaints when we get to interviews and everything. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of complaints about the maps, but at the same time, there's also going to be people who also think complete opposite things. That's the nature of Trackmania.
We will find out. I mean, obviously, before matches and everything, people can just say, yeah, this is so decisive. But considering because it's so decisive and so difficult, then maybe everyone is just saving it to like the same degree. And it's actually not as decisive as we may think. But we will have to watch the first couple of matches and then we will know more.
Yeah. So moving on to the next map here, I believe it is Domino.
It is Domino by Oh My. And it's the longest map. And it's the only map that uses some wood and bobsleigh.
Bobsleigh. Well, let's check out that video real quick, and then we'll come right back. Honestly, okay. Feedback initially that I've seen online is that this isn't everybody's favorite map. However, it is my favorite map, and I will be the bad guy today. It is my favorite map. I enjoy it. I think it because of the annoying sections that everybody just like, oh, this little thing right here. I think that honestly will separate the boys from the men, the girls from the women, as we go into this competition. It is a long map. It's almost endurance-y to an extent. Not full endurance, obviously. Like, endurance is, like, way longer. But it is very long, so you have to keep constantly you have to keep focus and not get too distracted. There's a lot of little things that you can mess up. There's also a lot of... There are parts that are, yes, maybe a little bit wobbly. Like, there are some dirt sections that can trick you up and everything, but...
I mean, kind of the story of the map is basically Gear 4 is your friend, and there are a lot of turns. There is the first drift, there is the reactor turn, there is afterwards the dirt section, and so many places where you can just lose that fourth gear, and obviously that's going to be really awkward. Getting the gear back cleanly is like really an issue. Obviously, the best players aren't really going to struggle that hard with it, but slight correction, obviously, is not the only map that uses wood, because the first map has a wood ending.
Yes, the wood ending gun feature,
yeah,
that is true.
Kind of forgot about that one. But yeah, I like the map as well. I mean, the gears are a little bit tricky, and especially that very last one in the dirt section, I feel like I had really, really big issues keeping that one. But yeah, that's for the players to deal with.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not only the gears that are very difficult. Some complaints that I've heard from other players, or maybe not complaints, but things that they pointed out about the map was that it was somewhat blind in some sections, so it's not easy to set up for the next turns, and some of the drifts are not as common in competitive maps nowadays. So it's going to be interesting to see who will be able to master that. But I'm completely with you there, Import. I think it's also one of the better maps of the map.
I think maybe not player wise, but definitely show wise. I think it's going to have some of the most exciting rounds.
I mean, you have this jump section where you jump into the booster kind of in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
And that one is like really cool in my opinion, because you can
I agree.
you can kind of save it easily. Like, it's not that difficult, but if you like really want to risk it because you want to land on the booster obviously as early as possible to get the boost effect, and I really like that turn.
Okay, so with that being said, let's move on to the next map. I believe it is Karate.
Karate by Jaka.
And if you didn't know, It's German for carrot. Crazy, I know.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Crazy indeed.
Crazy. So let's go ahead and check out Korata. Zoop right into that bobsleigh finish at the end. Honestly, another map that now interesting. There was a joke earlier in the year about rejected maps and everything about from other comps and whatnot, and this was a rejected map from EMC earlier in the year, and got reorganized and moved over to XPEvo because we saw it and we were like, let's do it. And another men's trash is another men's treasure. But for Karata, honestly, pretty good map. I would call this a standard mix map, kind of the standard that every mix map should be to an extent, of where there's a lot of good mixed elements and some tricky elements too, like that grass uphill. It seems a little bit dumb in certain areas for some people. I know some people don't like it, but at the same time it is tricky because you have to maintain not only your speed through the penalty grass, but also avoiding airtime as much as possible to get into the outside dirt entry at the end. A little tricky for some people.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. I think the story of that map very much revolves around the precision. You have towards the end the two pillars, which shouldn't be too big of an issue, but that just shows that there's very little place in some parts of the map. There is the uphill drift and then downhill drift, where if you don't get it good, you lose so much speed, because afterwards you then have to go through a lot of penalty grass afterwards and lose a lot of speed as well. So it's quite tricky, and as you also pointed out, the finish is quite difficult with the outside dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I personally really like that map, especially when I was one of the map testers, and I immediately thought I really wanted the map to be in because I had a lot of fun. I can understand that some players already mentioned that if you really grind the map, it can be a little bit annoying in some sections, but
funnily enough, the end of that map, where the jump into the bobsleigh, it changed multiple times, and I will take blame. It changed multiple times due to my own fault during testing, because I had no idea at the very beginning. This is why I let the testers make most of the decisions, and then I approve afterwards, because the map, I didn't realize the end. You have to jump over that little lip of the cruise control without, but it's so precise at the end too. You have to jump over the cruise control into the finish to avoid the speed. If you hit the cruise control, it's not that much of a penalty.
It's like 0.2, I think.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
It can be okay.
Yeah.
It's actually, like, at the beginning, I was like, when I looked at it, I thought that is really difficult. But if you have a good setup into it, it's actually not that difficult.
Yeah.
Like, it's just very precise and it looks very scary. But if you enter it correctly, you just drive straight and just automatically jump over it. It's not that tricky.
Yeah.
It is, but I wouldn't say it is not that tricky, but it is deceptively tricky, because it looks quite easy, but it can catch you out quite quickly. And you're obviously right. It is the jump over the cruise control. I mixed it up in my head there with another map, and I talked before about the outside dirt. Even though we were just able to see it,
it's okay. It happens.
But yeah, you're completely correct. But I would say still, it's not the trickiest of the risky finishes, but it is deceptively tricky, I would say.
Yeah, and I'm just happy that we have the old finish back.
Yes.
It was a little bit a weird situation, because all of a sudden the mapper himself also liked the new version, but everyone else was like, no, please, can we have the original one back? And then we tried like a fourth version. We had like 4 versions at some point, and we just, we went with the original one, and I think that was the correct choice.
Yeah. So now let's move on to our fourth map, Blueprint by Rocket. Let's check it out. And there we are, Blueprint by Rocket. Very tricky map, Gear 3 slow. This was the first map that released when we had our map pack release event with all the streamers and everything. And the initial thoughts were like, a slow map for one. They were like, a map I can actually drive is slow, but it's a super technical map. A lot of gears that you have to avoid dropping. It can be very tricky if you don't get the map correctly. And especially towards the end, if you don't have the right gear after the uphill dirts, the finish, there's a safe finish, but that reactor jump through the hole at the end is a little tricky.
It's really creative though. I really like the creativity behind it, and I've obviously with the dirt turn before in the uphill, as long as you keep gear 4, then doing the finish should not be a big issue.
Yeah.
But keeping gear 4 can always be a little bit tricky, and it's very tight as well with the hole and with the pole and so many things you can just clip there. But other than that, like you say, it's a slow map, and definitely is. And I think it's a little bit interesting because I feel like Trackmania kind of shifted into maps being a little bit faster paced than they used to be. Like especially like even like if you go very far back, like especially when it was tech only, like the tech only competitions, the maps were so slow compared to what we have nowadays.
And Neo,
I feel like
Neo
the scene
sliding
just switched a little bit, and I feel like most also want that the maps are a bit faster paced, but I think having like one map slower paced for the ones that enjoy that is also really good to have.
Well, the whole thing about a competition map pack is to make sure you have a little bit of everything.
Yeah, exactly.
A little, not so much an insane gap of style, but something that brings a little bit something extra. That's what at least we have tried to do for the past 2 years. Is
you can't just have 5 maps that all feel the same. That's just boring.
You have something that's maybe the standard, like we said with Karate. Then we have something that's a little bit more technical with the side of Blueprint. Something a little bit more RPG. I hear Joey chants already. Folks, we haven't even started yet. Let's relax, okay? but yeah, just every map having a little bit something different. Going to you now, what's your thoughts on Blueprint?
I think it's quite interesting to what you said, because you said you want to have this variety. And one thing that I have heard about Blueprint specifically is that it is not only a Gear 3 map, but it's like it works really well with like different speed. You have sections where you have to speed up a little, then you have a slower section in the middle, then you have to speed up again. So I've heard that it's very interesting, or people said that it's very interesting with the different types of speeds that are being used throughout the map.
Yeah, especially the in the middle, the grass section, like the penalty grass. That's something that is a little bit unusual to have in a map, but people really like that section. Personally, I didn't.
Yeah.
But you know, that's fair. That's how it is. The majority liked it, so that's why we went with it. And people like the map.
Oh, it's a good map overall. And now, last but not least, let's go ahead and head to... I said Domino was my favorite map, but now the map by my favorite mapper. Let's go to Schwadlapa by Roxy. People are excited in the arena already. I can hear them outside, but let's get through this final map real quick and then hopefully into our match immediately afterwards. Schwadlapa by Roxy. And me and Shorty were talking just briefly with 50 here about the changes that went through this map when we were testing it and everything. There was a lot of changes. Anybody who dislikes the ice turn right now, holy moly, if you saw the ice turn before, you would have been like, what are you doing? I get to make fun of it because me and Roxy are best friends. So I get to make fun of it, right? Because, yeah, I have that right. But anyways, what are your thoughts so far on Schwadlapa?
I think Schwadlapa is a very, very complicated map. The start itself, I think, is quite okay. You have the very tight turn at the start, obviously, but that's not too bad. I think the section where it starts to get difficult is the first grass part, where it goes downhill and then uphill. It can be really tricky there with the gear if you're not getting the correct line. So I think there will be some mistakes over there. Then afterwards, obviously, there is the section with the ice slide, which not everyone is a big favorite of, and the thing that stands out for me is the finish. There it actually is the outside dirt heading into the risky finish. It is really tough, and it's really punishing as well. Because if you don't necessarily... Okay, our expert over here...
Yeah. The two noobs right here are like, it's so hard, and then you have Mr. Second Place Aficionado over here. He's like, it's easy, bro.
No, I mean it's very tight to make it into the risky finish, but it really just comes down to having a normal ice slide. As long as you have a good ice slide exit and you're not like ending up a little bit further to the left or a little bit further to the right, and all of a sudden your line is weird. If you have a good lineup into the dirt outside, it shouldn't really be a big issue for the well players. Like, I don't expect crashes at the finish there. Hopefully. You will see.
But if there are crashes and you're just gonna completely faceplant the finish block, you're going to fall and you're gonna lose 2.5, 3 seconds. So this will be very costly for a lot of players. I think, especially early on in the qualifiers.
Yes. Something to keep out for. Also, since I am the noob and I have no idea what I'm talking about half of the time when it comes to how hard, difficult things are, I do want to mention the scenery yet again that Roxy was able to pull out. He had Kosh last year with the big cathedral, and it's the cathedral's back this year in the map. And then you notice the little towers. If you don't know and you haven't been to Cologne yet, there's towers with walls and everything. There's still intact towers and walls from the olden days. Us Americans, we don't know what that's like, you know, because everything's like 300 years and younger for us. But yeah, it's a replication of the city and just the towers that surround Cologne. So this is also why I just appreciate Roxy and his mapping, because it's not only good competitive mapping, but also a little bit of a creative side on top of that.
Yeah, I like this little bit of creativity that people have in the XPEvo in this scenery.
Yes. And also big thanks to everybody who also made the mod pack and also the signs. That was Chris and Phenom doing a large portion of that. Also for the TMWT Stadium that was presented to us was from Nadeo themselves, so they were able to share that with us, the map base. So thanks that. Holy moly, you guys are excited and ready to go. So I think if we are ready over here and the casters are ready, let's go ahead and check out what's happening with qualification wave 1, folks. And starting us off for XPEvo weekend, it is going to be... Who's it going to be, guys?
Well, I'm about to tell you, but first and foremost, welcome one and all, XPEvo 2024, qualification wave number 1. We've been waiting for quite some time. Everybody out there has been looking out. I've talked to so many people in the past months like, oh, I'm going to XPEvo. Are you going to XPEvo? I'm going to XPEvo.
Everyone's going to XPEvo.
Exactly. But we're finally here, and how good does it feel to be here? How good does it feel to see all these faces out in the crowd and about? But first and foremost, I'm Boney C. Hi, welcome. Joining me here is my co-host, colleague, commentator, one of many faces you will see throughout the weekend. It's the Tobel.
Hello. I'm very much excited to be here, like kind of shaking a little bit, be here. Like, I mean, if you've seen any of the lineup, I mean, any Trackmania player that's a name out there is here. It's gonna be absolutely incredible. And yeah, I mean, just this first qualifier wave that we've got coming up for you guys is absolutely stacked. I mean,
stacked.
Yeah, we can talk about a few people, highlight a few people that are going to be in here. I mean, first and foremost, it's going to be last year's XPEvo champion, Otak. who's going to be playing on this qualifier wave 1. Also, to mention, we've got Wizzy in this lobby, another big name, I'd say, out there for Wild. We've got one of our favorites from last year in this qualifier wave. We've got Joey. Woo! All right.
Crowd loves it.
Yeah, a few other players in here would also be Alex. We've got Nevermind. I am not gonna pronounce that right.
We got Jacosto is in here. Alex, you already mentioned. Mikey is here. Dennis, Rastats. We got Anybody. We got Bird. Bit different, right? Hugo in the server as well.
Yes.
Known as Poopy Poo, but will be referred to as Hugo for those who are maybe, you know, a bit confused about, like, why are they calling that man a different name? It's because that is his name. Simple as that. But yeah, fully stacked lobby. But here's the thing. This is just wave 1. This is one lobby, 32 players. We have another one going.
Yeah, and I mean, there's you gotta remember, there's 4 waves. They're split into 2 groups, so 32 and 32. This is just one of the groups, and I mean, you know, any other event, this would already be the stacked lineup, and this is just an 1/8 of the stacked lineups that we've got coming up. And I mean, if you don't have it open on your second monitor, open the B stream as well. There's even more incredible stuff also going on there. Of course, remember to keep this stream going as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, what do you think? What's your? You know, let's start smooth here. The maps. What's your favorite?
Ooh, the map's favorite. I would say Karot probably is the one that it tickles my fancy the most. Though it has been rifling Domino a bit as well. I'm still in between. Thus far, when it comes to the map pack in general, honestly, I do enjoy it quite a bit. I love the wickedness that whiskey has been added to the fuel of what is this XPEvo. We got a little bit of Roxy in the mix of it all, right? Bringing Cologne onto the stage in a different way for those who are not here joining us physically, at least in some way, shape, or form. You have some way to still experience the city, just with, you know, fast cars going around town and, try not to cross the street whenever they drive by. But, you know, those are things here and there. We'll manage, we'll make it through. But because of this, right, again, it's just our first wave. We have another wave going. We have 3 more waves after this.
Yeah.
And for those who may not have been keeping count, this does make this the biggest open Trackmania tournament out there. One weekend, we have over 200 players playing here, and only one to win it all. Only one to get the grand finals, get that trophy, and get that World Cup
Just
spot.
to show just how stacked it is, I mean, half of the players competing are going to be out just today.
Yeah.
So, like, we're going to cut that number. Like, we're not literally going to cut the players in half.
You can do karaoke. That's fine.
We're gonna cut the player number in half just through today. It's going to be...
awesome. I see you. I see you.
It's going to be just absolutely exciting, and I think the server should head towards being ready here. At least I hope that it's going to be.
We know. We never hope, especially this early on. Please do not curse me. We've heard about the D word. We are not mentioning the D word in any way, shape, or form. I've been there before. Don't do it to me once again. But we will make it in. No worries about that. We also, for those not on location, obviously you've been getting some shots from the crowd. Everybody, you can see, having a good time, enjoying themselves. But we also have 8 players on stage who will be playing through the qualifiers, so that way, you know, you do get to see all the players, their emotions, their reactions, and their, you know, overall ways getting through the tournament, right? As I do expect some of the players we have on stage, right? I mean, Otak is right there, Wizzy's right there. I see Charles right there. I don't know if he'll wave to me, but, you know, he's pretty locked in, honestly. I'm not going to bother him.
I don't think they can hear us. I don't think they want to hear us, because if we, you know, imagine you're just driving there and all of a sudden the caster goes, oh, he's so close and he can't mess this up. I think the tension just rises exponentially if that happens.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think they're quite happy that they don't hear us as much. But yeah, I mean, if you're at the venue and you wanna experience, you know, all of the people around you, the arena is right over there. And this time, I heard we also have crowd mics.
We do. So if the Joey chants do keep coming, then at least, you know, we'll be able to experience it in full for those on stream, watching from home. Obviously, if you're unable to be here, sad you're not able to come over, but at the same time, I do hope you're having a great time out home, maybe having a snack or two along the way, as you know, it's going to be 4 hours jam-packed full of Trackmania action, and it's just getting started.
And then we got tomorrow. And then we still got Sunday. I mean, I can't wrap my head around just how much Trackmania we've got coming up here. It is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, this year, just generally for events, it's been insane. If you've been keeping up, there have been so many, like, just LAN events, online events, with World Tour what's happening, with, you know, community events being incorporated, and all of that stuff coming up. And I mean, there's just been so much. And I feel like with this event, it kind of culminates into this biggest thing so far.
Definitely. I mean, it's been something people have been looking forward to so much, right? Just having that in the calendar, knowing it is coming up. I mean, we're already having another edition coming up. I mean, just to know the fact that this, as I've said to some people around here, it's very important to have these evergreen tournaments, right? These things that keep coming back, you can keep looking forward to. You know that when it's October time, it's XPEvo time. And I mean, what better time than a happy XPEvo, by the way.
XPEvo,
totally
guys.
forgot to give that to you. But it does look like we are about ready for our players and to get things started. It does look like warm-up just about 30 seconds away before we start off our qualification waves. And just to take you through real quick in terms of what's going to happen, we're going to be playing 4 rounds of each of these maps. Players will be able to accumulate points across these rounds with 64, number 1, going down by a singular point for each position you are lower. Oh, look at Wizzy, the wheel master, one of the, well, we have Granati here as well, obviously. I'm very curious to see both players just duking up against one another, wheel style. It's gonna be very cool, but he is locked in. He's got the gloves and everything as well. He's fully committed.
Dripped out on his wheel, and you know, you kind of got polar opposites on the wheels. You got Granati with his wheel, and then you've got the F1 racing driver Wizzy on his wheel as well. But we're getting started on the first round. We're going to be starting on featuring, which is, if you had asked, I probably would have mentioned this one as my favorite map. We've got this reverse section coming up here at the very start. You can risk the jump. You can jump it lower and, you know, try and cut out some more time, or you can go a little more safe about it, jump higher, but lose time. Let's see if the reigning XPEvo champion, Ota, can already show some of his dominance in this match, or if he's going to hold back a little bit, you know, saving the best lines for the finals, you know?
Could very much be the case, right? As at the point of this, right, you want to make sure you get into that top 128. You're trying to accumulate as many points as possible. At this point in the tournament, you don't really know what the benchmark is going to be. This is wave 1. You're pretty much setting the bar for everybody who comes after. But that also means you don't necessarily have to focus on getting first place, right? You can play it safe. You can take it easy.
Save the energy.
Yeah, use the pace that you know, use the pace that you have, and go through it. We already see some mix happening across the board, people going left, right, and center. Bird having some issues making it past the wood, and it does look we have our final few players coming in, and looking at the splits right now, we already see our reigning champion on number 1, 102.9 from Otak. You know, solid driving already from our French champion.
I mean, immediately showing why he won the last edition last year, but I mean, it's only just been the first round. Let's not make the shots, let's not call the shots too early. I saw Wizzy was also in the lead for quite a bit at the start of that race there, if you check the rankings, but he dropped down just a bit. So right now, Otak, Holo, Yek, Joey, and Wizzy is the top 5 just after the first round, but we still got, well, many more to go here. It's only just been the first map. One, I think featuring is one of the harder maps in this map pack, right?
Oh yeah, especially when it comes to the jump coming up right here, right now. The ice wall, 180, backwards driving. We'll see how many players are able to survive through it. Ooh, already a couple of players going down. I think Yacosta was one of those who was unfortunately left on the chopping board along the way. No, he survived. He did it. No Yeks in chat this time around. He's making it through. And Wizzy and Alex actually finding themselves in the lead. Let's see if we can get a nice POV on them as I tap through 33 players. This is a great time.
A second. I mean, at the top right now, we've got Wizzy, we've got Otak, we've got Alex. They're kind of just swapping their places around here and there a little bit. There we've got a nice view of it. So yeah, we see Wizzy, Otak, some of the bigger names participating here. Obviously, they're at the front. Alex in the mix. I like seeing that name up there. Yeah, they're not gonna be able to quite catch up unless there's gonna be a mistake here. But you know, these early points to grab, the earlier your lead is, the bigger the mental pressure on everyone else. So you know.
Oh, definitely. Oh, there's Joey. Look at Joey making it across the finish line. That is in 6th place as well. Solid drive in there from the Gravity player.
Yeah. So this time it's gonna be Wizzy with his first big point gain there as he grabs first place ahead of Otak. And I'm not quite sure if Alex finished in third, but I assume that he was finished in third. Yes. All right. So let's check that.
It'd be pretty good for his points, honestly. See, he had the 24 initially, getting the 38 this time around, allowing himself to shoot up, putting himself in 8th place thus far. Now, again, it's not about the positions thus far in the match, but it does give us a good inclination of how far players will be able to get through once we get through these qualifications.
Basically, try to get into the top half. Try to get into the top 16 in your group, and you're probably gonna be okay. Like, probably try to get in the top 10.
Yes.
And,
just win. Who cares about rules? Just win.
Drive faster.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it can't be that.
Unless you're
hard.
playing the Valen Cup, then you have to be 4th.
Yeah,
But that's a whole different thing. Otherwise, just win.
Yeah. So, with that, I think that's round number 3 that we are on right now.
Yes, we are.
So that means halfway down with this map, some changes might occur, of course, after the map changes. So, there's going to be maps you're more comfortable on, maps you're less comfortable on. We've got a great mix of maps. These 5 maps, they're all, kind of unique in their own style, and some are more difficult in their own rights.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
It's interesting to see. Alex at the moment is in first place, but never mind. One of these players been around for ages. Phenomenal player. Unfortunate ending right there.
With curse.
I didn't mean to, but at the end of the day, this is Trackmania. What would a match be without a little bit of caster cursing, right? You just got to throw a couple out there. See what sticks. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you counter curse. It's very important.
But it's a skill you get. Like when you start casting, at some point you're just gonna get that caster's curse crashes into a wall just as you predicted. But of course you gotta be able to do it. You get your script and
yeah.
you have to follow it.
It's part of the script.
Yeah, obviously. So yeah, I mean the leading position still Otak, Wizzy, those two only 1 point away from each other. They've kind of been trading those leads back and forth here on featuring. And it's going to be interesting to see if after this round it's going to stay the same, or if there's any surprise players that are going to be more comfortable on a different map making their way up in front.
Yeah, as one of the players actually that I haven't seen thus far that I do expect to be in the lobby is Hugo. I have not seen his name pop by just yet. Not quite sure if that is maybe technical issues or not, but definitely one of those players you expect to come in quite high indeed. Thus far, it does seem like when it comes to players, Alex, unfortunate mistake right there. Just one of the names I wanted to name. Wizzy and Yakosto both having issues with the bug slide right there. The watery wheels, unfortunately, just sliding a bit too far off to the right. They are out of the running. Otak, so with that, it's going to be taking an easy first place considering the pace and speed we expect from him of a player of his caliber. Never mind Joey and Hollow, all nice in the mix to try and fight for that second place. Very curious to see if Joey's going to be able to hold on to it. It's going to be down to the wood. Never mind, actually coming in, wants some space. This time, no crashing happening, goes a bit lower, but it is going to be Joey with second place. Never mind on third, Hollow on fourth, and Argo, Belgian player, coming in on fifth.
Yeah, this time Otak showing that he is so far looking incredibly consistent. He's been finishing top 2 every round here, and this time it was Wizzy who tried to risk it too much and flew off the track, and so that means he's going to be starting to build that lead. Let's check it out here at the top. Joey actually makes his way to second place overall so far as we get onto the second map.
Yeah, second map loading in just yet. It's going to be Blueprint for this one. We already see the trailer coming by. Definitely one of those tracks. A lot of dirt actually on this, right? We obviously playing mix, but I feel like this is one where that very much shines forward in the way these lines are built around that. Very curious to see if we see a bit of a difference in terms of who's going to be in the lead. Thus far, it's been Otak, it's been Alex. We've seen Yakosto in the mix as well. Wizzy doing what he does best, driving fast. One unfortunate mistakes, right? But it's 20 rounds. You can afford a couple rounds here and there to make a mistake, especially if you're driving top 5.
Yeah, I feel like a map like this, especially with a lot of dirt, is going to be quite favorable if you're a wheel player like Wizzy is, as you're gonna have much more control over how much you are steering, and that could be important on this map. So I expect to see Wizzy above Otak here a little bit more than we've seen on the previous map, which did require probably slightly faster inputs overall, I'd say, which you can't do quite as well on the wheel. So, it's got its ups and downs. I'm also hoping for any surprises here. Of course, the more surprising, the better.
Definitely. 10 seconds left on the on the track, and we'll see how far some of these players are able to go. I think some players, you may already expect an Aegis zone. Just scroll down a little bit, Russ. That's I think the line, right? I think at this point, if you're 100 points plus, you're relatively safe. I think 100 points on average.
For now, but you gotta keep driving. Also,
obviously.
small correction, Karoto.
Apologies.
We got lied to. Clearly, this was not our fault.
I blame production for everything. That's what I do. I never take responsibility for anything.
That's a great thing to do. So, maybe we can use a small chance. It's the first round on this. It's the first round on this map, so that means I think we can take a small moment. What's going to be after this qualifier?
So once we get through the qualifiers, obviously a lot of players will be saying goodbye to. From the tournament point of view, obviously we won't be kicking them off the venue just yet. They'll be able to join in on the karaoke, the after party happening on this Saturday. But we'll have 128 players initially playing in a single elimination bracket.
For the first round.
For the first round. From that point on, 64 players remain, and it is going to be double elimination from that point on. Definitely for those who are familiar with that, making it true. Top 2 in your match, move on to the next round. If bottom 2, drop down to the loser's bracket. You have one more try, one more life to make it through the tournament, but it's going to be a lot harder, a lot tougher, especially with the added pressure, knowing that your second loss is going to be your elimination. But that is the way it goes. That's how the cookie crumbles. And feel free to correct me. I believe on Sunday we're left with like 24 people.
Yeah, I mean, from now till Sunday, we're gonna have so many people already out of the tournament that all of those people themselves could make a huge Trackmania LAN just by themselves.
Oh
yeah, but what? My brain has just turned off. Never mind. Okay, so the first round results on the second map here, Karate, are in, and I do believe it was Alex there at the top. Once again, I mean, Alex, to me personally, a bit of a surprise. I knew that he is, of course, a very fast player, but he's been even faster than I anticipated beforehand going into this.
Yeah, he seems very well practiced, very well trained, and I mean that's the beauty as well of an open tournament. We've had a lot of tournaments throughout the year, obviously linked to the Trackmania World Tour, allowing players to accumulate points to make that spot into the playoffs. But when it comes to these open tournaments, anyone is able to come in. Anybody is able to simply practice, do what they need to do, and then just show up to try and make a name for themselves, especially with these weekend tournaments where things can go on for quite long. I mean, tomorrow we're busy from what, 11 a.m. up to 9 p.m.?
I mean,
it's a long day.
It's really going to show. Like, the top players that really can hold their focus for so long, they're going to have an advantage. I mean, that's what the LAN experience that these players, a lot of these players have, is going to, that's where it's going to really pay off. And some of the players that are less LAN experienced, that are really, really fast, they are just not quite going to make that cut, potentially. But I mean, I'm hoping to have someone that just comes in here unexpectedly, makes it through that tournament, maybe gets into like one of those top 10 positions. That would be incredible to see. I mean, personally, imagine an Alex or something like that gets all the way to the grand finals. I mean, so far his pace is looking like he could do it. But at the top, once again, we see Otak and Wizzy. Wizzy has made his way back up into that top 2 in overall points for now. Otak has been holding that first place position from the very start. He's just been chilling there. He didn't even have to try yet, not even pushing. I mean, look at him. He's just cruising.
He's fine. He's fine. No, in that regard, definitely just having a good time, enjoying the rounds. I think he's just getting acclimated in general, right? Just making sure that everything is set up, everything is ready. He's feeling good, hopefully enjoying the next King's chairs. They are very comfortable.
Yeah,
I very much enjoyed all.
I think they are.
But what you were mentioning as well, right? The possibility of somebody coming in out of nowhere to potentially cause some mayhem. I know Epos, and at the same time, I know the player I'm about to mention is not too happy about the fact that he got named. But New Prime was one player that he named. Like, you may not have seen him necessarily in the capacity that you expect him to, but he very much expects him to be one of the favorites in this tournament. Yeah, Alex, just
he was right behind Otak, but then that nose light comes in, and then you're gonna drop down quite a bit there. But I mean, he's still catching up.
Yeah, he's fine. He may even overtake Fecasis right there. Ooh,
not quite.
Bit lower jump, could have done it, but
yeah. This time Wizzy grabs himself a nice 40 points for this round.
Cashing in.
Forgive me if my count is wrong, but we're switching maps now or after the next round?
I will say one more.
We'll see. One of us has got it right, guys. Let's check it out. It's gonna be...
There you go.
It's got, you were right.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't want to tell you so, but I told you so. But no, thus far, I mean, when it comes to top 5, especially in the lobby, what we've seen thus far, it's Otak, it's Alex, it's Hollow is in there, Wizzy is in there, Joey is in there. We've seen Argo come in as well. Definitely some names coming forward. Some names you want to keep your eye open, you know, keep your eyes peeled. Make sure that you are aware of the fact that they are here, they are trained, they are ready to play these maps consistently. And I think that is very much key to playing tracks for a weekend tournament such as this. Again, you're not at home. You're not in your comfortable spot in the chair you're used on playing, the screen you're used to seeing, right? Maybe grab a snack and the place you're used to being. No, you are out and about. You're put in a spot. This is where you play. You've got your own gear. That's A-okay. Plug it in. Go for it. But it makes such a big difference playing LAN versus playing online, and this is where you see some of these players just completely shine where you may not have expected them before, but being able to take advantage of the fact that they are in such a alien spot allows some players to just be amazing and some to maybe disappoint you in ways you didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, part of the skill required here is that you are pulled out of your comfort zone. I mean, if you've ever done it, you know, playing at home on your PC, your chair, all of the background, the lights that you are used to. I mean, your window's next to you, and then there's one in front of you, and your lights above, and your doors to your left, you know. And you know all of that. You can fully focus on your screen. You're just immersed, and you're fully in there. And then at a LAN event just like this, all of a sudden you've got the bright lights in front of you. For example, you've got the stage, you've got people. You know, the ground is shaking sometimes, and
to these beats, yeah. Hope you guys enjoy the music.
Here in the casters booth,
you feel it.
We can feel the ground here. Okay, so this time we're gonna make the correct call. This time we're going on to Blueprint.
Yes. This time the trailer is actually telling us the truth. We are playing on Blueprint. We will be jumping through the hole we can see right there in the trailer, and that is going to be very much a make or break moment for some of these players, making sure you have that pace going up that third turn. It's going to be very interesting to see some players maybe wanting to risk it, maybe wanting to go for it. Oh, look at that shot as well. We see Otak, we see Wizzy already getting ready. Just a nice over-the-shoulder view right there. I believe that is Alex right there and Charles right next to him. And they are pretty much poised and ready to go for it. We have a bit of a warm-up to make sure, you know, everybody gets acclimated, gets ready, make sure everybody's in.
What maps we're on?
Exactly. Oh, this turn. Yeah, I remember this
it's
turn.
the one where you fell into the hole every single
Yeah, exactly.
So this is, I'd call it the most precise map in the map pack. I mean, you've got very, very tight turns. You got to get your setup right, get really into it, and then not clip anything. For the love of whatever, don't clip anything. And get that thought out of your mind as well. So, like, you know, don't clip anything, because then you're gonna clip something.
Oh no, yeah, that would be horrible. I mean, you manifest what you believe in, right? Put out the energy, take it back, all those other things you may be coming up with. You know what I say? You press B to boost. That's all you do. You just keep going. We already saw one of our players fall off there as well. Didn't quite catch the name, but as you say, right, that precision will be coming into play a factor. Wizzy and Yakoso at the moment doing a fine job in the lead, but the rest of the pack right behind as well. Nice tight round thus far, and I think this will be one where we will see the players relatively close to one another.
Yeah, I mean, with tight maps like these and a slightly slower, I mean, a Wizzy here, for example, at the front of the pack, of course, with his wheel, he's gonna be a bit more precise, so he's gonna have a slightly easier time getting through here, you know, compared to players like Alex, who only have steering on and steering off. You gotta have a bit more feeling for that, but, you know, so kind of expected what we see at the top. Otak there goes a bit too wide.
Still goes for it though.
Turn.
Oh, pinball!
Dropping quite a few points. Mikey is a name that I haven't seen in the top 5 too much yet, but I'm hoping to see more of that name as well. Yeah,
I'm curious to see where he is actually at this point in our rankings. Yeah, I mean, we
gotta scroll a bit. Oh, there he is.
20th.
He's not in a safe position, I'd say. But yeah, maybe we can check the top real quick, because I believe it's still Otak there, but that round...
Bridge. You have to go in. There you go. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. 10 out of 10.
Okay, let's check out the top right now. Otak still there. Wizzy closely following, 6 points behind, almost overtaking Joey. Still 30 points off of that top 2, and I mean, it kind of shows that right now it seems to be like the Otak and Wizzy game.
Yeah, a nice back and forth happening right there. Joey initially seeming to be part of the pack as well, but is starting to fall behind a bit in terms of points, even though, considering that at the end of the day, third place in a lobby like this, you'll be fine. You'll be able to get into that top 128, and I think that also is very important to know when you are getting into this, right? That mental state. Obviously, we already talked about the fact that you are not in a place you are used to playing from. But if you have a bad round, it's really not the end of the world, right? You have plenty of time to make some points. Just make sure you follow the lines you're used to playing, and feel free to save it here and there from time to time. You're not driving world record times here. You shouldn't have to be driving world record times here to qualify, so pace yourself. Make sure you know what your goal is, and make sure you have the energy to get there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Joey here, I don't think you really mind not being in the top 2 as Wizzy and Otak. I think you're quite happy that you're through your lobby, you're in a relatively good spot to qualify. I mean, there's gonna be more stacked qualifier waves, and there's gonna be slightly less stacked qualifier waves, though, of course, through the pre-event seeding, it's gonna be relatively good, but you know, there is some strategy in your pre-event seeding possible, you know, if you want to try and seed lower, which, you know, the ethics of that might be questionable.
I do feel like if you are at some point able to calculate the amount of placements you need to get into a specific lobby, honestly, I don't like. You should go do stocks or something. That's very impressive to be able to see it like that. Very good with numbers. I'm very good with numbers. I always say that. So clearly, you know, I know if I get third place right now into a second place later on, make that an A spot later, and then I'm in a lobby with oh no, it's Granadi, it's Massa, and it's Pack. Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, I imagine already the matches where someone's coming in, it's like Ota, Granadi, Wizzy, and then it's Rastats.
No.
And then it's like, imagine being that guy. It's like, do you even want to play, or do you already want to take your seat? But you know, nothing against any of these players. They can have their shot at beating them. Not this round, Rastats. That was
we never saw that. We never saw that.
No one saw anything there. So yeah, still, Otak and Wizzy, they're holding down those top 2 positions, just feeling a bit untouchable at the moment.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case. For them, their qualifier at this point in time is pretty much done and dusted. They are making sure that they're getting the points they need, just
getting to the
keeping
finish.
the pace that they do, not wanting to cause any mayhem. Oh my word. Corbin, you are one lucky man.
The ending on this map, it's like 50% just get filtered out. It's a great filter on that ending. It's like the ones that make it through, they get great points and they're going to qualify. And if you don't make it through, then you got great filtered.
Yeah. There you go. Fred Wolf also making away with a bit. He's through. He's got it. No need to shout. You'll be fine. Maybe not too fine in terms of points, but thus far, right, we can still see at the top, Otak and Wizzy, the fight still rages on. Joey still that 30-point difference there. Alex, making sure that he's there.
Away from Joey, you know. Alex might just, you know, for style points, try and go for the overtake on Joey, and points here. It's going to be a little bit complicated, of course, but it's, you know, 1 point, but we still got a lot of play left in this qualifier wave 1 here, so I think anything's possible. And you know, if you suddenly forget how to play the maps, maybe you could even drop still out of the qualifier if you're an Alex. So, but somehow I doubt that he will forget how to play.
I think that is going to be very, very, very low odds. Would not put any money on that whatsoever. So, yeah. Don't count on it. That's my advice in that regard. I mean, we're almost through on map number 3 here, Blueprint. We've got 2 more maps coming up after this. Otak kind of in no man's land, just doing what he needs to do, driving forward. Alex is right behind, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch up without any mistake from Otak's side. Maybe he makes a mistake. I mean, look at this outside line.
It's might actually
it's really good, actually.
Still. That is still possible. Let's see this finishes. Oh,
keeps him away. Door closed. Right, no one allowed.
So that means he's going to be overtaking Joey for 3rd place overall so far. He's not going to be touching Otak or Wizzy anytime soon. Oh, Vitor, well, that's going to be unfortunate. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go. He made it.
29th. Yeah, but I mean, right now, if we were to check the bottom of the leaderboard, I think some of the players there are already going to be in a little bit of a shaky position for the future in the tournament so far. Of course, you know, even if you're out of the tournament, there's so much to do here at this venue. I mean, you've got all of these PCs, you've got all of these people, you've got a nice Red Bull bar. And you've got the Next King guys with their pop-up store here, so...
Exactly. Play some Gran Turismo 7, maybe you'll be able to win some prizes there as well.
Also, TMX
doing that thing indeed as well. Getting the trailer from Domino this time around, making sure we're actually there. But we'll check that in a little bit. But it's also good to know, right, some of these players maybe already thinking like, okay, it's map number 4, I didn't really get the points, tournament is over. I know there are players out here that are here because they want the experience. Yes, they're playing in the tournament. Yes, they enjoy playing the maps, but their end goal is not necessarily to win. Their end goal is to meet like-minded people, to meet maybe new people, people they've met online. This is a great place to socialize with one another, make, fun little side events that you just organize yourself and, go out. I've seen some rock climbing. That was one of the things. D&D was mentioned along the way. Like, besides this being a tournament, it's very important to know that we're out here having a good time.
Yeah, it's also a community event.
Exactly.
We're all here together. It's really nice. I've been at other LAN events throughout the year, but, XPEvo, it's always kind of special, of course, with just how many people are here. And you get to meet, like, everyone. Because you talk to a lot of people, especially when you're in this kind of competitive bubble like we are all in, and you don't often meet them, but then you've got these big events throughout the year where you can finally, see all of the faces behind the names, and it's always really, really nice to do that. But yeah, right now, if you're towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you've still got 2 maps to go, so don't count yourself out just yet. Maybe now's the time to make your final push for it, try to still get into a zone where you can feel a bit more comfortable or have a better chance of qualifying, because, it's all or nothing. You might as well push yourself to the limit and try to get any and every single point that you can.
Definitely. Everything to gain, nothing to lose in that regard. I mean, if you're already here having a good time, then honestly, you're a winner in my book. So, I mean, that's one way to put it. Maybe not winning the tournament. That's a whole nother thing. You're going to have to try again next year if that's going to be the case. But that is neither here nor there.
Surprise me. Please.
That should be fine. Charles, actually, one of the players coming in. Ooh, Alex crashing out. But Charles, one of the players we haven't seen in that top 5 too often thus far.
We've seen him drive, at the top there, but he hasn't really finished at the top much.
Exactly.
I mean, if we were to check points, I do believe he's probably within the top 10, but I mean,
most likely.
He's not really been a factor outside of that, at least not as much as Wizzy, Otak, Joey, Alex have been. Right now, speaking of Otak, he's not in that top 3 at all. Oh, Joey going a little bit close to
he's
that
pushing it, though.
but he's getting some speed, might be looking for the overtake on Charles for a few extra points here. He is almost looking like the top of his of the tire there is ahead, and he might just be it's not quite enough. So Wizzy's going to be taking home another first place for himself, and it's going to be Charles and then Joey grabbing even more points, and Otak might just be in a territory to be overtaken by Wizzy here.
Yeah, I may have made a mistake somewhere along the way. We did see a couple of players crash in that top 10 early on in the round. I wouldn't be surprised
with
if he
these
was
big
one of the
qualifier
players
waves. It's not that easy to see who's the one crashing.
No.
Even if it's the big names, obviously.
Yeah.
But we see here, 34 points. He's still at the top. 8 points behind him with is Wizzy, so he is still in a position to overtake here. So let's, maybe just for style points. And I saw you just check. What position is Charles in right now?
He is currently in 11th place, which, honestly, all things considered, should be good enough for a top 128 at the end of the day. Maybe not the result he maybe will looking for. Obviously, coming out from Colombia, quite the long journey. Great player as well. I can imagine he has this eyes set quite high in terms of what his end goal should be in a tournament like this.
I mean, there's probably someone who has a graphic on it, but how many different players from how many different countries do we even have? I mean,
I don't put me on the spot like that.
I'm not asking you. I know you don't know it, but I know there's a document for that somewhere. There has to be, and
most likely, yeah.
Because this has got to be pretty international. I mean, I think players from, let's say, the area. I mean, Germany, France, Poland, Czechia. I mean, they're gonna.
We got the usual suspects.
Yeah, Netherlands as well. Yeah, they're going to be the ones who have an easier time getting here, of course, because they don't have to take a plane or a boat or a whatever third transportation device you want to use. So they're going to have a bigger amount of people here, but still, we still got people. I mean, from America, we've got multiple. I mean, even casting, we've got Legion and Randomize, and so it'd be interesting to know just how many different nationalities do we actually have at the event.
Definitely. I mean, that feels like one of those things you should probably, if were to be tweeted, check out on Twitter, right? Check out the XPEvo Twitter, make sure you're up to date. Also join the Discord if you're not already staying up to date, not just for just what is happening in the tournament thus far when everything is live, but also if you want to organize maybe a little event while you're out here, maybe want some people to come over and play some games, some 5v5, 6v6 game you would like to enjoy with some people here. Go call it out. You know,
there's a lot of
always
PCs.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the score now, I think the top two are gonna be basically untouchables. Now 40 points ahead of Joey in third place there. So I think Otak and Wizzy, they're gonna be chilling. They're just gonna be, you know, driving the last few rounds a little bit, saving everywhere, because all that matters is getting to the finish at all. And the other players, especially those, like, if we get towards like top 12 and above, those are the ones that are still going to be trying to push it. Those are going to be like your Mikey's, your Charles, maybe even. I'm not quite sure what their position is at right now. And those are going to be the ones that are a bit shaky, that are going to also have to rely on the other qualifier waves.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sub-match of sorts, if you will, right? Obviously, players wanting to drive first place may not be named Otak, right? That is usually the name we give to players in first place. Generally, it's one of those nicknames. I don't know. I find it pretty cute. But especially that top 12 and, you know, 13, 14, 15, probably up to 20, they're fighting for every single point. They're fighting for, well, maybe not scraps being the word, but to a certain extent, they're trying to find a way to thrive in a match where they're aware that they are playing against players that, at this point in time, are simply faster.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we can go ahead and use the time right now, check out real quick what's top 10 and beyond. So, I mean, right now, I think, like, everything till top 10 is going to be pretty much set. They are going to have their spot, but players here like Sponge, like Mikey, never mind. They're going to be a little bit shaky, and here we get into definitely, probably, so far out with Zeru, Rastats, Bird, Jokey, Fred Wolf, Vitor Law. I mean, yeah, I'm just going down the list right now. So, yeah, those players, they're currently in a position where they're potentially gonna be out. So yeah, there was a little bit of a production thing going on. We have another round here.
We do. We keep going.
A little bit fast there on the trigger. No, we still got this round, and right now, still, I mean, Otak, Wizzy, those two, they've just been at the lead. What's the point difference between the two right now?
At this point, I would say it's not that.
Whoa,
it's starting to grow.
Okay,
you know, I wanted to
Otak.
say something, but
Yeah,
I see 20 points there, 20 points there, 30 points there.
30 points ahead for Otak right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty comfortable. That's pretty much a full round.
Yeah, I mean,
Ish.
that's, yeah, no, I mean, almost. That is, okay, you know, I thought it was still a battle, but I've been proven wrong. Otak is definitely showing why he was the champion last year.
Definitely, and once again, driving a round in first place, out ahead by, I mean, what is this, like 3/4 of a second thus far, with a pack of players very much fighting against one another. Ooh, Charles, slow down right there. He's really looking for the points. He is in top 10, but you know, you don't want these rounds, especially as we're starting to get to the end of the qualifier wave here. This is our last round here on Domino. We're just going to have one more map coming up after this. So 160 points in total able to be grabbed. Thus far, it's been Wizzy, it's been Otak, Alex being able to keep up 1 and 2. You've Costo as well, being able to pick one of those as well.
Did you say Alex?
Alex.
Yeah, Alex. I feel like Alex has taken, it feels a bit like he's taking a bit of a step back. I mean, just in points as well. I mean, he's 6th right now. Yeah. I mean, at that top spot, I mean, not many people can claim to be 0.4 seconds ahead of Wizzy in a round.
No, and I mean, that in and of itself must feel pretty good, because it's very important that obviously players are coming in very well practiced if they are looking to get far in the tournament. You gotta be, you know, you have to be.
Yeah, but
so many good players coming in.
You know, I think Otak himself is pretty impressed that people are only 0.4 seconds behind him. I guess.
I suppose, yeah, but it's a boost of confidence as well, right? Knowing that they can bleed, knowing that you are able to take rounds off them if it comes down to it.
Knowing that you can save to a certain extent. I mean, 0.4, that is a solid time to save on a map just to stay, just to, you know, take a safer line. Like an Otak save line, aka my once-in-a-lifetime peak.
I was about an Otak save line to me sounds like anyone's PB in their dreams, right? They've been, just in their dreams. Yes, I got 80. Wake up. No. What do you mean? What do you mean I only have silver? Oh,
Your alarm's ringing and you got to go to work now.
Yep. Reality kicks in. You realize you're not actually the current reigning world champion, and instead, as you say, you just go off.
Instead
maybe put on a stream.
Instead, you're a technician now. You
Yeah,
got to go
yeah.
to work and do stuff. But that's not quite yet. We
Not
still
this
got the
weekend.
entire weekend.
Not
ahead
this
of us.
weekend.
And this weekend, it doesn't matter who we are outside of this. Right now, we are Trackmania players.
Exactly. Starting off, for our final map of this qualifier wave, it is Schwadlappe, and this is the map from Roxy Ride, giving you a little bit of Cologne while you're not here. And if you are here, I mean, be sure to check out the Dom. Honestly, it is phenomenal to see.
I wasn't there last year. I don't know how. I mean, it's like walking distance from the venue, but I just never went. I've always been busy at the venue talking to people. And so I didn't check it out. And so the first thing I did when I arrived in Cologne, I was like, I went outside. It was raining, by the way, on Wednesday, middle of the day when I arrived here. And I took a picture in front of the dome. I was like, I was here. I can go home now.
There you go. You've experienced Cologne now. You're welcome.
I've seen everything.
Yeah.
And so, if you want to experience what Cologne's like, go on this map, look at the dome, and then you can say, oh, yeah, that's...
There it is, right there.
There it is.
Hey. Seen it. All right. Time to go home. What? No, don't go home. Please stay around.
No.
Stick around. Have a good
We've
time.
still got an entire weekend ahead of us.
Alex.
Oh, Alex, that is unfortunate. Yeah, so Otak has seemingly completely vanished from that top 4 right now, and Wizzy is going to be very happy about that. He might be able to get just a bit closer there to maybe, just for style points, get the seed ahead out of this qualifier.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, right? You can still say in some regard, hey, I beat the world champion in a qualifier round, but I beat him.
It's probably
right?
not going to be...
There's like little subtext, little asterisks you can put at the bottom. But I mean, at the same time, what I like to claim as well, he's never beaten me, so clearly I'm better. Also, we've never played against one another, but hey.
I mean, I've, that entire top 5, I've never played against any of them, so I can claim that I'm clearly, evidently better than all of them, because I've never been in a match with them, and I've never seen them beat me.
Exactly.
And I know how...
It's pretty much a draw at this point.
Yeah, we call it a draw. We call it a draw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We don't want to, push any buttons too much, right? You know how it gets, right? We don't want things to get up.
Otak can claim to only be 0.4 seconds behind me in my dreams.
Yeah.
In my dream, if I'm cheating and I'm 3-second head start, maybe.
Yeah.
Honestly, 3-second head start is probably not enough for me. I am
not at all.
very bad.
It's. I mean, especially with a player like him, it's
ice
not
maps though.
Oh.
I can beat him there, maybe.
Well, there you go. I mean, we don't really have any of those in this tournament in particular, but there is the Ice Cup happening on the side as well. I'm sure some of the players that are playing in the main tournament as well are looking forward to our side events. Not just the Ice Cup, but also the Full Speed Cup happening
and
as well.
Pathfinder
and
Cup.
the Pathfinder Cup, yeah.
It's just a packed weekend, and if you do drop out of this tournament, like a lot of people will, I mean, technically a majority will.
Yes.
Today. You can still join those side events, and I hope actually that you do. The more people, the better. Wizzy is going to be dropping some points here, so he's not going to be looking to overtake anytime soon, especially since Otak has just finished in first, like it's nothing. Just 0.6 ahead because he can. And, others would call that ridiculously fast. Otak calls that Friday evening.
That's just a Friday evening for him. You may be able to club in what Otak does. He's just clowning all these fools. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too much BM. I'll
that's
keep
a little
up to
mean.
it.
We got to keep that for the later matches.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, I look forward to the rest of the weekend, but I mean, you can speculate, you can think about. At the moment, we're just getting warmed up. We're just getting into the groove of things, finding our place here in this XPEvo happening, and just a couple
Warming
more
up
rounds
the
as
voice
well.
as well.
Yeah.
Gotta.
It's just 2 more rounds.
It's
Are you ready to go? I mean, it's coming closer and closer.
It's been coming and going so fast. Like these rounds, these maps are very long. I mean, the competitive scene, the maps have just become like 1 minute has been kind of the standard for these very, very difficult, very high competitive maps. And despite that, it's just been they're here, they're gone. We're somehow almost done with this first qualifier wave. It's
been a whirlwind. It's been a whirlwind. I mean, it's some regards, definitely some players we were expecting to come up through this. I mean, we're looking at the qualifiers. There are names you expect to come in. I'm happy to see Joey, Alex, 2 players, to come in quite high in the qualifiers. Hoping Charles, one of the players as well, to come in a bit further as well. Rastats, I mean, I would love to see Rastats in top 128, by the way. One of the players that,
like he's a little bit on a...
He's on the edge. He's on the edge.
Yeah, he needs a, top 10 finish now, and then also the next round, and then get lucky. So... Yeah.
We all need a bit of luck. Especially when it comes to these tournaments. You never know how it goes, right? In some of these rounds, it may be all lights out, but you got to keep driving those laps.
Yeah,
or who knows? They may make a mistake.
Maybe you just have an off day. At exactly the wrong day to have an off day. I mean, if there has ever been a bad day to have an off day, it's today. You only really have 4 rounds on each map on 5 maps on a Friday evening, and if your head is not in the game on this specific 30 minutes of your life, you're gonna miss out on one of the events in the year potentially.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait until next year.
Probably a couple of months until the next LAN event.
Probably. I mean, we're getting close to Christmas, but as we are here on our last round of the qualifier wave, very curious to see who will be making a true hollow. It's not going to be one of those. I thought Charles there as well, crashing out. We have these names at the top. We've seen quite a bit, but this time, never mind, actually joining the likes of Otak, Alex, Wizzy, and Yakosto, who also has been doing quite well throughout these qualifiers, looking to secure a spot for himself in that top 128. Nicely keeping up. Boris now part of the fun as well. Boris very much could use these points. I think last time we caught in, he was like 12th, 13th.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players on a little bit of a shaky position to try and still secure a comfortable spot through the qualifier. We still got the other waves coming on. So, yeah, but this last round, Otak and Wizzy really showing why they are just the 1 and 2 of this lobby right now. But Wizzy actually sticking fairly close to Otak here, not in the territory to overtake. Potentially, I mean, surprise me, but still, Otak is ahead, but Wizzy is gonna be right there every single round, it feels like.
Yeah, he's been really saying A to his B's every single time, but it has been a showing of the pace that Otak has in and of himself.
Almost 40 points ahead for Otak here in this first qualifier wave, with Wizzy still being quite a few points ahead of Joey, currently in 3rd place, with Hollow in 4th place. I feel like we haven't talked enough about Hollow.
Hollow's doing great.
He's just been kind of consistent, and somehow he hasn't really felt like the really fast player that he is, but he's been in those top 5s. And yeah, if we check, we've got Yakozdo, we've got Alex, Dennis.
Dennis as well. Didn't even notice him just coming through like that, sneaking by, but that's also part of it, right? Like, you don't have to be first place. You don't have to be in that top 3. You just need to make sure you get the points
if you finish within the top 15 every round, you're probably going to be, like, in the top 12. But that's the difficult part, finishing in the top 15 or better every single round. That's going to take a lot of focus and a lot of practice and a lot of consistency, especially.
Definitely. But yeah, with that, our first qualifier wave is over. Hopefully you've all given a big hand to our players on stage as well, making their way through. We should be getting ready for waves 2 in just a little bit. It's going to be matches 3 and 4, and if you haven't caught it, I'm very curious to hear as well what happened on stream B, but I'll catch up with those people there. But that's for later.
All the results.
Exactly. But for now, I think that is all from us, and we'll be taking a small little break before we get ready for the qualifiers. But first, let's say hi to what's happening over at the host desk. Import, how's it going?
Hey guys, welcome back to the host area. And it was a fun qualifier 1 match, a lot of crazy names. I was also on the B stream checking that out. And if you haven't checked out the B stream, feel free to stop by if there are matches that you are missing out, that you feel like is your favorite player, if you want to follow that. But yeah, it was really fun over at the B stream. Was able to check out, there was a big match between Feed, Pack, Lingo, bunch of big names in their demo. And like, oh, it was a really good match, and also a lot of yapping over there. It was really fun. But to continue the yapping here, Mr. 50 and Mr. Shorty, also we have a special guest with us, the queen of Comfy Cup. May I introduce Miss Nina Dor?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Yes, also playing in the wave immediately after this.
Yes, but we're prepared. We're prepared.
Good. All right. Well, let's quickly go over last qualifier wave. What were your guys' impressions? Who stuck out to you?
I think it definitely has to be said that Otak was very impressive there. He put, I think, 50 points over the entire field, which is a whole round win. At one point, he was pulled half a second on the entire field as well in a single round, which was very impressive as well. There were some maps where it looked a bit more shaky. I think Karate was one where he was fighting with Yak for a whole bunch of time, so it was quite interesting to see that as well. But I think he is very much looking like one of the favorites, even though he is already qualified.
Yes.
It's very impressive because with Otak also he was obviously one of the players that is now qualified for the World Cup. So you didn't really know how much he's going to focus on XPEvo, and I don't know if you already know or talk to him. I don't know how much he practiced, but he looks well prepared.
Yeah.
He wants to take back-to-back victories here. I'm pretty sure.
When I spoke to him initially about inviting him back as the #1 seed, he was already excited. He was like, "Yes, I'm coming back. Yes, I'm going to train super hard." He's like, even with TMWT, like XPEvo is the event I want to come to. You guys are looking behind me. I also have a cool little trophy behind me too. It was an Easter egg, I guess, last caster desk moment or host desk moment where. There's not a desk, whatever. Last host couch moments segment where we have the trophy right behind me here. You can I can't do math. Yeah, this thing right here. Hey, look, PTZ, it's magic. We got the thing. That's going to be the trophy for the XPI side events winner.
Ooh.
Yeah, Mr. Doogie. He was like, you want to check it out? Check it out. And he's like, I hit it all the way up there. And I was like, why don't you put it right behind me so people can actually see it? So yeah, it's pretty cool that we're gonna be able to get that out. Also, we have other prizes for side events and also the main events as well, but that will come later. Now, Queen of Comfy Cup.
Thank you. Yes.
Should I do the traditional who are you?
Yeah, hi, I'm Nina. I think you should know by now. Yeah, you know by now. No, it's good to be here.
Good to have you back again for a third year in the row. Not third year for XPEvo, but third year for LAN events that I've been a part of.
First, I'm playing though.
Yeah, and that's true. You're playing.
Yeah.
You got a whole girls group playing too.
Yeah.
Like
I made a pact with Shorty last year. We said, if it comes again, we play.
Yes.
So we did, and we practiced together. And
is she here? I have not
for
seen
the
her
ones
at all.
wondering,
Yeah, I've
maybe
seen
for
her
the ones
before.
wondering with the other Shorty. You know?
oh, no.
Yeah, the Shorty Gray.
There's another Shorty.
Shorty Gray from Slovakia.
Yes. So
Yes.
it's fun.
Yeah, I haven't seen her yet. Really
She's
mad.
out
Shorty
there.
Gray, find me. Say hello. Really mad.
Then the question obviously is, are you excited to play this time around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Awesome.
I'm very excited. I'm trying to channel the nervousness to think it's excited nerves rather than anxious. So I'm trying to really channel that right now, but I am really excited.
Okay. What's the times? What's the feel? The pace of?
So my goal, we can do that. My goal is to finish before the timer runs out.
Okay.
What is your best map?
My best map. Oh,
Quick fire
gosh.
questions.
Good question. I'm the kind of person, it's so funny listening to pros out there and everyone saying, oh, that drift, that turn, this gear. I'm like, car goes brr. I'm taking this turn as it goes. I remember Pac by Twitch Rival was like, Nina, why did you break there? And I was like, I don't know, I just felt like it. And he just started laughing because it's science when it comes to it, but I just go by feeling. And it feels good playing these maps for anything.
That's good.
So
That's what matters the most.
exactly.
Like
It's nice.
I have a friend that also started playing the game now, and he was like, "Shorty, why am I randomly losing half a second at the start?" I was like, "Yeah, so this car has gears, but if you listen to them, yeah, I can't listen to them. I have music." Yeah, but,
Exactly.
and I was like, "Yeah, okay."
You do it as a casual gamer. You kind of go with the flow, but learning as you go, of course. But
Yeah.
just hoping for the best.
Well, it's been amazing to have you back. VIP again for this
Yes,
year, a
of
content
course.
creator in Trackmania, where we try to lift up not just the big content creators, but also content creators like
Very
yourself.
appreciated.
And it's great to have you back. You're such a good friend too. Honestly, like
Now
we
when
don't-
you know me.
Yeah. When we don't talk to each other much, but when we talk to each other, it's always fun. So
Appreciate it.
it's always fun. And also I'm still expecting GeoGuessr, by the way, on
Oh,
your
it will
stream.
happen.
Yeah, because
I kind of have learned where France is, I promise.
okay.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Well, I won't keep you too long. I know you have to get ready for your second
I
wave.
almost
So,
forgot. Yeah, I need to go now.
so we're going to go ahead, and if it's okay with production and everyone, we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we will be back for wave 2, hopefully. We'll have some more analysis coming into the next match, and also analysis of the players that are going to be joining in wave 2. We'll see you then.
Do the moves, let it show, feel the rhythm, take control, grow the beat,
Move your body.
Move your body, feel the flow, do the moves.
Move your body.
Well, this one is a knocker. Step in on the dance and I does my dance. Everything's scattered. Right? Right?
Come cross.
Right now, man, active. Down with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Test me now. Without the slackness, active style and pattern, that's a man there. Active. 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 One live life massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bump glad mash pit. When me step out, old face get active. 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 Hey, can you stand now? Clocks on the teeth side, bad bitch on each side. Big splits, chillin' on the beach side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out a piece like. Freestyle now, millions for each line. Too cool, when I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. We bring the flame like a mattress. Let's me know. But out the slackness, active style and pattern, that's a man there. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper class mash pit. When we step out, old face get active. 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 Active.
You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
Everything you want, but you can't have. Number one regret, no takebacks. The hole in your chest, that's payback. Payback, yeah, you better take that. You could call me selfish and critical, I could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn ya. This might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Go and play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party with your demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming. But I'm the one bleeding. You're the one that's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn ya. This might hurt, that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. dreams keep flying away. And somewhere far beyond, keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. There's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. Goddamn, feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. It's been a while since I ran into you on a street. I wonder if you moved. Hope everything is going amazing for you, and you're not feeling blue. I feel the rain pour down my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. Goddamn, feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. I slip to the bind it to the blue. I slip to the bind it to the I slip to the bind it to the I slip to the goddamn, feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind.
É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. E mais um.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Se eu vou lá no sapo, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu... E como ficar rico se nós...
Me faz eu me faz eu me faz eu
Mais um.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Eu vou lá no sábado, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu...
Falling short, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet. Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning.
Let it roll. Let it roll. Sound boy. Let it roll. Let it roll. Sound boy.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a time. At XPEvo on Friday for everybody. I got tripped up on my words. It's already happened. No, not on the first day. But welcome back, everybody. We are about to get into Wave 2. And boy, do I have a surprise for you. The players that are going to be playing in Wave 2, not only players who are looking to win XPEvo, but have already qualified for the World Cup on the 25th of October for Paris Games Week. So they are already qualified players. And that is going to be Paco, Massa, and Binks going into this wave that we are about to be watching here. The players are loading into the lobby right now. We apologize for the delay, first and foremost. Let me get that out of the way as well. Apologies for the delay. I'm sure you guys were loving just seeing the counter, having flashbacks of last year. I said the D word. No. Circumstances. Apologies for the circumstances of an extra 20 minutes being added, or 15 minutes being added to the timer. But one player was having a little difficulty getting into the game. And so that is what we were waiting on. And that is why we had the circumstance this year for this Wave 2. So we are going to go ahead and talk about Wave 250. Who are you looking at? What you think for Wave 2?
I mean, you pretty much pointed out the most important things already, the 3 players that we are most looking forward to. We looked at the playlist, and there were some more players already, both of us did, that were catching our eye, that being players that went quite far in the playoffs as well, being Auris.
Yep.
And Jan TM as well. So
you also have like an interesting Mika, for example, is also in that wave.
Yep.
The ice player.
He's going to make up a lot of time on Schwartlap in the last third. We all know that it's going to
be
happen.
Half a second behind all of a sudden first.
Interesting tidbit about Auris. He was here since Tuesday.
Oh, really?
He's been here at Experience since Tuesday. He has been practicing nonstop every single day. It's been kind of crazy. I would walk by him and I'd be like, I think it was all day Tuesday, and I saw him in the morning, 1 o'clock when it opened. First thing in the afternoon, and he was there, and I was like, "Oh, hey, how are you doing?" Do the intro, all this stuff. Hi, how are you? Feel and stuff. And then I come back literally at 8 or 9 o'clock, and I'm like, "You're still here? Did you get up and get food?" He's like, "No, I've literally been here all day." And I was like, "Fam, it is time to get up and grab some food." So he has been here since Tuesday. Let's see if that practice for him has matched up at all for him.
He has been very active in all of the monthly tournaments as well.
Yes.
And was very active also in trying to get through the playoffs. So he is really thinking, I think he is really certain that he has a chance to go through. So I'm interested to see what he can do. He performed decently in the playoffs, but was ultimately obviously outmatched by 3 of the 4 players that are also in this match. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic between those 4. But it's going to be, I think, a very interesting matchup.
For sure. Also, you may, if you are looking at the groups and everything of the brackets and whatnot, you may see Letster from last year who finished top 12, and also his compadre in Fegir who finished a little bit lower. They are both from Shift. And they're both not here because they're both sick. Everybody's getting sick this week, and I can't take it anymore.
So the important thing is obviously Letster and Fegir. Best wishes. Gute Besserung. Get well soon. We're hoping to have you here next year again, and it's sad that we are not having you here this time around.
Yeah, I am bummed out because Fegir is a troll online, but a sweetheart in person. He's the true definition of a keyboard warrior, so I'm kind of bummed that he's not here. But there are some players that you may see in the waves that may not appear during the waves because they've either not checked in like they were supposed to, or they may have called out sick. So unfortunately, sometimes that happens. So everybody who's not...
That's just part of qualifiers with any tournament.
Yeah. And also we have somebody on the experience side too who is also project manager Mel, who has been a very important partner in this. She has been sick all week as well. So we wish everybody please stay healthy. Make sure to wash your hands and everything while you're here, and just stay relatively clean. So let's have no post-sickness XPEvo this year. I would not like that.
Yeah, hopefully.
But we are going to be getting into the match soon. And as I literally say that, music to my ears, we are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and start off with qualification Wave 2. I'm going to head it off to our casters. I believe it is Nulik and Turbo. And I might be... No, it's not. It's not.
Geek
it's
and
not.
Legion,
it's not.
isn't it?
Oh, no. I did it.
Is it Geek and Legion?
It's Geek and Legion. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a fantastic host. I know the people who I hired for casting and everything. Anyways, G Geek and Legion, take it away, my guys.
All right, well, thank you very much, Imports, and welcome to Wave 2 of qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Thomas Mengos, a.k.a. G-Geek. Alongside me, the one and only Legion 2K. Very pleased to have you alongside me, my guy, for this particular match. And yeah, Binks, Massa, and Paco among the names that are going to be featured on stage. This is going to be something.
Yeah, I mean, Import and 50 and whoever else is up there. Shorty, thank you. They were going over, some of these higher level players, guys who really, last year were showing their stripes, or even just generally in tournaments are a huge threat. So having all of them kind of packed into one room together, I don't really know who to call is going to come out on top.
This is going to be a bit of a pickle to kind of predict who's going to be emerging as top of their particular match in the particular way. But they also went at length about Audis, and Audis has been very active over the course of the Trackmania World Tour, not only of course with the playoffs, but also with the regular season events as well. We did see him, of course, at the very first major of the season in Vilnius, as we are about to get started in about a minute's time here for that particular matchup. And Audis, the man from Team Split, that could be one man to watch out for to get a bit further high up in the placings that some of us may have been expecting.
Well, someone who is quote-unquote signed for Split as a content creator. I don't have a jersey on. I'm sorry, Tobel. I will be, of course, cheering for anybody in Split. Those are my boys. I got to give them the support, but of course, I will be impartial to everybody else. I'm not just going to pick sides, although I might.
I mean, we're trying to stay impartial here, okay?
Yes, of course, yes.
It's always a bit difficult. We're kind of like trading water whenever we actually make predictions about those players. But also featured in that particular 8 group that is on the stage, we do have Jan, who was also participating in the World Tour playoffs. Unfortunately, didn't exactly pan out. We've seen him plenty of times over the course of the regular season, including during the first major in Vilnius as well, where he still hasn't renamed to Blah ever since that mishap, so I'm guessing we're still good. I don't know. Anyway, I think just that little blunder aside, we are about to get started. You can see the eyes of Banks completely in his lane, focused as we're getting started with the first round on featuring by Rocket, and we're going to be following along with the middle of the pack, currently courtesy of Noel at the moment from Team Gravity. And does get a very, very nasty clip before the first transfer. Also Spoder, unfortunately, another man that is featured on stage, and he doesn't have a great start so far.
No, already down 22nd. The pack has long since left. So we'll go here with Jan, one of the stage players. You see RS as well. Binks in there. I think Paco's just, barely within that shot. And Fuful as well. Already starting to pull out a little bit than a tenth. And you can see how close these guys are going into the bug slide and coming down here into the next checkpoint. The dirt uphill into the sausage. Incredibly consistent. And Jan with an early touch.
With a very early touch indeed. Let's go from the perspective of the man just up ahead, Audis, as he takes the fight to Finch for P4, and Binks with a brilliant bug slide in the middle sector completely leaves Paco in the dust. He's still going to be able to reach the finish line in the lead of the race without any damage. Paco in second, and Fliffer with a very creditable third for Team Gravity, with Massa with apparently Audis finishing in the P5 in the end, trying his best to dislodge Finch. It didn't exactly work out that time round.
No, day late, dollar short. It was a great last lunge there into the wood. We've already seen it a couple times here in this in the first qualifier wave, where you had drivers getting that last second overtake into the wood just because of the different line. The amount of grip you get on wood is immense, and it can, it almost went in the favor of Aris there.
Yeah, indeed. And also one thing that you got to keep in mind with wood is that you certainly get more grip around the corners, but it doesn't really change your acceleration rate that much. You still get, it feels like, if anything, if it's slower on the uptake after you recover from full stopping on wood. So you got to be very, very careful of what you're pulling off here in that section, as we did get a little bit of a glance of Pusito Paco on camera. So I think we should take a little bit of a look at him. And unfortunately, this round is a bit of a dud for him, as he was forced to respawn at the, completely redo, I think, the ice transfer 180 before checkpoint number 2. So the man who was P2 in the standings at the end of round 1 is not going to be in the same place this time.
Yep, we saw a good handful of drivers, not just in Wave 1, but even just this round here, messing up that 180. It's really easy to do it. You get that feel for it. You figure out exactly where you need to be and when you need to be there. But it's these small little changes, just a slightly line a little too much to the left, maybe it's a little too right, you don't have enough speed, you're going to mess it up, and Paco's shown exactly as that. He's fought back a little bit. He's currently in 16th, down from 22nd. He's going to go for a move here on Krumel on the inside, not just one, but two. Oh, even three, up into 13th. So a bad start for him, has not had the worst outcome possible.
Yeah, indeed. Despite a bad start, he managed to do a pretty solid recovery and try to limit the damage, as we did get a 40-pointer from Massa, who's had a bit of a, well, he's had a quiet start to his particular match. He's finished in P9 in round 1, and that is going to be allowing him to spring back up the leaderboards before the start of the next round. And yeah, you can see Massa up to 3rd, with Vinch up to 2nd as well. Great performance for the French player from Team Thrive, which we've also seen, for instance, during the Gamers Assembly at the very beginning of the season, going all the way, I think, to top 5-6, getting sent down in the console edition final and getting eliminated there. As we are now on to round number 3. Pusito Paco this time does. Oh, ooh, no. Yeah, that was very, very touchy, very touch and go. And that means we're going to be moving on to players further up ahead in the field. Let's see if we can get the name tags. There we go. That's a little bit better. And you can see Massa and Auris actually having a really nice tussle against each other.
Yeah, they're kind of leading the field right now. Aris and Vitch, though. This is the battle for P1. Right behind there is Massa. A better line into the bug slides. Gonna push him up into P2. Aris has to settle for P3 right now. Now Vinch is in the hot seat. Massa, incredibly tight lines. How did he not touch the wall there? And into the platform section, he's gonna maintain the lead, almost hitting, but Vinch back again.
But watch out. Look at Jan. Look how he's creeping up on the back perspective of Auris's car. He's going to be able to soak up the pressure really well. Actually put the pressure on Vinch for the last corner. Is he going to get sniped at the ending? The answer is a no. Auris still guaranteed himself a 3rd place finish, with Massa taking yet another 40-pointer to his credit. And Vinch in 2nd place still with a very solid performance. And there was Fluffel also in the fight as well. But unfortunately, just at the start of the 3rd sector, he clipped at the very edge of the hole. And that's what did him in this particular round. And that means, yeah, some valuable points kind of get sent into the bin, as I like to say. A little bit of an unfortunate passing, but yeah, we do see Vinch this time taking the lead away, and Banks having an absolute horror round, dropping down to P6.
But keep in mind, we're still incredibly early here in this qualifier,
yeah,
so a bad round is not going to be too much.
We're getting on to round 4, so they're still, the night is very young, as they say.
It certainly is, but for some it's going to be either the longest night of the live or the shortest. Right now, Aris here in 12th. He had a bit of a shaky start, even before the Ice 180. We're going to go up here with Vinch. He's got Pecking in front of him. Then it's Jan, Massa. There's Binks and Paco leading this field again, and just behind him, I think he just got the overtake. Yeah, Vinch. Oh, Jan, I thought he was going to clip the checkpoint there.
That was so close just before checkpoints 8 and the buck slide, where I thought he was going to hit the wall just after the checkpoint there. So good on Jan for making that save work, as we do see Null taking a bit of a fight versus Vinch for P5. Makes it for now. We also do see Audis creeping back up, and now it's going to be Pusito Paco, one of the youngest qualified players in the World Cup, and the first Hungarian in 6 years to qualify for the World Cup playoffs, to actually dominate the round ahead of Binks and Massa. Huge slowdown from Massa, which is going to top him down into P5 at the end, promoting Jan up into a podium spot. Vinch in P4, Paco with a 102.138, which is not too shabby, really, considering that we're running in like very high 101s for some of the faster times on the public servers. So, yeah.
101 on the public server, yes, but how much have these drivers practiced in private? We had it a lot last year.
Yep.
With 2023, players will take those maps, bring them into the editor, kind of do their own thing, and then put a decently good time for them on the leaderboard. I mean, there was one map we saw from EPOS where he had a little bit of an interesting slowdown at the end, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, these guys are running very high rounds, and we are moving on to the next map, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be none other than Blueprint. Should be getting that little intro cinematic. I gotta say, shout out, I don't know who did the intro cinematics. I want to say it's MCYC, but if it isn't...
No, that's Doza.
Oh, that's Doza this year. Okay, well, great work. Honestly, it's amazing what people can pull off with the media tracker. because it feels like when you look at it, it's so overwhelming. But these guys are just like, oh no, this is just second nature to me.
Yeah, it's I mean, the video makers in Trackmania are absolutely nuts in the level of creativity they're able to display and the level of technique they're able to use and put to use to display that creativity. So really, it's the whole creative side of Trackmania. Of course, there's mapping, there's skating, but also the video making aspect is probably arguably one of my favorite things to do, because I tried to get myself into that particular aspect a few years ago, but then I saw what some other guys were like, yeah, I'm good with little edits here and there, just fine.
Yep, I've had the same thing. I'm like, oh, that doesn't look too bad. I mean, I've seen Project Horizon, I think is what it was, and just opening the editor and seeing like 30 layers.
Yeah, the timelines.
Oh my god, it's like, you know what? I'm all set. And the same thing with maps. It's like, I could do that.
Yeah, the non-linear editor's timeline horror show. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, you see the whole scope creep. You're like, oh, you take a deep. It's one of those streams where you have to draw a breath.
Yeah.
Like exactly. As we're starting with round 1 out of 4 here on Blueprint, and I think we should take a little bit of a look at those that are a bit further back. One of the Evo guys actually taking part is going to be Blutish, which we do see him more on the full speed scene, but it's pretty nice to see him on the mixed side. Unfortunately for him, he had a little bit of a contact after that double right-hander before checkpoint number 3.
Yeah, getting that lower gear, especially before the uphill, kills so much momentum, and even on that uphill, if you get that double right-hander correctly, decent chance that you are going to drop the gear. It's not uncommon. I've done it myself plenty of times. But Blutig, not letting that keep him out of the party. He's running in 20th, sure, but he's getting right back on the saddle. We're going to hop on board here with Mika. He's in the top 8 right now. Massa way up at the front, almost a full second between 1st and 8th.
Also, watch out for Fluffel, again looking to show some promise and actually doing battle, taking the fight to Massa just before the finish line. It's not going to be enough at the risky fin, so Massa with another 10-pointer with a 1.00.948. And then we do see, of course, Fluffel in the 101s. And yeah, I'm trying to see what the time is. Yeah, 0.266. So we're still quite a long way off the actual public world record. But, I mean, for a start of the weekend, this is not that bad to be sub 101.
No, it's good. And as these players play more and they get more and more in that zone, we are going to be seeing those times come down. It's not, I mean, we talked about RS spending God knows how many hours just sitting at the computer grinding these games out, but to also have that sort of work come out in real time in these rounds really just goes to show you the amount of practice, the level of dedication and focus that these players can have. And it's very low pressure situation right now for a good chunk of these guys, but once we start getting deeper into the tournament, top 128, 64, 32, all the way up till the end, you are going to be seeing guys really come alive when the time comes. So it will be interesting to keep an eye on all these drivers, keep notes of all these times, and yeah, like I said, once we get to those latter stages, see what they're going to be bringing to the table as we start having some
that was
issues.
Binks. That was Binks, unfortunately, who went way too wide into the dirt, into checkpoints number 5 and 6, and that's going to be dropping him down on the verge of getting knocked out of the top 20 here in this particular round. Let's try to get someone who's a bit further along in the board. We do have Sunzi, the Finnish driver from Team MR, currently sitting in P10, but seeing everybody else getting far away very, very fast. So we're going to be moving along with Mr. Pusito Paco just for the end of this round. And Paco, yeah, he's got nothing on Masao again on this round. And unfortunately, hit. Oh, we used to see Mika having a bit of a barrel roll moment. So there's going to be a couple of respawns inbound here and there. As we do see, yeah, there. Oh, Paco.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. The struggle is real, ladies and gentlemen. It is very real. Bassa does take the 40-pointer with a 0.6, turning up the wick slightly, but surely, little by little. We're less than half a second away. No, Lion! No way! Ah, that's painful to see.
And he just turtles. He takes it. He knows he can't respawn in time. It looked like there was some style points coming in for Pac, try to gather something up. I mean, they look good, don't get me wrong, but style points are not going to win you games, and he already has a touch at the start. So from this front to the back, 27th, he's going to get the overtake on Lion. Then it's going to be Sanzi and Bumpy getting a bit slow here in the overtake on my boy Kirby. Shoutouts.
Yeah, here it's very much going to be like a last to first challenge for Pusito Paco, or at least as far as possible as he can, as you do see a couple of people getting yeeted by the clips just before checkpoint number 4, and another one before checkpoint 5 this time around. So yeah, Paco making positions left, right, and center, almost going back onto the heels of the top 10, currently being held off by, I think it is Bobo and Peking Enta, who are having a little bit of battle amongst themselves, along with Spoder, And we do see Paco again making some moves. We do now have Hamdani, who is at the verge of the top 10, like safeguarding the top 10 placing. But let's go back up front, shall we? With Auris, who's going to be right in the middle of that little train right there.
Yeah, Massa, the conductor of it, though. This is almost like a bit of railroad for him. This dirt uphill, very easy to get wrong. And Auris gets the risky. He goes into 10th place. He almost fell off the platform. Lucky to get away with that one. Barely. And the rest of the field, they're starting to file on in. Kirby down here in 18th. Bompy is 19th. Flicks way down. And Lion 26th.
Yeah, that was a bit of a struggle bus for Lion here on that round, as Massa crosses the line with yet another sub 101, a .705 to his credit, and a 101.074 for Binks, who's continuing to try and maybe salvage the situation a little bit to prevent himself from getting a seat that could be a little bit treacherous. See, it's a little bit of a tricky business here when you got so many players attending through the qualifier waves, is that you want to get a seating that is not too hard on yourself, and you don't want to actually fall too far down, because those could be the really tricky seats where you land yourself against an opponent that you hadn't foreseen before. And especially considering that top 128 is single elim at the start of the morning tomorrow, these matches are going to be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I remember last year when I competed, I barely made it in the top 128 by, I think it was 5 points. And the bracket I got was horrendous in the sense that I just had no chance. So a lot of these drivers are going to be maybe thinking about that. If you're someone like Peking right now, you're running in P7, you've got Tommy in front of you, Jan, then it's Paco, and then it's Massa, Fuful, and Jan, Sansi. But we are going into the final set of corners. It is going to be this treacherous, crazy, close uphill. Jan almost making the touch there, and Peking does make the contact, but he will thankfully get through the little risky hole, and thankfully with reactor boost down is able to just go in a productive direction and secure himself the 10th place.
I gotta say, that's the first time I see wall contact at the start of the reactor actually ending with a successful pass of that little hole. More often than not, we've seen a lot of heartbreak, and you also saw Fluffel actually going for the safe strat at the finish to guarantee himself a P6 position at the very end and bagging 35 points to his credit. So that's going to be helping his cause here in this particular wave, as we do have the end of that particular map, and it means we're going to be heading onto Roxy's Schwadlappe.
Oh boy, I mean, I don't know about you, Gigi. I don't know if you've been practicing them as much as I did or didn't, but Schwadlappe really gave me a run for my money, especially that ice end that you have, and then you go into the dirt uphill, and then you take that.
The dirt uphill can be a little bit deceptive in terms of that. You feel like, oh yeah, this is easy, but you have not once but twice the left rear tire that is very close to actually making contact with the wall, which definitely impacts the speed that you have in order to make it to the risky fit.
Yeah, and even when you get that line just right, you need just the right amount of speed. I mean, I find myself missing the risky fit, not because of a skill issue or anything, but because I'm just so surprised I never touched the wall going onto that uphill, that it is, you know, when you do get it, it feels great, but when you don't get it, you think, what did I do wrong? Even if you feel like you got everything right. And even this section here, this grass is so tight, and this upcoming
the 180 right-hander is so hard to actually get right. And we've seen plenty of people get heartbroken, especially during our rehearsals, where we saw some slides not getting through, and we saw a few people going way too wide, just hitting the wall corner on the outside. That could have been us together as well, but these are certainly not maps for the faint of heart. Well, they're not the easiest to pick up and go, but they are definitely some of the most satisfying to play once you get it all done right. As we get started with Schwadlappe, round 1 out of 4 underway.
Right on board with Null here. It's a pretty even start across the board. There's a couple different lines you can take there. Some drivers turn right immediately. Some give it just a couple of meters and then get this turn going. But pretty much everybody has their rhythm. Null getting a little bit of airtime there on the plastic. Very easy to do as we have someone going way off into the right there. Massa, he's right back where he used to be.
Yeah, and Pusito Paco, unfortunately, you saw him slow right down after having a little bit of a hot entry into the dirt before the checkpoint. Unfortunately for Null, we do have a full stop, which is going to be compromising his chances of big points. And actually, we're going to be following along with Mika, who's going to be giving a run for his money for Massa. No, that's Spinks, actually, his fellow compatriot, who's going to be taking the fight to the German player from Berlin International Gaming. They're side by side, actually, heading through the grass banking before checkpoints number 9 and 10. And you can see Mika getting eaten alive by both Jan, Vinch, and Paco, continuing to put up a fight before the third sector.
But into the ice turn. Massa's retaking the lead. Binks now is behind. We are going to be setting up for this dirt uphill. Look at Massa. He's already pulled a couple of tens. Fufu's going to touch the wall on the way up. Massa's slow. Binks into the finish, and he's going to get the snipe on Biggs Massa. 177 on the millisecond counter.
Oh my god, that was such a tight finish, and such a great amount of groundwork that had been laid by Binks through that slingshot on the uphill right-hander. It's not left-hander, it's the other left-hander, as I tend to confuse my directions. But yeah, Fluffer was also making to do a good challenge, unfortunately for Leon. Come on. 1 second. No, he didn't get the trigger. Oh man. And yeah, as I was saying, yeah, for Fluffer, he was trying to maybe make a challenge for second place and actually put Binks under pressure, but he also had that famous clip that I was talking about, the left rear tire, and that came back to bite him.
Yeah, he had a ton of momentum, like you said, and maybe he was a little bit surprised. And even with Binks and Massa, you know, they were trading that first place back and forth. Massa, it looked like he had it in the bag, but just a little bit extra speed behind Binks at just the right time as they came out of the uphill, kind of leveling the car out, so there isn't as much of the, you know, the gravity working against the engine. But right now, Binks, Fufu, and Massa, the top three again, they're pretty comfortable up there. Now they're going into this 180. Massa has just a little bit less than 2 tenths, but he's going to make that up in just one corner. It's gone to 500ths.
And watch out for that other that other three group. Let's not be down with it to a 2 group because Mika went a bit wide. Oh, Vince, such an unfortunate clip on the outside, completely dropping out of contention. It's now Ares and Fluffer and Binks again side by side as Massa takes advantage of that battle to retake the lead for himself. But again, this is where he had a bit of deficit pace compared to Binks. Can Binks pull it off once again? The answer this time is a no, as Massa gets the proper finish with a .798 to his credit.
But a .07 gap between them. Binks and Massa have been practicing this map day in and day out, and it's starting to show here as they get to that finish line a lot quicker than some of the other guys, even these higher ranked guys, Aris, Mika, Paco, Flix, Vich, Spoder. I mean, that's obviously right now your rankings for the round, but just throughout the course of these last 2 rounds here on Svadlapa, they have proven that this is their stomping ground.
Yeah, they've proven that this is their actual playground, that they're able to make it count here when they need to make it the most. And yeah, Massa also taking advantage of the mistakes from Vinch to continue pulling away bit by bit. As you do see, so you did see some of our colleagues on the B stream on the caster couch with Turbo and Doogie also covering that particular wave as well, as we're going to be following along for round number 3. Let's see if we can get somebody else.
Let's go Ham Daddy.
Let's go with Mr. Ham Daddy. Currently right in the better half of the group, I should say, currently sitting around in the top 10 and continuing to pile on the pressure on both Flix, Snow, and Auris as well. As we do see Vinch slowing down, doesn't seem to have gotten the slide at the exit of that particular dirt corner. Bit of a touch from the CP from Flix, and then allows Hamdaddy to get 2 positions, but watch out who's there. Mika and Massa, who has had an absolute horror show of a round this time around. It's very much an exception that we've seen so far on Svadlapa, and who's there to profiteer from that? It's going to be Binks and Pussy Paco.
Yeah, they're happy that the man that they have been fearing in front of them for the longest time is finally behind them. I mean, it's not an insurmountable gap, but when you're talking about the pace that these drivers are putting down round after round, it is impossible to overcome. Binks, Paco into this ice slide. RS does get that overtake. He goes up into second, but here comes Massa from 8th place up into 3rd. Will he get the overtake on RS? Into the risky fin we go. No, he won't, but a great comeback there from the German.
Yeah, a great comeback there for the man from Berlin International Gaming in the 107.6. Again, slowly but surely turning up the wick this weekend for most of these players. This is the first time they're actually playing the maps in situ. So it's no surprise to see the gap still continuing to shrink and shrink and shrink compared to the public world records. But yeah, great resilience from Auris over the course of that round. And that is definitely going to be helping his points count a lot, as we're going to be witnessing those points counts after the finish timeout. And yeah, plus 39 for himself. And he manages to get level on points with Vinch, tied for 2nd place.
But look at the points with Massa, 425. He's already pulled out
a 28-point gap.
Thank you. My math is terrible. That's why I'm a communications major. But we are into the final round here in Svadlapa. Aris is in 9th position. You see Hamdaddy, a very inside line, but Jan Puz. Oh, Bobo with the touch. The Italian's going to have to say adios, Motor Scooter, as he's going to the back of the field. Binks and Massa once again leading the charge, but Fuful is lurking in the shadow. Same with Paz. Mika as well. Oris, Vinch, Null, and I think that's Ham Daddy just a little bit outside the shot.
Just on the outskirts of the top 10, we do find Mr. Ham Daddy from Team Equinox continuing to find himself maybe a bit of a better spot, trying to find some opportunities, but it's always Oris and Vinch who are there to safeguard those places to the top 10. A bit of two-wheel action from the part of Vinch. Pussy Tupaco, unfortunately, clipping the pole on the inside of the ring before the start of the Sector 3, and it's going to be Binks versus Massa yet again, and we should see on the perspective of Flüffel a very nice fight up ahead. You can see they're side-by-side, ghost to ghost. Massa trying to go for a bit of a later exit from the ice slide, and Binks barely slowing down, but that's enough to do the damage. He's going to be falling down out of the top 5, and Massa yet again with another 40-pointer, a .718, and Flüffel, credit to him, just a quarter of a second down. Vinch in third, Auris in P4, and Massa and Mika, completes the top 5. Massa is, of course, at the very front of that top 5.
Massa is just farming points at this stage of Svadlapa, and it is the last round, so those 40s, are they going to keep going? Are they going to stop for a little bit? Who's to say? But we have the last few drivers coming through. Leon has gotten the finish. He got it last round, had plenty of time on the board, and he's going to do it again here, but update on the points.
There you go. We got to kill stuff on some of the players. There you go. The ice god himself, Mika, right alongside the legend himself, Mr. Spoder, of course, alongside top 1, world ranking number 1, of course, that is Mr. Binks during the season, and P2 in the Trackmania World Cup playoffs, and qualified, of course, for the World Cup in Paris. And there you go. There's another one of those qualified right there. Pussy Tupaco, one of the young guns in this particular field of Trackmania, who revealed himself to the greater world in 2023 before really blossoming in 2024, especially with his very first major victory during the Game World Cup.
Yep, found his footing very quickly, and that's one of the great things about this game is everybody kind of grows in their own sort of pace, but when you see somebody like Paco, who just, he shows up and you go, okay, it's, here's another guy, but then before you know it, you're, maybe you're a Div 1 driver for a couple of days, and you're starting to see that name pop up more and more and more and more, and then you get into these tournaments, and you see that same sort of trend continuing. It makes you stop and go, oh, wait, hold on a second, I got to put a pin in this, because this guy might be the next big thing. And I'm not, I don't want to call anything for Paco, of course. He's still very early on in his competitive career, but I do expect a lot of great big things from him in the coming years with TM 2020, what other tournaments happen, maybe another XPEvo, maybe we're talking World Cup, maybe EMC, I don't know. I mean, he's really just shown that he is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, effectively, and as you said, he's still got a lot of years left in him. And really, it feels like it's just the beginning for Paco, and it feels very much like a true changing of the guard that was starting to get initiated maybe 21, 22, that got really onto the rails in 2023, and that's really coming into full swing here in 2024 as we get started with the first round here on Carota by Jaka.
Yep, Carota. This map went through a little bit of a change there when it was first released. It was actually a little bit dark. It was using the sunset time.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I had a couple problems myself. So we switched it over to daylight and said, hey, guys, here you go. And it seems to have been a pretty positive reception from everybody.
I tried the Arivatanen technique of holding a hand on the controller and the other hand up on my sun visor. It didn't work. Don't try this at home, kids. You're going to be ending up crashing in your rounds.
Well, unless you're a keyboard player, then that's pretty much how you play anyways.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, it could be.
Some of these players having trouble, and no exceptions there for Fuful, as he does make a little bit of contact there. Binks is at the top. Vitch and Massa, Jan, two wheels so close to the wall there, and we are going to slide the poles. Massa on victim. Those poles are going to be eaten very well here tonight by the time we get all these qualifier waves, but Binks draws first blood here on Kara. Then it's Vinch, Jan, Ars, Mika, and it looks to be Fuful, Hamdadi, Flix, Spoder, and Krumel getting into the top 8. Good on him.
Okay, well, it does seem to look like it, and we did see a great round by Mr. Binks. Well, I say Mr. Binks, sorry about that. I'm going to keep on doing that, but 59.3. Binks definitely not messing around.
No, not at all.
That is almost AT time. That was just a smidge over the AT time by about 6 milliseconds, I think it was. Yeah, there you go. 0.328 versus a 0.322, as you can see at the top right.
Well, I have never gotten close to ATs on any of these maps.
Me neither.
Yeah, no, I just got like gold, and I was like, all right, I'm good. Except they changed, I think, featuring, and then I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to play it again. I'll just do it later. But into the second round here on Carrot. Jan wants to make amends for last round, as we do see a touch early on the inside pillar. We're going to be seeing just how close these guys are willing willing to get on these corners. We are going to swap over to Aris here from Split. He's running in 8th position, fighting with Jan and Flix. It looks like over 6th, and he is going to just trip over the border, but thankfully he's going to keep on going. Puz, Fufel, and Massa, look at how close these guys are going into this tight section, and another hit.
That is a very unfortunate hit for Flufel, who's going to be completely left in the dust. Let's see if we can get a perspective of Jan, who's currently sitting in 3rd, giving us a good overview of the top 2 up ahead. And Vince trying to pull pressure on him, and Massa going very slow in the negative camber right-hander. Binks promoted up into the lead by default. Jan up into 2nd place, and Vince trying to pull the pressure on the man from Team Robo for that said 2nd place. It's not going to work, and Binks giving a hard flutter to every single Frenchman in the vicinity of XPEvo, with still getting the trigger for the 59.679, and still has plenty of gap to look up before, of course, 2nd place Jan.
My heart stopped. I'm not French, but I have French ancestry, so I felt that.
I think my heart skipped a beat. I'll be completely honest with you.
Well, I think there's a defibrillator somewhere, so if we really need it, we'll get it for you.
Yeah, that's it does make sense. Well, we do see, again, some very solid points being bagged by Binks, trying to climb back up the ladder, trying to kind of fill in the gaps that have been created over the course of that particular rotation of maps. 507 versus 536. He can still be in a shot for toe-to-toe for 2nd place with Vinch, the man from Thrive Esports. Thrive, a very new org to the scene in Trackmania, which arrived, I think it was just before the month of August, and we do see a bit of contact from Vinch, and it was, effectively Vinch and Holo, former Athletech players, along with Nico, who was taken in from Team DNF to actually start this operation in Trackmania, with, of course, the first results coming in very, very nicely in the individual side, with Nico coming onto the final rounds and finishing in P4 during the monthly, but unfortunately for Vinch, it's not really looking so hot right now.
No, tripping over his own feet, but that's not going to be too much of a problem. He's got a pretty solid point cushion for the time being. Look up front, Binks and Massa, they are arguing over P1 right now. 2 wheels there for the man from Big. Through the big pillars we go, onto the little bit of grip here in the plastic, but we are going to be getting over the cruise control into the finish, and it's less than a 10th for Massa, getting that lovely 1st place. Then it's Binks, Aris, Jan, and Flix, your top 5.
Also, imagine you drive a mid 59.3 and you end up 2nd. That's the main thing. You drive AT time, it's still not enough. Massa driving a 0.27.
That is AT. Yeah, that just goes to show you how potent he is. He's so good. This is when the practice pays off, is right now, and of course we'll see it again later. But yeah, you get such a great time, and the game goes, sorry, here's a number 2 for you.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most, not quite infuriating things, but like not quite demoralizing either. But it's like, oh, okay, I guess I will just outplay this time around, as we are heading into the 4th and final round of Carote. And Massa still sitting pretty with that particular point count of 576, 31 points ahead of Auris, and Auris 6 points ahead of Vinch. Vinch, who has fallen down to 3rd, and Binks not able to really capitalize on Vinch's mistakes beforehand. So he's still in the hunt for that podium spot at the moment, and it's going to be still a tight fight with just about 9 points between 2nd and 4th.
Yep, 9 points between them, and just about 9,000ths of a second between 1st and 2nd. Binks and Massa doing what they've been doing best pretty much since the very 1st round. You can look at how close Binks gets there, almost making contact with the pillar. He's going to get a beautiful overtake onto the dirt uphill, and we are going to be going onto the sausage here. Does get that drift pretty well. He's going to drive it out wide, but here comes Massa.
That send into checkpoint 7 was so beautiful to see from Binks, but now he's going to be potentially under pressure after the exit of the plastic. No, he's got the lead-up gap to actually see Massa coming, and it's going to be a 0.195, immediately responding one round after the other. And yeah, we're getting very close to sub-59 territory. Well, I say very close. There's still about 2/10 to go, but still, 59.1 at the final round of that particular qualifier wave on Carota. That is some going.
Binks saying you've got a good time, mine's better, and he is going to start pulling in. I think that's I think he was tied there in points, 576.
We might have to recheck on that.
Yeah, we'll give that one a shot.
We'll give that one a shot. As you do see Binks, of course, author of that 59.1, continuing to be completely unfazed and very much in the zone here in that particular match. And yeah, I gotta say, 2024 seems to be the confirmation of Binks coming good as a solo player. It seemed to always flutter in the very worst of situations whenever it was really important rounds. But in 2024, it was really coming alive. It was especially true during his qualification during the World Cup playoffs. He was able to get to be the first one to qualify on the first or second try, something like that. And usually this is the kind of situation where Binks was kind of having a bit of a debuff, so to speak. But it seems as though this year is the year that he comes good. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what the XG1 player is going to be putting us on the table for this weekend, but also 2 weeks later at the playoffs for the World Cup in Paris.
Yeah, the Deo coming in, getting some of those patch notes out, and he got buffed with that. We should be getting into the round here just about 20 seconds on Domino. Now this section here also got a change.
That one is extremely difficult to get right because you got such a tight line between the left pole and then the subsequent flattened pole on the right hand side. It's a very, very tight chicane, and the exit of which actually conditions your potential entry into the bobsleigh. And if you mess up the entry into the bobsleigh, then all of a sudden you have your right rear clipping and you go, and that's it.
Yeah, and then you also have that dirt section, incredibly hard to keep that fourth gear. I find myself struggling, and every time I did hold it, I ended up crashing because I was just that shocked.
That first dirt is also very deceptive because if you do it well, you might want to think, oh, I can get fourth gear, but no, as soon as you get it, you almost turn, and it's impossible. You have to keep it third gear. You want to avoid the upshift at all times. Upshifting in dirt while turning is bad. It's like optical media back from Bringus, but it's like upshift while turning, bad.
Yep. And these guys have had plenty of time to sort of get that out of their system. Massa, through the turbo now, is leading us into this grass section here to the left. Now the right, a drift on the outside. And this entry into the bobsleigh is really all about feel, as Null gets it just a little bit wrong from 6th down to 7th, maybe even 8th, as Aris gets an extra position for himself. Massa incredibly far up the field, and someone just fell back. I think that was Aris. Yeah,
that was Aris. Yeah,
down. I don't know where he is, but into this final little bit of grass section, a very wide line into that little turn, and we go into the drop down. Massa will take first. It is a 112.0.03, so that's pretty quick. He's a little bit ahead of AT.
Yeah, I gotta say we're right in the ballpark of what we may be expecting in rounds. Like, just as a kind of approximation, I always try to extrapolate by taking the public world record and adding about 5 to 6 tenths. That seems like a good baseline to go off of, and generally that assumption is correct, except maybe for some maps where it feels like maybe if you're even a second off of the world record, it feels like a great time. But it feels like, those low 112s or maybe sub 112s and maybe 111.9s, those might be the target times we might be seeing here on a regular basis once we get the Cup mode matches started tomorrow.
Yeah, and that is when the real fun begins. That's when we talked about those single elims coming out, and then eventually it's going to turn to double elim, players going up and down and all over the place, moving forward, backward, whatever the journey ahead of them holds. It's a little difficult to tell. There's a lot of fog in the way, but I'm sure these players will be discovering that as the weekend carries on. But into the second round, we are on board here with Jan into this deceptively tricky left-hander. You almost feel like you want to go a lot wider than you're supposed to, but then you end up realizing there's not enough road after the turn, and you hit the wall, and then you feel stupid, and you got to do it all over again.
Paco, that was so close to the exit wall on the outside. Unfortunately, the bob entry was compromised, and that's going to be promoting Jan up into P4. Very unfortunate stuff for the Hungarian from ITB. In the meantime, Massa and Binks continuing to do battle, and it's advantage to Massa heading into Sector 3, but watch out for a potential comeback from Binks, as we're going to be following the perspective of the Frenchman at the present moment, currently sitting in P4 in the overall match standings. But you can see the gap has definitely been created, unless there is a significant blunder from Massa in the ending. It should be good enough for the man from Bing, and it is with the 111. There we go. We're starting to drop under the 112s and into the 111s. So very high, 111.9, but still a very solid time to be pulling off in qualifying.
There was I saw a different line there from Binks. He was a lot tighter going around the grass rather.
That happens going around the grass. I thought you were going for the finish, but because
Well, no, he had that tight line in the grass, and then he had a little different line. It was slightly off the side of Massa's, and I thought maybe he had an overtake there going into the jump. He did have more speed coming off the ramp, so I was almost waiting for like that just .001 finish, but it clearly didn't happen. So Massa happy to take home another 40 points.
Yeah, happy to take home another 40 points as we get started. I think it is round 3 at this point in time anyway. And yeah, I was going to touch on the ending because the line that you take and how late or early you go off of the platform into the ramp jump, it depends on your speed that you're able to carry at the entry of that particular section. If you're able to carry around 270 kph if you want to leave, then you can go for the full send line, which is the lowest line possible. But of course, that carries a risk. If you're just 1 or 2 kilometers short, then it can be extremely touchy, as we do see a few people touching the wall on the outside and thus heading out.
Somebody went way off.
Yeah, somebody went way off indeed. I think that was one of the Wumbo guys, but that was not Jan, who currently finds himself a little bit removed from the battle up front, currently sitting right in the top 10. And it looks as though, where is Masa actually? Masa is actually up in P5 and battling with Fluffel for the benefit of 4th position.
Something's happened. He's almost 6/10 off the pace. I assume he had to lift or break a little bit extra, but he is trying to claw back some positions. Fufu's a little bit shaky there coming down the hill, but he has maintained P4. It is now going to be Binks leading ahead of his countryman Vich, and then Aris. Is there going to be a last-second overtake for the man from Split? No, there is not, but Binks will be more than happy with the 1:12.11. Masa settling for 5th.
Indeed, 1:12.1, still solid times to be clocking in at this very early stage of the tournament. Remind you, this is only like day 1. There's still 2 more days of competition to go, where we're going to be seeing the times tumble and the stopwatch being absolutely crushed with the players' bare fists if they tried. And yeah, this is, well, we're slowly but surely going to the conclusion of that particular qualifying wave. Just 1 more round to go, and we should be all settled. Just a quick recap. Yeah, only man past the 700-point threshold before the final round of Domino is Masa with 731, and tied on points, Vinch and Out is 791, and 1 point behind is Binks on 690.
And then the gap, 27 points down to 5th, so that's starting to show you who's going to be the big problems later on in those knockout stages. But Masa right now is at the front. We're going to go here with Null, at least on our side of the equation, but up the hill and back down we go. The drift coming up here. Different lines. I think just goes a little bit wide. That's what I was talking about. You get a slightly different drift, and then you're going into the wall and down the points. Null tumbles.
Yeah, mind you, great comeback from Auris here in that middle sector, but he's also having Flix and Pusito Paco in tow. Could this be the round of redemption for the man from ITB at the moment, battling for 3rd place with Auris and Jan? And we do see Masa going toe-to-toe with Binks to try and get one of the last 40 pointers up for grabs here in this wave. They're almost side by side, heading into the sector 3 dirt part, and now to the grass road section with a bit of a tighter line through that little passover. Masa getting left in the dust, and now the threat from both Paco and Jan for 2nd place. Paco trying to go on the move. It's not going to be enough before the jump. Is it going to be enough for maybe a snipe at the end? The answer is a no. Masa stays in 2nd, 3rd place for Paco, and Binks also clocking a 111 of his own. 111.980. Great ending, and overall, thanks to his better placing compared to Auris especially, and Vinch, that means Binks should be able to finish in P2 in that particular contest.
Yeah, and I was looking at the split times between 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and I mean, there was a bit of a gap from 3rd to 4th, but even still, that was a ridiculous end for all 3 of those guys. They really just were elbows out right at the end, last lunge for everything. And as we head into featuring...
Well, we are already done.
No.
We've done the rotation. Yeah.
Oh, God, I didn't even know.
Yeah, see? It goes by so fast, doesn't it? But yeah, Masa winning with 770, Binks 2nd with 730. And yeah, that was a great comeback from Binks to come back from P4 to P2 in just one fell swoop with a great round finish.
He's really got something cooking there in that kitchen. I don't know what it is, but I'm getting a little whiff of it, and I gotta say, I am ready to taste whatever he's gonna just put on the plate for everybody to taste, because he is going to be someone I am very interested in watching as this tournament goes on, along with Masa. I mean, they're going to be just round after round, game and games and games and games from basically here until whenever they go out, or maybe they win. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe they win. Who knows? But yeah, in the meantime, that is going to be, of course, the end for wave number 2. We thank you very much, of course, for sticking with us for this opening day of XPEvo 2024. And yeah, for us, that's going to be it on the main side of things. You might see us a little bit later over on the other side, but for now, I think we're just going to be heading over to Import to give us a little bit of an insight and maybe his opinion on what just happened.
All right. Hi, welcome back, guys. Awesome qualifier wave 2. A little bit of jump scare there as all I heard was "let's go." So let's go, guys. It was a good match. Masa and them were able to finish and qualify through. Masa, Binks, and Paco. Not surprising that they were able to qualify through. But now we move on to the third wave. We're going to do a little bit of recap of the second wave here, just a little bit with our analysts. But before I bring it to our analysts, I have a special guest with me on the couch as my monitor is there. There it is. It's back now. I have a special guest with me on the couch. I have Mr. Spammy J with me on the couch as a guest interview. How are you doing today, sir?
A little bit tired. It's been a long day, but yeah, I'm feeling good overall.
Yeah, good. Finally, great to have you on the stream after last year that not happening whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
And the only time you got stage time was, I think, you losing.
Yeah, it's not a good showing to only show me losing.
Yeah, my bad. But this time we're gonna get to be able to see you more in action this year. Now that we have already, we can tell the qualifier waves are going really well. Things are going really well. The changes of the in and out of players is going pretty smooth so far. But let's get a recap on last match 50. What were your thoughts?
I mean, as you said, Massa, Binks, and Paco all making it through. I think the most interesting thing about it was that Paco wasn't that convincing, in my opinion. I think he finished 7th or 8th overall, which I'm a Paco fan. I'm a Paco enjoyer. Okay, so him finishing 7th, 8th is less than I was expecting from him.
Yeah. I mean, could just be hiding his times too.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you would have expected him to be like top 3, obviously, but on the other hand, you don't know how much he practiced for XPEvo. You don't really know it. It's still a qualifier wave. It doesn't really show that much because you can easily lose a lot of points by just doing like a couple of silly mistakes, which in cup mode you can recover more easily than in this format. So it doesn't really tell that much yet.
For sure. I mean, I don't know if you've been practicing probably and warming up the entire time, but is there any player in any of the, for just the tournament in general that you're looking out for while going into the elimination stages?
Well, first off, I'm looking out for myself because I'm a little bit worried about not getting a good seed here and then accidentally get like 2 really good players in the single elimination round. But overall, I think I mean all of the top players are ready. I think outside of the people that didn't really focus on the World Cup stuff, I think Feed is one of the more dangerous players in the field right now. Same with New Prime. I talked a little bit with him and he has like put in like 60, 70 hours. That is like incredible to me. I can never do that anymore. But yeah, those 2 are, definitely keep an eye on those.
Yeah, New Prime and Epos training together for the last 2 months. Like I was telling him before the break happened or before we came to the host desk about how I am constantly with the shift guys and it's been New Prime, Ratchet, and Epos training nonstop every single day. And even when TMWT came in and Epos had to train for that, he still was training XPEvo in the middle of it. So he was doing, but I don't know how the man did it. And all I know is he's beatboxing in the middle of it too. He's like,
like that is determination. Like it kind of reminds me of when I was, getting into competitive gaming. I was doing hours upon hours of practice. But yeah, hats off to Epos. I mean, if he can do it and the results show as well. I mean, he's qualified for World Cup. Let's see what he can do here as well.
And this being your last LAN, how are your feelings on that? You kind of explained to us a little bit before that it's just like you're tired, you just don't have the drive to do it anymore. But this being your last LAN, what are you looking forward coming into this LAN?
Well, when I signed up for XPEvo, I didn't really think that I was gonna feel this way of not enjoying the practice beforehand. I mean, I told myself I'm gonna try hard. Like 4 weeks prior, when the map gets released, I was like, yeah, I'm going in it. But I just couldn't put myself to the schedule of practicing hours upon hours. But I feel good about it. I set myself a goal of reaching the end of tomorrow, which is just outside of the top 16. Like, if I get a little bit lucky, I can maybe sneak in a top 16, which would be cool. But the field is way too stacked compared to last year, for instance. But yeah, it's my last. I just decided it's enough. I don't have the drive, the motivation to compete anymore. Like I like playing fun events that don't require too much effort anymore. So that's gonna be my focus. But meeting the people is always nice. But I've been in the scene for 14 years now.
Yeah.
In 2010, I started my first LAN, and I think it's almost half my life that I've been attending LAN events. So it's I just call it quits, and hopefully it's on a high note where I still get my goal of like top 20.
For sure. And you're going into the next wave. You're going to be playing immediately after this interview. And I even have the list of the people who are going to be joining you on stage. You're going to have New Prime, Piranha, yourself. You're going to have Tona with you. Also, Bozbez, Mimo Jr., Merch Jr., and Dr. Tilt. So it's a pretty strong competition there.
I mean, it is. Hopefully I'm not seated next to New Prime. Because, if I am, I'm going to maybe do some intimidation tactics. We'll see how it goes.
I would be distracted if I was sitting by Bozbez with him just driving with his mouse.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, well, imagine sitting next to Granati or Visi.
Pang, 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 pang,
Yeah, well, what is worse, like having someone dragging his mouse or having someone steering the wheel?
I feel like the
I'm not
mouse would
sure.
be more distracting because it's in peripheral view.
Actually, true, yeah.
Yeah, true, you're going to see it. Or
Yeah.
that's gonna,
Well, the wheel, as long as it's not bumping your desk and everything,
Yeah.
it should be okay, I would
True.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of LAN tournaments. Like those kind of stuff. I don't know, I just kind of like it because personally it didn't really bother me that much, but it's just part of it and you have to get used to it as well.
Yeah, that's also the case, right? New setup. It's not your home setup, so, it's like you have to be aware of two things. It's not your setup, and then you have someone sitting next to you who is like aggressively steering a wheel. Like, it's kind of a lot to get used to when you have to play an actual match.
Yeah, like different monitor size, everything.
Yeah, and I can imagine also with it now being a stage and there's lighting and everything. Last year it was just kind of dimming and lights.
True.
And now you got actual lighting effects and stuff that'll eventually be coming down the road. That's going to be pretty interesting to see how the players
I'm
react
looking forward to it.
I can't wait to hear the eventual comment of like, there's too much lighting going on.
Yeah,
it's like, welcome to
that's a classic.
esports.
That is a classic. Players complaining about lights shining in their eyes.
I think it could be way worse compared with.
It could be worse.
If you think, I don't want to mention anything, but if you think about other tournaments, I think a little bit of lightning is fine.
I see.
All right. Well, thank you, Spammy, for taking your time to join us.
No
I'm not going to
problem.
keep you much longer because you have to get ready on the stage.
Yeah, I do.
For your match and get some warm up. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break. We're going to be right back for Qualifier Wave 3. Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you back in a couple minutes.
Dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
This is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are Achilles in the dead of maybe when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy around in the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came. Baby, it was dark, it was hard to see. And that's when a spark lit inside of me. Oh, I was lost from reverie. One day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. One day you will see I found my inner peace. You are Achilles in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Baby, when it's still die, you know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy around in the dead of night. 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 And one day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. Oh, and one day you will see I found my inner beast, and you are Achilles.
Yeah. Been from them in the building. Sister in the building. Pour out the bubbles, we holding our liquor down. If it's a problem, I go to the bar and I shut it down. Get on my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty a 10, the rubber band, come on for the 100 pound. All of the talk, but don't run them mouth. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. When we leaving. You and you. And you. And you and you. And you too. And you and you. Let's go. When this money we partying. Pick it up. Too many bottles we bodying. It ain't enough. Give me the check. I give them the plastic. Don't gotta flex. I know what you asking. You need a lift. You look like you crashing. Here it come. What's in my cup? Only top shelf. Drink that. What's in my leaf? Gon' stake this whole place out. Big facts. I do what I want. I do what it does. I'm moving around. I'm getting the love. It's me that you want. My schedule is plugged. But I'm here now. All I really wanna know. When we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know. When we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, all my views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Off my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better that I learn my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do.
You've had love, but the money still lasted. You've had love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. You've had love, but the money still lasted. You've had love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. You've had love.
We'll see how it will look on Sunday.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Back, everybody. We are getting into qualifier wave 3. The adrenaline is wearing off because, like, you know, the panic and the anxiety in the morning, making sure everything's going well, and now it's starting to wear off, and it's like I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable and in my groove. And then also the crash from all the Red Bull that I've drinking from earlier is now just crashing, and now I'm just like,
it's like literally just the polar opposite of last year.
Exactly. But luckily this time, hey, we haven't had to do podcast yet so far. You know, no podcast this year.
I mean, we have a lot of topics saved up from not doing it for like a year, you know, so it's fine.
Yeah,
you're prepared.
Lots of stories too, from what I remember.
Lots is maybe a bit much, but I have one or two maybe.
One or two stories. We may have to use those in a bit here. Players are getting loaded into the lobby. They are mostly loaded into the lobby. We have one player who is currently having a controller issue. Hopefully that is going to be resolved soon on stage. And then also some players downstairs who are having sound issues, but those should be resolved within relatively like 5 to 10 minutes-ish, hopefully. And then we will go straight into qualifier wave 3. And just as a reminder, the players that are going to be playing: Tona, Spam, New Prime, Buzzbez, who else, I believe? Piranha.
Mimo Jr.,
Merch Jr., and then also
Dr. Tilt. Yeah.
Look at that. Wow. We went from
Nice,
trash at the beginning of the intro and now to professional. It's insane. Insane the transformations that we experience here on the couch. Also, if you haven't checked out the venue already, I mean, we've been getting awesome crown shots and everything. Those people are real. People look excited. They seem really happy to be here. And the arena's been packed. Last Friday, the arena wasn't so packed. I think it was like kind of like half.
It really wasn't, yeah.
Yeah,
it really
but this
wasn't.
year there's tons of people in the arena. Also, there's people out by the B stream hanging out and everything. So there's a little something for everybody this time.
Yeah, this is very interesting that it's so full comparison to last year, because last year at this stage of the tournament, we were still open for public. And there's still more people this time, even though we are now closed off from public. So it's growing. It's growing.
Over 500 tickets sold for the events. I mean, and that's not including the parking tickets, although those aren't people, those are just parking spot tickets. But over 500 tickets sold for the events, and we are still selling them, I believe, as we're going through the weekend. So I expect to see a lot more people show up at the last minute, because I already see FOMO in certain Discords. They're like, oh, I'm having so much FOMO. I wish I could be there.
And that's
And
like
so-
the worst, because if especially you're like, but I have to travel. But you always regret it. Like if you're like, I don't want to travel, it's going to take me like 6 hours by train or whatever. I'm not really going to play myself either, because I'm not really good at the game.
Yeah.
But we have so many players. We actually wanted to like mention that at some point. Like you have so many players here that really only just signed up for fun. Like you don't have to come here with the expectation, oh, you have to like be full trained or something like that. You can literally just come here, play the qualifier wave. Even if you already drop out in the qualifier wave, that's fine. You have so many people to like talk to, have fun afterwards, eat something, watch the matches on the stage. There's just like, you don't have to come here to just play the game. Just enjoy the vibe, basically.
I mean, that was pretty much my experience last year. I booked a ticket very late on because I wasn't sure if I would be able to come at all, and I booked a player ticket. The only reason I booked a player ticket was because all spectator tickets were already sold out. So
smart move, by the way.
So I played, and I wasn't practiced at all, but I had a lot of fun playing, and afterwards just spending a lot of time with all of the people was really great. So I can only recommend it more than anything.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of more to talk about as the event goes on. More stories, I'm sure, of just like crazy things. We have the karaoke party this evening, so I'm sure that's going to be some interesting moments for that evening. Some fun stories to tell. But I believe, have our players ready at this point. Not yet. But the issues are almost resolved. So just a little bit more. I got gotcha'd for a moment there. I was almost ready. But going into the next match, Tona. Let's talk about him real quick, Mr. Former Nadeo, and now just a regular player, just like all of us. And what do you think that's kind of like playing with somebody who has been in the community for so long? Obviously, because he wasn't a former employee, but also just going forward and now just being a regular player like everybody else.
And on the one side, I kind of really want to like get some spicy info from him or out of him, and I feel like almost everyone is like, yeah, but how is it at Nadeo really? Like, yeah, what are you like? What is the plan? What comes next? But at the same time, I also want, like, also for Tona and for us as a community, that he can just enjoy himself here as well and not be treated like some alien that, oh, you worked for Nadeo. Like, I don't really want that either. Like, I want him to be like just part of this and normal and just enjoy it and not be like annoyed by everyone. Can you tell me something? Can you tell me something? So it's a little bit difficult there, but I really like to see that he's here, and I'm really glad also to hear that he's actually playing and not. Yep. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but knowing that he's a really good player, it's kind of interesting to see him participate, even though I don't expect him to be like full trained, obviously, but it's going to be fun.
You don't expect him to be full trade? Homie was in XPEvo Discord the entire last 3
really?
weeks talking about how he's been training.
Well, that is very
hard.
interesting,
so
because
I've
been waiting for him to give feedback on the map from me for like 2 months. But good to. I mean, I guess XPE was a little bit more important, so I will forgive that. But
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he's been training. He was like, "Is this a good time? I don't know."
I mean, maybe he's finally like, yeah, I'm not working for Nadeo anymore. Finally, can ignore Shorty.
Yep. Well, I mean, for you, somebody who's not maybe as historied in Trackmania as Shorty is, like, what is that like seeing kind of somebody like Tona be in a tournament?
I think it's going to be very interesting to see, especially how good he's going to do, because I was about to ask as well, like, do we have any information on what his seating position was? But then you said he has been full practicing, so it's going to be even more interesting to see. But I have really no expectation to like when I say no expectation, not that I have negative expectations, but I really don't know what to expect. That's more what I'm trying.
I mean,
to
Stadium isn't his strongest style, but if you have like if you would play like rally car, for example, oh holy, that would be
Oh, yeah,
spicy.
true.
Like he would be a very strong contender, but sadly. Gladly, it's Stadium car only, so we will have to see. I can't.
It will stay Stadium car only, people. Let me guarantee you.
Yeah,
you're not doing the other environments.
Side event.
Nope.
I mean,
okay, well maybe as a side event.
Side
Okay,
event
maybe,
might be doable, I
but,
guess.
yeah, we'll need a proper community for that to build up before.
Grenadier is gonna build it.
True. Peng.
Grenadier is just gonna play alone. Grenadier versus Mizzy.
Yep, true. And now let's focus on the qualifier wave that's going to be coming up. Still have some player PC issues coming in, so we're still trying to resolve those at the moment here. We're waiting for an update on that. It's not us. It's not the servers. Just being clear here. So.
And interestingly enough, also, it's not the mouse guy. What do you think about
Buzzbuzz?
About Buzzbuzz? About that playing style in general?
I have seen.
I respect it.
I have to respect it. I have no idea how it's working, so I'm interested to see if we can maybe get a shot.
Yeah,
I know how it works. Yeah, I installed it. Like he has everything that he's using. It's open source. You can find it on his GitHub somewhere and install it. I think it's just some Python. It's not that difficult to get it running actually, but it's more difficult to get used to than you would expect. I mean, my mousepad at home is not very big, so I didn't have not the best scenario to test that, but it's not OP in any kind of way. It's just a different way to play. It's kind of a weird way to play, obviously, but it works for him really greatly, and you definitely have to respect that.
Yeah, he's a top player in specific competitions. Specifically, he shines in a lot of team competitions. That's where he kind of is usually often more also playing as well, such as like EMC and other team like tech competitions and whatnot. But as far as solo competitions, it's a little bit more of a struggle for him. Do you think that the mouse holds him back at all?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Yeah.
Like,
did he not bring his own mouse?
He did.
He did. I mean, obviously, he
I was about to say
but,
because
I mean, the desk height is gonna be different. I don't know how much that is gonna influence him. Like, I mean, some gamepad players play obviously with the gamepad like on the table, but most actually have it beneath the table, so it doesn't really matter much with the table setup at all. I would say no.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ask him himself, maybe he would say that, yes, he did struggle with that, but I think that's not an excuse because everyone has weird stuff. Like, just look at Granadi and Vizzy. Like, they also have to get used to the wheel being at different heights and stuff like that, and they have no issues with it. So I feel like maybe he struggles with it, but I wouldn't say that it really is the reason.
Yeah.
Or it should be.
Now, looking at the list of players on the stage, going back again with like New Prime and such, is there anybody, if it is New Prime, or anybody else, does anybody stick out to you as somebody who could go far in the competition?
Piranha.
Piranha, that is true. He did go very far last year.
He did go very far
strong.
last year. He has hometown advantage. Homeboy hero. I'm looking forward to see what he can do.
With the map style itself, I'm not 100% sure about Boss West, but all the others basically have a chance.
Yeah.
Like, I know, like someone earlier also asked me, Shorty, who do you think is going to win? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, really, just you have so many names that potentially could be winning. It's possible to tell.
I think it's easy to have favorites, but to have an objective opinion.
Oh, yeah, like,
who is going to be like the ones who make it to the grand final. It's even hard to even determine like who can make a grand final. I can maybe give you a top 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to give you a top 12.
Reasonably accurate, you know. Like even there, you have like a couple of names where you would have to think about what you do, but it's better. It's more doable than like who's winning. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Otak, maybe someone else. We will see.
Another player that would actually be interesting to highlight is Mertz. I think he recently came off winning the Danish Trackmania Championship.
Yes,
I
correct.
think. So I think he also has a good chance to go far. He's very good when it comes to like full run competitions.
Yes.
So will be interesting to see what he can do as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he said it was kind of last minute training from him.
Okay.
Excuses coming in early.
Excuses coming in early. But yeah, it should be interesting to see. 1 or 2 more PCs is what I'm being told needs to be fixed, and then we'll be right into the match. But yeah, I think overall, like I said, top 12 really would be hard to kind of nail down. Could anybody give me, I know it's going to be hard, is there anybody that you could give me a top 4 that you want to see in the grand final, that you want to see?
Oh, it's difficult. I mean, I want to see Otak.
Just know before you give the answer.
Oh.
I mean, yes, you want to see Otak, but just know before you get the answer, everybody might hate you afterwards. So have fun.
Thanks for that. So I want to see Otak. If he can do the double, it would be very interesting to see. But I'm not sure how much. I mean, he was very good in the first qualifier, but how much has he actually put practice into when it comes then to the round system, or is he focusing more on the World Cup, which was also obviously very understandable. I mean, otherwise, I'm not sure even who is all going to be playing. We've seen through the qualifiers who else was really good. Binks, I think, won his qualifier, so that would be 2 French players. I think Binks, both of them already qualified, so that's also interesting. If I would have to pick someone who is not yet qualified, now it gets difficult.
I have my top 4.
Oh, he has a top 4?
Oh, yeah.
Give your top 4.
Okay, first one, Tween.
Okay.
Second one, Granadi.
Yes.
Then third one is Otak.
Okay.
And who was the fourth one? Bosbez.
Bosbez?
Yeah, because all 4 devices, and at the same time, people that I would like to see in the final anyway. So
that's true. And you got
wouldn't that be a really cool
4
final?
different input,
like 4 different devices?
That would be wild, actually. And then you could really make it about which input device is better, kind of thing.
And except like Bosbez, where we don't really know yet, it definitely is realistic. Like Otak, obviously realistic. Tween is definitely also realistic, and also Granadi. Like it could happen.
Yeah, it could happen. I mean, I would love to. I have my favorites already. It might be a little bit biased, but Epos, New Prime, I would love to see in there.
I forgot about Epos.
Yeah, Epos. I'm sorry. I have Epos in my
sorry.
grand final. I don't care. He's in the grand final. I know how much he's trained. I know how much others have trained as well, for the most part. But I think Epos is definitely in that grand final conversation. Tween, I did not initially have, but now I do, because I believe that Tween has been grinding every single LAN event this year. He's been at almost every single LAN event for Trackmania this year, and he's performed really well. In fact, he did win, I believe, one of them. I believe he won the big LAN, if I remember correctly, or came really close. Fact check me later. But he's been in a lot of LANs. He's performed really well in a lot of LANs.
He also only got out last year because of a bug.
Yes,
So-
true.
Oh,
True.
that was
the ice
that was
bobsleigh
that
bug.
match.
Yep.
But that created this beautiful moment of Barbara sprinting across the arena to hug his brother. So that was
really
unfortunate, but that was a great moment in the end.
Okay. So last check-ins are about to come in here, and then we should be ready to go. But continue.
I need one more from you, I think.
Oh yes. So I said Tween.
Yeah,
I said
yeah.
Epos. I said New Prime. Yes, I need one more. I'm gonna give it to the former champ Otak here. He's been dominant still, regardless of we're talking World Cup. Like, yes, he hasn't really been forced to play it, but I mean, in the competitions that we have seen him this year play, he's still really strong. He's still really up there. And then also for XPEvo, he's excited to be back. He's happy to be back. So I know he was really excited to get back into the maps and train everything. So I would love to see him make a return.
Yeah. So then I would like to round out my top 4 as well, if that is possible.
Yes, really quick.
I really like the Granadi pick. He was a finalist last year, and I think he can do it again, although I'm not sure how his qualifier wave went. I think he also played the last one. I'm not sure if he won it. But
it can't have been bad because, if there's one thing to know about Wheel, it's really good for consistency.
Yeah.
Okay.
And finally, I'm going to pick Pack.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into qualifier wave 3. Let's hand it over to our casters. This is going to be New Lake and Randomize. Guys, I saw you earlier on the B stream. Have fun on the A stream.
Thank you very much, Import. And I gotta say, Randomize, it's so heartening to see the growth of Import as a host. It feels like only an hour ago he didn't know which casters he was handing off to, and now he is nailing that every time.
I mean,
you're a wrong. Was it a broken clock is right twice?
That's it. If he just says Nualaic every single time he hands off, I'll be here eventually. And I am here right now. I'm here for Wave 3, and I'm looking forward to seeing it, as with every single one of the waves that we have seen today. Absolutely stacked with talent.
Yeah, I mean, every time we looked at any of the matches, it was just, there was no way you could not miss a name that you knew.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the fact that right now on your screen, we actually have the one and only Spammy, who has been, he's been training it a little bit. He hasn't been going too crazy in training, but, if you've been watching his streams, he's been putting the time into the maps, and we are starting to see it here at the beginning now, as we actually see New Prime and Piranha up in front. Tona, another name that everyone knows, is also battling it up in the front, and it's looking pretty good to start it off this way. I'm not really sure who you are expecting to kind of show the talent.
Could not tell you.
I was about to say, I know I'm also a little hesitant on saying like who I would call my top 4 or my top 8 coming out of this wave, but right now we're looking at probably who I would say would be my top 6.
Yeah, and hey, they are close together on this one. Spammy making a late surge, entering the ice a little bit lower than everyone else. He's deep inside, does survive, loses speed on the exit. That's New Prime quickest into it, but Tona has snuck a lead for the time being. Piranha sitting just behind the two of them as well. As we head into the finish, it's close. It's 47 thousandths of a second, and Tona has won round 1 of this wave.
All right, well, we get Tona out of the office and into the game, and this is what we get. And just 0.02 difference between between New Prime, who we expect to do really well, and Tona, who's just like, you know what, guys? I was showing you, I was working with you guys, trying to help you out with with all of Trackmania and stuff like that. Now I need to show you how to actually play it, and that was a great first round for Tona.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and it was close, it was under pressure, and it was looking good. I think we just jump on board with Tona for round 2 and see how he's doing, what the lines are looking like. 44 on the car, it's currently a 9 on the back, but it is close to the start. Everyone's still bunched up. It is once again great start for Piranha, for New Prime, for Tona as well. Spammy is up there alongside them, and Mimo Jr. too. As there went Spammy.
Yeah, I just saw Spammy leave that one. But a really good start for everyone else up in front. New Prime really doing a good job just keeping those inside lines and constantly make sure that he can start pushing farther and farther away. You can see it on the times at the bottom of your screen. And Piranha is kind of right there, 0.1, and then Tona kind of battling it out. But New Prime's doing still a really good job, constantly keeping his opponents behind him as he's going for the good grip on that the donut out there. And Piranha going for really inside line. Little scary there, somehow making that one work, but he's going to lose a lot of speed, which is going to allow Tona to jump up into second place. Tona going wider here. It's going to be a little bit tighter on this dirt. Yeah, he has to release. That's going to allow Spammy and Piranha to get back up in front, unless Tona can do some miracle work. Now, he will be taking third place there, or fourth place. I think the round ranking is a little off.
Yeah, Look, we're ignoring the round ranking. We're looking at the bottom right of our screens at the moment, and what the points end up being on the scoreboard as well. That was slightly slower for Tona that time around, but only slightly. That was remarkable consistency, literally about within a tenth of his time in the previous round as well. The difference was everyone else up to their pace in that round in front of him. New Prime going all the way down to a 107.495. Current world record on the track is a 107.172 by Granati, so New Prime definitely showing he's got the pace here. I mean, if you look at the online leaderboards, he is sitting third overall, PB of a 107.215.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be playing like what 0.3, 0.4 caster math on stream is never a good thing. But if he's somewhere sitting around that time over and over again, that is a force to be reckoning with. And so we're going to hop on board with New Prime as well on the caster side. But Piranha is the one up in front, and we are starting to see some more names coming up in front. Joshka in the front. Mimo Jr., someone that we have been kind of keeping our eyes on. He's still been sitting somewhat close in the 4th to 5th place. Bozbez also finally joining up in the top 4 as well, top 5 maybe. He's falling a little bit behind, but New Prime now really looking to make that push, try to get up in front. Spammy's going to join him up in the top 2, and a really nice push from New Prime as everyone else is starting to fall a little bit farther behind. New Prime just really showing off the lines that he knows what to do, and it's looking really good here as we get into the ice. And now the final moment. This is where everything can go wrong for anyone. New Prime doing a really good job staying on that line, and then the final jump could be scary, but no, New Prime has plenty of speed. He's going to walk that one in easily.
Yeah. 4 tenths, 5 tenths nearly the gap from New Prime back to anyone else. And a lot of the players who've been looking quick out of the gates, your Piranhas, your Mimo Juniors, even your Spammies, have kind of been dropping off in the back half of the track here on Schwadlapa. They are struggling to keep it consistent all the way to the end. The tracks, these are very difficult tracks, and they do not get easier.
No, they don't get easier at all. I mean, the fact that we're seeing New Prime just constantly dropping that time like we were speaking earlier, and Tona just kind of sitting right there as well. It's really impressive to see the amount of work coming out. Like, we've seen it. I personally, like, firsthand have watched how much work New Prime has been doing. To see it now here in game, coming out, like, it's beautiful, because sometimes you get that, like, the jitters, the tournament jitters start kicking in. New Prime is even on stage, so you have the people right there watching you, and the fact that he is just constantly driving somewhere within 0.5 of his own PB is gorgeous. It's amazing, and it's amazing to see players be able to pull that one off. And we're starting to even see another name kind of squeezing up there. Mimo Jr. and Bozbez are falling farther and farther behind, but a mistake coming out. So now we are really starting to see a lot of players coming up into the front. Mimo Jr. currently battling out in 4th place. Bozbez needs to really actually make these pushes. Speaking of pushing, almost pushing that wall as well. Going to lose that speed, so that's going to allow Mimo Jr. to most likely take 3rd place.
Yep, that'll be big loss of time for Bozbez. Nobody crashing the finish there in the top 3. Once again, New Prime, so consistent. 107.688 has locked in 3 out of the last 3 rounds as a win, I believe. Did lose the first one to Tona, but hey, it's been a recovery ever since then, and it will be New Prime leaving our first map then in 1st place and looking good about it.
I mean, that's got to be a confidence booster. You 4 rounds, you take the 3. It's like, okay, not a big deal. I slipped 1, and it was the first round too. Yeah. So it was the warm up round.
Absolutely.
Now we're going to be moving on. Now we're going to really start feeling this one out, and I believe the next map we were going to actually be seeing is going to be Domino. Which currently Masak holds the world record on that map. We did get to see him earlier, so now do we see New Prime pretty much dominate the scene again on stage for us, or are we going to see someone else come out? Maybe Tona will actually step up and get, like, maybe more than 1 round in 1st place.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. New Prime is once again very quick on Domino. It does have to be said. Again, the PB is 3rd in the world. Looking at the online records, it's a 111.639 for New Prime on this track. The world record at 111.552 is held by Massa. And this is our longest track. This is the one where if the concentration falters, which again, I think we were looking at that happening to some of the players, even on the previous track, the back half was an issue.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit excited to see the carnage that we're going to get on Domino.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to see a domination. We're not going to see, like, one person constantly running with it, even though New Prime looked like he was doing really well. This is one of those maps where, like, anything could happen, little tiny grips, little tiny nicks, especially, like, when you're coming around on that drift on the down booster.
Yeah.
There's so many people I've seen just get locked in place and not be able to do anything. Like, you just have to reset. You're out. You're done. And then you have the bobsled.
You got the bobsled.
How many times are you going to get the hook on the bobsled?
Oh, too often.
Exactly.
Too often.
There are so many little things, and the amount of times, like, 2 wheels are just flying in the air. It's a balancing act, really, when you're on here. So maybe, I don't know. I would love to see someone shut me up. I would love to see New Prime just, go 4-0. That'd be beautiful.
Yep.
But I'm telling you, man, it's going to be hard to see that.
It absolutely is. Well, we're underway on this track. Jumping on board with Mertz Jr. for the start of this one. Again, very good Danish player. Has been pretty dominant in a lot of their Danish championships over the last while. Struggling a little bit to kick things off here, and he is sitting a long way back on Domino. A lot of cars out in front of him, but he is within striking distance of 1st place still. It is New Prime leading the field once again as the field is thinning in front of Mertz Jr., just not making the mistakes, keeping it there by Enno Valencia. Anyone else going to make the mistake around here? Not for the time being. Penalty grass, though. Big penalty grass for Mertz Jr., who will drop all the way down as a result of the crashes. Full, and it is gone. And we'll jump on board with 1st place to see how it should be done. New Prime leading the way into the dirt, and he's looking comfortable on the 2nd track.
And look who's following him. It's exactly who I was hoping to see. Maybe take a round or 2 off of New Prime. It is Tona and Bozbez. Bozbez following behind as well. Spammy actually had a little bit of an earlier mistake, but he was able to recover really well, jumping back up into 4th place. So now we're getting New Prime, and we're getting Prime in 5th place. So we're getting a lot of Primes up in the front, and a really good round, a 112.09 from New Prime.
Yep. 5 tenths off world record.
Exactly.
That's what you're looking for.
And what did I say? as long as you're within that 0.5, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. New Prime continuing to look very, very impressive here in this round. And we take a quick look at the scoreboard. That is reflected in the score. Currently sitting, well, it was 10 points ahead of Ener Valencia in second, but we saw that crash coming through from Ener earlier in the round. Going to lead to slightly lower points on this one, and New Prime extending that lead. Tona still sits in third place with Piranha in fourth. That will shift around as Tona jumps up to second. Spammy rounding out the podium for the time being.
You know, for a guy that decided he's going to retire from competitive gaming, and then to just go, you know, I think Spammy honestly put maybe like 2 weeks into learning these maps, and now he's currently sitting third place, you know?
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be the time where Spammy goes, I'm going to pass off the crown to someone else. He's like, no, I'm going to wear it one more time.
Yeah.
So Spammy doing a really good job just battling his way up on the top, and we're going to actually be checking out a little bit farther in the back so we can really see what's going on. This is one of those maps where it's like, it feels like you're peeling away at onions. Just one person at a time starts to fall behind, and we already saw one fall behind, and then more people start adding in, and I'm telling you, that booster is one of the scariest moments because you can miss the good drift, you can fly off, you can go into penalty grass, and then you have to deal with this right after. And this is a very rough part because the checkpoints are so separated.
Yes.
So you can be right there in the bobsleigh and completely fly off, and that's it. You have a whole part to do again.
Yeah. It is tough, and it's a little bit tough out there right now for iPrime too.
I don't know who that was.
Into the wall. iPrime was sitting pretty up within the top 10 to kind of hit the middle of this round, but mistakes on the dirt have cost them. They drop a long way down, heading for the final jump. A couple of people going towards that safe fin. Good snipe from iPrime. Will manage to overtake Eggy on the flight to the line. 400s between them as New Prime picks up another round win. Well, theoretical maximum in this match is 800 points.
Yeah.
New Prime is on pace to get incredibly close to that.
Yeah, I mean, he will get 700, and I'm doing caster math again on stage. I should stop this. But it'd be 760. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I'm right. It's 40 points for first place. So, no, it's looking like he could more than likely just dominate this scene.
On pace for 799 out of 800.
Oh, that's right, because he got second place.
Yes, yeah.
Caster man.
Yep, caster man. You never want to do it. It is very impressive, and we'll see how long he can get away with it. The answer might not be too much longer. It does look like he may have made a mistake. No, he's still in that pack. A lot of cars on the screen there randomized. Very hard to tell who's actually in the mix at the moment, but as they start to fall off, well, who else would emerge up near the top? But Piranha, New Prime, Mimo Jr. as well.
Yeah, Mimo Jr. I mean, I honestly expected some really good performance out of Mimo Jr. And I'm not saying he's doing anything bad. He's just like, I was expecting to probably be in that top 4 most of the time. But you know what? In the end of the day, you kind of want to sit in that top 8 area. It's a safe area. You're going to be able to get probably a better seeding moving on into the top 124. New Prime. What did I just say last round? You don't want to hook those wheels, but New Prime did a really good job. But I'm really happy to see, like, we're starting to even see other names. Like, I know Sake has been trying to push. Sake's been training a lot for this one. To see Sake up in the top 5, it's looking really good. But New Prime has a new opponent to take on. He may actually lose another round.
Hang on, he's gone quite far to the right. I don't think there's enough in it. Ener Valencia manages to do what looked to be impossible and take down New Prime in this round. Has to be said, I think a little bit of a slower round from New Prime there. 112.2.3 ended up being the time, and we've seen him closer to the world record than that.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Sometimes you just got to let someone else have the show.
Yeah.
You got to take some of that pressure off. That's all.
Gotta give them a chance.
Yeah. He wants to also help me out with my caster math and hopefully fall down a little bit. So I'm right. I swear. That's actually what's happening. It's a script. I'm reading it right here.
No longer on pace for 799. The best he can do is 798 out of 800.
Come on. We're almost there. Still on board with Tona, though. I mean, Tona has been really showing off what he can do in this game. It starts off really slow. He's always constantly farther in the back, and then all of a sudden, I mean, so, like, there's always that argument of, like, do you go for pace, do you go for consistency? Tona, pure consistency with a little bit of that flavor of pace on top, and he's doing a really good job constantly, sit back and then get in that top 4, top 5 area. I mean, we've seen him take first round. So Tona's doing a really good job. Honestly, I personally have not really seen Tona drive that much. I'm younger in the scene, so I'm just blown away at this point.
It's very impressive so far, and this really is a qualification format that does favor consistency. I'm scared for New Prime. I was right to be. He's been flirting with dropping those wheels over the edge, I would say, on every round, entering the bobsleigh a lot further left than everyone else, which just gives him a steeper angle of attack up that hill, and he has been surviving by the skin of his teeth. This time around it didn't work out, and New Prime is out of the running. That clears the way open for Ender Valencia, potentially to win a second round in a row. Spammy is sitting a little ways behind. It'll be a race between Spammy and Tona to the line. In fact, Mimo Jr. introduces himself and says, no, that's my third place. Tona sniped. Spammy held on to second, though.
Ooh, yeah, no, that's a nice snipe. I mean, I was always looking at this map where there's airtime at the end, right?
Yes.
It's like, how do you really get that push?
Yep.
And it's all come to that risk of just jumping off to the right. And because first of all, if you jump off to the right, you're actually getting a little bit more airtime.
Yeah.
But you get like the perfect hook to just constantly be, because you're coming at it at a slight diagonal, so it makes sense to go off to the right. Oh, but we do have someone finishing in or not finishing with a DNF, unfortunately. Hate to see that, but always next round. Bounce back. Come on, we got this.
Extended DNF timer. That was cruel. I don't want to see that again.
Yeah.
It probably won't happen, but we will get ready then to head on to our third map over, well, not quite, nearly halfway through our matches. We will move on to Carrots by Jacka. He's lost a couple of A's in his name on that start line, but hey, I don't think it matters. The map will make up for it. A+ by itself.
Yeah, no, I would agree. This map is really pushing those edges, and that's something that I really do like about this map, because you're constantly playing like right up against the wall no matter where you are. It's not just like a typical dirt map where you're always up against the wall. He decides to make you do that as well on grass. He makes you do it on all your tech drifts. You are constantly just hugging the wall no matter what you're doing, and this map is definitely going to be punishing you if you do ever so slight touches on the back wheels or something like that. So we're going to be finishing up the warm-up, as these guys are going to have to just reacquaint themselves with playing pretty much outside dirt with every style of surface.
Yeah, a lot of precision required in this track. You get your lines wrong, and the mistake is not going to be, oh, well, I lost a couple of tenths. That's the punishment. It is going to be, I'm in a wall, and I have respawned, and I have lost several seconds to my opponents. And with how many players are in this qualifier, several seconds is a lot of places.
Yeah, definitely. Precision is the game for this one, so we're going to be on board with Piranha as we move on into our third map officially, first round of 4. And again, there it is, exactly what I was expecting. We already saw one player just snagging that wall. It looks like it was a terrible crash, but all it was a little touch, and bye-bye. It's another player gone, unfortunately. But see, New Prime up again, up in front, and we were actually getting pretty much, I think at this point we've figured out, right, we're third map in, we've kind of figured out who our top 6, I will say. Trying to start to figure out where those other 2 players are going to be fitting in, and Piranha doing a pretty good job fighting this one up in third place. Spammy looking to try to deny New Prime from another first place, and this part right here, sometimes you have to go for that Neo slide and then the 2-wheeler, but that was going to happen. Yes, unfortunately, if you go a little too fast, you are going to clip that CP, and New Prime takes advantage of everyone struggling in that little precision area. And again, there we go, New Prime up in front.
Yeah, it's a round win. It's maybe not as clean as some of the other round wins have been, but it is New Prime once again showing that it's not just one track, it's all of them. He's quick, he's within 5/10 of the world record, as has been the case on this track. It is that 58.912 by feed, and that was a low 59 coming through from New Prime.
Can we start a petition for New Prime to drop the _TM and just put New Prime 0.5? Because he's been hanging out right there from the world record, 0.5, almost the entire time. I think he just got himself a new little nickname.
But now the issue there is that there does come a point this weekend where within 0.5 of the world record simply will not cut it anymore.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not for that. But I mean, New Prime definitely, I feel like he's more just, he's not going for the full, like, I gotta get world record. And I think he's doing a really good job. Spammy, unfortunately, making a mistake there, but small enough to keep himself right behind the pack.
Yeah, all he's doing is giving us a better vantage point on the camera. That's how you know the man is a consummate content creator. He knows exactly what he's doing with that one, and he is already starting to climb back up the field. Great speed through that grass hill, and he is all the way back up into, it looks like 5th place at the moment, just behind Joshua, just behind Bozpez. Won't be for much longer. This push by Spam is incredible. He's gained all these places back on pace alone. He's still holding it, loses a little bit of speed through there. Ender Valencia will sneak on back through up front. Mimo Jr. and Piranha are fighting it out. Piranha wins the race. Mimo Jr. will take second, and somehow, some way, Spam held on and took third in that round.
Somehow, with a big mistake, or I shouldn't say big mistake, but a mistake far enough to get him to almost like tie, like in like 10th place.
Yeah.
And like it was like a movie. It felt like watching the Flash running through the crowd, but in slow motion, because he just flew past every single one, and not all of them were making mistakes.
No.
Spammy just went, okay, all right, let me try. Press B for boost and fly. Like, it looked beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic round there from Spammy. I mean, again, that's also, I think, just the poise. You know, there are some of the younger players who could stand to learn some of that a mistake does not mean that your round is over sometimes.
Right.
You can push, you can make it back up. You just got to stay calm, keep the hand steady.
And funny enough, the round that we saw Spammy do an amazing comeback like that was also the round that we did not see New Prime in the top
That is
five.
true.
So, yep, maybe New Prime got a little bit, like, you're playing amazing, don't get me wrong, but maybe you have one more lesson to follow. Spammy, you know, our veteran of the scene is giving you a lesson right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to jump on board here briefly with Joshua as well, who has been consistently just up there. I think capitalizing on mistakes from other people at times as well. Definitely has the pace, but also I think making a few mistakes of their own throughout the course of the event is maybe sitting a little bit lower in the standings than maybe the positions we've seen them in might indicate otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, these maps, they're brutal, so like you're gonna have to expect that, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can be playing out of your mind. Unfortunately, little touches like that, just and it's the checkpoint, so you can't even reset, unfortunately, just like that. But we're on board with Mimo Jr. as he, I think someone just missed the finish line. I didn't see who that was, but that could have been a really good points. Just gone right there. Unfortunately, I missed it personally, but I hope everyone at home was able to see that, because on the camera angle they got to watch was perfect. But but Spammy up in front.
Spammy picking up the points here on Carrots, and that was again pretty quick time coming through, as New Prime will be happy.
We got a tie for second place.
There's a tie for second place. Everyone take a quick look at the leaderboard. Ener Valencia and Spammy are right there, and they're only 6 points behind New Prime, which surprising, I think, given how dominant New Prime has been, but that is the points repartition, right? You come first every round, you're only gaining 1 point over the guy coming second every round.
Right. Unfortunately, you know, you have to put a lot of time into not just 1, but 5 maps.
Also true.
And sometimes some of them just don't jive with your style. So, you know, maybe this is just not the style that New Prime is feeling. There you go. New Prime's gone. Okay, so we're going to be focusing on Ener up in front with Piranha and Mimo. And finally, we're starting to not see Spammy or New Prime up in front. We're getting all the names that we saw earlier finally coming back in. Tona even getting into this battle. So we have like our little top 4 fight happening right now. And Tona falling a little bit behind there, but Mimo has to hit the brake harder anytime someone pushes much. New Prime.
What is New Prime doing here? I thought you were out of the round.
Let other people up.
He's moved into 4th. Is anyone missing the finish? They're not, but New Prime will still take 4th place in the round. You called it. It looked good. Like, oh, maybe New Prime isn't here. There's some points available for everyone else, and he just creeps his way back in like a bad penny. You can't get rid of him.
Yeah, no, you cannot. Honestly, it was funny. I was thinking about like how I saw the front of his car. It was like you when they accidentally called you, and I was like, imagine that was you running in. But yeah, no, I mean this is a big moment. Not only did New Prime not just get like 2nd place, but he fell a little bit farther back.
Mouse. Sorry, I just got to take the moment to admire whatever the hell is going on, frankly.
He's playing a first-person shooter in the middle of a racing game, and it is generally fun. If you ever have a chance to just kind of look over his shoulder and watch him move the mouse, like it is so smooth to go back and forth, and you know it looks like he's just like taking the Mr. Miyagi style, wax on, wax off style, as we but. Unfortunately, we're off the Karote map, and now moving on to our next map, which will be making these players do all sorts of things. We're going to be doing 180s in the air with the ice. We're going to be doing bug slides. We are going to just have these cars do everything that you're not supposed to normally do in a car. It's going to happen right here, right now on Featuring.
Yeah, let's see how the mouse handles this one. 360s backwards driving. How's Bospez going to do? How's everyone going to do? I mean, it is disorienting. You'd hope they put the time in, that they are ready to go. They know what they're doing as they get up into that section. But I want to stay on board for a little while with Mertz Jr. because Mertz Jr. is a player who I think maybe the desk was talking about it, maybe not as practiced as they'd like to be coming into it as well. Who knows what's going on, but definitely a player that I'd look at. And, you know, everything else aside, if you hadn't talked to anyone, you'd say Mertz Jr. is going to make it at least into the round of 128 in a competition like XPEvo. at the moment, sitting right on the bubble. 15th place, moves up 14th, is tied for 14th place at the moment. And that is kind of borderline. That really does leave you at the mercy of how your wave played out relative to every other wave.
Right, and that's the thing that a lot of people have to remember is that it is pretty much a combination of all the waves. It's not just your wave. And, we do have another match happening on the B stream during this wave as well. So now, not only do you have just your 32 in your match, you got another 32 to think about, and then you have the 64 in every other wave happening. So yeah, like, you want to have that security, and definitely top 16 in your match of the wave is going to make it feel a little more comfortable, a little more secure. And Mertz sitting on that edge, but he's looking really good here as he is pushing up into that top 4 position. Once again, we got New Prime up in front, and Tona Sake showing some faces up there as well. Bozbez is going to pretty much make it a little bit harder for Mertz Jr., unfortunately, but it is neck and neck between them. And who's that? Joshka is also joining up in this top 6 fight. That every time we see this wood part, someone is going to clip. Does anyone clip? There it is! I told you, I'm sorry for the caster curse, but every time I see that wood part come up, someone goes flying off.
Not only was there the clip from Joshua, there was a fantastic end from Mertz Jr. who got inside Bozbez and managed to snipe at the finish line. So 4th place finish for Mertz Jr. We've managed to achieve, I think, the opposite of a caster curse there.
Yeah.
We get onto Mertz Jr. He has the best round we've seen out of him so far. And at the same time, we do have to watch Joshua cast. So I guess that was a little bit of a caster curse.
Yeah, I had to make sure that it was not on the person we were watching.
Fastest car, is that a Joshua t-shirt out in the crowd?
That is fantastic.
God, I love XPEvo.
Yeah, I know, and that's the best part about it, having that crowd there, having people cheer you on. That's like another thing that like really comes into play. Is like sometimes, there are nerves, especially for the 8 players that are on our main stage. But like when you hear your name, it's gotta feel so good. Your confidence level starts to skyrocket, and that allows you to start making some crazy pushes and tight turns on these maps. And so we'll have to see what's going on. Mertz, again, trying to fight from the back. You really want to create that security, and unfortunately Mertz is going to be fighting it from the back end as well. And we're actually getting a pretty good round. I thought by now more people would fall behind, but it looks like we have about 11, 12 people kind of in the pack.
Yeah, looking very, very close. There are a lot of players that any of these players could overtake if there's crashes, if you get a little bit more speed, just a couple of tenths by risking harder, maybe make it back. We did see from Mertz Jr. that this end onto the wood was very, very clean last time around. Anyone crashed? No clips, no snipes either from Mertz. And everyone survived that end. There was 11 players within about a second of first place there. And Mimo Jr. wins the round with a 102.47 ace.
And it's another 0.5 off of world record, but it wasn't New Prime this time who did it.
That's true.
Are we going to start slapping 0.5s on everyone else at this point?
Yeah, I think we got it.
This is the 0.5 match.
Yeah.
And it's funny because like I said, we've been having multiple waves happening. Each wave has 2 matches in the wave. This is technically match 5. So maybe that's what the curse was. It's the 0.5. We're onto something, folks. We're onto something.
We're working something out.
I don't know what I'm working out.
Let them
cook.
I'm
working something out, okay?
One more time into this 360, heading into the backward section. Nobody really having any struggles with this. They're practiced. They know what they're doing. At least up at the front of the pack. We won't ask what's going on behind the camera here. As Mertz Jr. is once again slotting into this kind of 6th, 7th, 8th place and kind of losing speed throughout the track. This is roughly where Mertz was in the last round as well, and just fell slowly behind as the round went on. Ended up with that 11th place. This time around looking to be a little bit more aggressive, attacking that bug slide and holding on to what is currently a 5th place. Only just in front of Tona, and now only just behind Tona. Mertz goes so wide and is going to be awkward over that sausage block. That means pace lost. It'll be continuing to slide out of his grip as he is once again in 9th place. Up the front, there are close battles going on. Joshua and Boz and Veo all very, very close together. There's a full crash on out. Joshua really does not like this wood section. That allows Mertz all the way up into, 8th place. That's good. 8th place, that's going to be safe. That'll get you to the round of 128.
Yeah, I mean, Joshua has been backing up every part of that wood section. He found every way to make a mistake. Just showing everyone this is not how you're going to play this match. So
yeah.
And it's good lessons to be learned at this point.
Sure. I think Joshua would maybe prefer not to be the object lesson of that here.
Probably not.
On the mainstream.
Look at that.
Cam, you're so lucky there's no broken servers this year. Well, we're grateful for it as well, as we are getting through our schedule today. This is round 3 of 4 of our qualifiers. We'll be done before you know it, and then it's on to the karaoke.
Oh, yeah. No, we finished karaoke. Oh, no, you said karaoke. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. You're really getting some mileage out of that one, and I don't know where you're finding it.
I don't know. You know, it's part of the American accent. I can't read things properly, so.
Fair enough. We're staying on board with Nerds Jr. for the moment because, honestly, he's been a great cameraman for us in the last few rounds as well, sitting just behind that kind of top 10 group. He's sitting in 11th place at the moment. That'll move up into 10th place if someone goes flying off the track. Again, there's moves to be made. How did Tona survive? I could have sworn he was fully off track in that moment, but he not only survives, he has in fact managed to move up a place or so, just behind Veo at the moment, who's also just behind Sake. New Prime up for a battle at the front between Spammy and the rest of them.
Yeah, we are looking at finally more people contesting New Prime as we see Piranha back up on top. I know Piranha has had like really good rounds and then some pretty tough rounds, but it looks like Piranha's going to be able to close this one out, not let anyone snipe. New Prime has had a few snipes this time as well, but did a really good job holding that one up in the front. So nicely done there.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like when I'm playing Trackmania. Just that little smile, and that's my mind process the whole time.
Yeah. There's the B2 Esports jersey. There's a lot of those guys floating around this weekend, and they are looking dapper in those matching jerseys.
They are. I saw those jerseys earlier, and I was like, I kind of want to get one myself because it looks kind of dope. I'm telling you, man.
Just not even join the team. Just get the jersey.
No, I just want the jersey.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who that represents. Which of these players is feeling I'm going to die as we head into our last map? But I'll tell you, I think it'll be someone as we get ready to go to Blueprint. And this finish line's going to be tough.
I'm not going to lie, I thought you were going for a completely different segue because I heard blue and die and I was about to say, stop it. Stop it. DMCA rules, we have to be careful. But yes, we are going into Blueprint, one of the last map of this wave. And, you know, Feed has a nice world record of 1 minute .266. And I'm pretty sure we may see probably New Prime going for that 0.5 within again.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me.
Hey, Bud, can you tell me exactly what's the world record? No? Okay, fine. But here we go. We're going to be moving on into it. We are finishing up the warm-ups, and I mean, at this point, it's kind of cut clear who we are going to be seeing in our top 16 area. Dr. Tilt sitting right on that edge.
Yeah.
It's currently at, what was that, 394 to 398. So, right there. Just, yeah. This is it. This is the map that's going to happen.
Absolutely. Right. Dr. Tilt, 4 first places in a row. I believe is currently playing out on stage, probably the player that we saw in the B2 jersey.
That is exactly who it was.
Yeah, that tracks. God, Sherlock Holmes is nothing on me. We'll see how Dr. Tilt can do. I mean, it's sitting just outside that top 16. And again, it's not that the top 16 is guaranteed. It's just that is the likely cut-off point. That's where you start to feel like, I've got a good shot of making it in. And it's going to take some very strong late rounds from Dr. Tilt in this match in order to get there.
Yeah, we were just seeing... You know, we've been in the front of the server most of the time. We haven't really seen what's going on back here, and I'm just sawing people flying off left and right, every single corner, and especially the corners. This one is one of the roughest moments. You go from one type of grass to another type of grass, but you're still barely driving around corners, and then just... Again, that corner and I on that plastic part, best friends.
Yeah.
Best friends.
You've met many times in passing and intimately. Dr. Tilt is currently sitting in 17th place. I'll say it, that's not quite good enough. Needs to make some pushes. Going for the safe route. I don't hate it. There's going to be crashes in front. And it ends up being a 15th place. Gain 2 just by playing it safe.
You know what? Sometimes that's the way it is. Again, once that conversation of consistency versus pace, sometimes it's just better to go safe.
Yeah, and I mean, this map in particular, that finish line in particular, we have seen, even among the players who are practiced, the players who live best on this track, that finish line can be lethal.
Yeah, especially because of the fact that it's one of those finish lines where, like, you can pretty much know you can risk or not go for the risk about maybe... I want to say like 10, 15 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
Especially that last outside dirt. If you fall down to gear 3, at that point, don't even try to go for the risky. Unless you want to put on some flying show for us. Do like a Blue Jays kind of flying style, sure, go ahead and go for it.
Blue Jays?
Bozbez, maybe.
Makes sense.
True. Very
to me.
true.
Well, we're still on board with Dr. Tilt, and Mertz Jr. is also back here, who is still looking to secure that place that he was looking for within the top 16. And wheel to wheel with Dr. Tilt at the moment. Both of them would love a big round here, pick up as many points as possible in the dying parts of this final third qualifier wave on the night. Words, they're failing me. In this very moment, I'm just in awe of Dr. Tilt and Mertz Jr., I guess.
Yeah, pretty much at that point. I totally get it. And speaking of Bozbez, I was actually relatively surprised to see Bozbez as far back. I did seem to lose. There he is. He's just up ahead. I'm guessing this is not really Bozbez's map. This was probably the time that you really want to be pushing for that top 8. But Dr. Tilt, again, not going for the risky finish and was able to jump up to 16th place.
I think didn't actually gain or lose places that time,
Yeah.
but may have been overtaken and overtaken other players in order to make that
back and
happen.
forth for the last second there. You know what? Sometimes it's worth it. So you have to do what you got to do, and you know what? If you're not comfortable, don't do it. And that's the call, because you can try to gain that one position by going risky, but the thing is, and if you lose it, you're gonna lose like 5 spots. Or just go safe and walk it in.
Absolutely. Look, I'll be honest. Great, the battle to see who's going to make it into the round of 128 or whatever, I guess. But 2 rounds left. There is 1 point between Spammy and Tona. Far more important.
Definitely far more important.
Oh!
That's like it's gonna matter.
Advantage Tona.
Advantage Tona for sure. Maybe we should hop on board with Tona and see if he can extend his soon-to-be lead against Spammy. But, New Prime, again, in this top 3 fight, loving to see that one. Would love to see maybe even Hand start to push up. I think I just may have cast a cursed Hand up. No, there he is. That was someone else that went flying. But, yeah, no, loving to see finally some new names coming in here and try to battle him for that top 4 position. But it's looking like, again, I think New Prime is going to take first place at this point. But, the separation between Tona and Spammy, I'm slowing down my casting on purpose. I did not want to cast a curse. I was purposely slowing down.
Listen, I gotta tell you, it still counts as a cast a curse if you're actively trying to avoid it, unfortunately randomized. Does hand Tona an extra point. It is 1 more point for moving 1 place up in the field. And Spammy finished a long way down this time around. That 1 point gap as it sat was 1 point to the good, 2 points to the good for Tona heading into that round. It's gonna be more than that.
Yeah, no, definitely sure. So it looks like we're about to finish up into our next round, and I don't know. Okay, do we think who's going to take that second place? Do we think Tona's going to mess up here, or Spammy is...
I'm backing Tona. Spammy's washed.
Oh, man. I mean, I gotta admit, I'm kind of Team Tona as well. I'm loving seeing him. I mean, again, me being a little bit on the newer side of the Trackmania community, I never got to see Tona play. Everyone told me about how Tona plays and how Tona's actually really good at the game. And I'm just in awe and shock being able to enjoy
Wait,
this.
you're telling me it was true this whole time?
No way. And speaking of watched, where did Spammy go?
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Look, I'm joking. Please, no Spammy viewers attack me after I get out of the broadcast booth here. It'll be fine. He is still 3rd overall at the moment in this lobby. He's been having an incredible performance so far, and it's going to be super fun seeing all of these players move on through the bracket tomorrow as well. But right now, Tona is sitting in a 6th place, but that's going to shift around wheel to wheel with Bozbez at the moment. 3 cars are up the field, and there's a finish line to go with Ender Valencia going slow. Going to be forced to go safe. Tona will go through. Veo came from nowhere and took 3rd place. I don't know where that speed came from, but what a snipe by Veo in the midst of all that. Tona ended up 5th, Mimo Jr. came 4th, then Valencia was 6th, and someone was full crashed into a wall.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who that was, but they went so far off to the right side. Unfortunately, I'm on the left side of the screen, so I could not read that one. But, I mean, seeing Veo jump up like that is awesome. That's what I want to see. I want to see more last-second snipes like that. It's so fun to watch that moment. So, now... we pretty much know New Prime, Tona, Spammy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God, it was Pack.
Oh, yeah, there it was.
Incredible stuff. Hey, I'm excited. It's XPEvo. There's a lot of people here, and What a round that was. I mean, the qualifiers continue to impress. I think every single qualifier from the first one that we were casting on the B stream today, it's like, oh my god, there's so many good players here. Surely there is no good players left over for the next qualifying round. And then every single time, they find more of them.
Yeah. Honestly, we forget, like, how many people are here. You know, the stadium is crowded. So sometimes you forget about it. But, you know.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. To tell you more about how fantastic everything is, it is our up-and-coming hosting prodigy. He's doing his best. Please be nice to him. I give you import.
Well, thank you very much, Newlock, for giving it back to me. And awesome cast by you guys. Also an awesome match. Guys, Tona has brought the heat a little bit in the qualifier wave, finishing second over Spammy and just behind New Prime. Honestly, pretty impressive.
I remember saying that it's not his like main or like his best environment because he's kind of known for United and didn't know how to expect. Obviously, he's still a good player, but then we like go out first round, he instantly wins. I'm like, holy shit, he's good, he's trained,
he's doing pretty good.
Really, but that's really cool to see as well.
Yeah. I only really knew him from him being the person who picked Track of the Days, I think, right?
Yes.
So I was extremely surprised by his performance. And yeah, we were just looking at each other like, oh, he's doing well there.
Yeah.
He's fighting for the top 3 in the we were just watching the first round when we walked out here.
I expected him to be good. But
yeah. And then it was like, he's
not that good.
Yeah, he's fighting for the front. Did he really just get first? I was really,
Can I
really
change
surprised.
my top 4 prediction? What I want to see in the final?
We'll have to wait a little bit longer. Also, I want to introduce our guest on the couch. Hi, Maji.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
Hi.
over there. She's joining us for this brief segment before we go to our break. Maji, how have you been enjoying? Did you get here okay? How's everything so far?
I have not slept since yesterday at like 6. But I think I'm doing okay. I'm having a lot of fun. Like, I'm getting a lot of energy from everybody, and it's really enjoyable.
Good. I've seen you've been talking to a lot of people, which you do pretty often. So you like to mingle around and everything.
It's very different to talk to people in person, though, and like on stream, obviously. But people are super, super nice, and I can't get like a couple of steps like
without
like someone new that I want to talk to.
Yeah, I was honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I was worried. I was like, I know so many people are gonna talk to Maji as she tries to get up here. Is she gonna make it in time?
I managed to be like, I am gonna just like tunnel vision forward and not look at anybody, and it worked. So we're here.
Well, we're here. We did it. And honestly, you were even surprised with Tona in the last qualifier. You didn't even know he was playing, and you were just like, what?
I did not know. I do feel like it's a stereotype that people that work in big organizations and like gaming organizations especially don't know anything about the game, basically, can't play and just are told what to do.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to actually see him. He doesn't work for Nadeo anymore, but he did for a long time. And it's super cool to see him show his passion for the game and that he still loves it even after working on it for so long.
Yeah. I remember talking to him before coming up to the event, and he was very excited about coming. And he was even asking me, he's like, if you interview me, please don't ask me about why I left Nadeo.
He will get in trouble.
You know my first question. No, just kidding.
No, when I told him, I was like, well, at the after party, though, guess what?
We'll have a secret interview. Hidden mic for everybody in the vicinity.
Yeah. Well, Tona did really well. New Prime also did really well, finishing first. And honestly, for me personally, no surprise because I know how much training he's done with that. Also, we having Spammy in third. And are you Spammy
Holy
fan?
shit! He's wonderful. Like I really like him as a person. So how can I not cheer for him? But just one person qualifying of everyone
for the World Cup.
Yeah, for the World Cup. It's just insane. It seems like the level of just driving is through the roof, and I have no idea how people are gonna like just go through this.
Do you have any favorites, or do you have like?
I don't choose favorites.
No, not favorite. But
No.
It's not choosing favorites. It's who you think will win it. Like not necessarily.
No comment. I plead the fifth.
Wow.
Okay.
I don't want. I like people too much.
That's fair. Yes.
I have a question for you because I remember at the publishing event of the tracks, we were talking about you not playing last year, and you were considering playing this year. Are we going to see you play this year, or have you already played?
I have not. What is it called? Signed up to? No.
Yes, registered.
I did not register. I will say, I am not a morning person. And I was thinking that there was no way I would be awake early enough. And I would not want to hold you guys up just because I am MIA in bed.
Respect.
Yeah, so I was like, maybe it's the smartest to not.
That's fair. That's fair. Also, you get to enjoy more, get to hang out.
True.
So
I don't need to worry.
and the venue's big, so there's plenty of places to
And
go.
the maps are so difficult.
Yes.
Like, I feel like I'm decent at the game now, but holy shit. When I did the discovery on the maps, they are hard.
Yes.
They are really, really hard.
Yeah, this year the difficulty went up just a little bit.
100%.
Yeah, and we already kind of see that too. A lot of people having mistakes in the qualifiers, mess ups here and there. But I mean, the people who have really trained, you can see that they're pretty consistent almost on these maps. Not too many mistakes from the players in the qualifier waves. But I know you said you don't have any favorites, but could you maybe give me a top 4 that you would like to see?
We all had to do it.
We all had to do it.
Okay. You know when you put me on the spot like that, I can't even think of 4 players. I'm like, wait, who is playing? Like, I know, and I've talked to multiple.
If not, that's okay.
We can maybe turn it around if you.
I know Pac is really trying hard to win.
Okay.
And to qualify, so I do cheer for him.
Okay.
He's really cool.
Really cute.
It would be really fun to see Tona go like to the finals.
It would be cool.
It would
I
be.
agree.
It would be awesome.
So that's 2. There you go.
Yes. Damn, Lars is not playing. I can't use him as a scapegoat.
He's only playing the Pathfinding Cup.
Okay, Lars will pretend play, and I will cheer for him.
Okay. Okay.
In Pathfinding Cup, he will win.
Mm-hmm.
In our hearts. Go spam. Woo.
Woo.
Wait, Gennady hasn't qualified either, has he?
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
Oh shit! Massa has qualified.
Massa has, yes.
Oh.
Or well, not Massa's qualified to the World Cup if that's what you're saying.
Okay, let me just name or continue naming everyone I know.
Well, you gave
so I
us
can
4.
cheer for. Yeah, that was 5.
Yeah, so Massa was 5. So
No, Massa's already qualified.
yes,
Right.
correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So
That's enough. We got it. We got the answer.
Okay.
We got through it, and you did it. Congratulations. So final thing, after party. You're looking forward to it? We have 2 after parties this weekend, so
of course,
yes,
I will be at as much as I can.
Yes.
Use all of my social batteries. I brought a power bank, so that should help me a little bit.
Good.
In form of, am I allowed to say drugs as a joke? I was like, wait.
Recreational candy, food,
legal substances.
Yes,
They will help a little bit. I
yes.
think.
Also, on that note, do you sing karaoke? Is karaoke your thing at all?
That was the question.
I've been invited, and I don't think I have a choice.
Oh, okay.
I sing a lot on stream. It's very different to sing in front of people.
Yes.
I haven't done it in a long time.
I have to. I
am legit getting kind of like nervous and shaky right now thinking about it. But I will try my best.
Can I get a scoop on like what song we can expect?
Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Or
it's a safe one. It's a good one.
I mean,
we need to go for the original because I don't have people in my room right now.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That version doesn't work.
I mean, if it helps, you don't have to sing alone.
That's fair. True.
That is not.
We can boom in like. We do boom, boom, boom. We can have each.
No.
one
No.
boom.
No. That was a suggestion, not an offer.
But it's 4 booms. We can do boom, 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 and everybody. I want you in my
I feel like we're not getting out
of
this.
Could work.
You know what? I think we'll see it at tonight, but we have to go. We gotta go on break. we'll
I can
figure out the
yap
accompaniment
more.
later. We'll figure it out later. We gotta go on break.
I am not done. Let's talk.
Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored, loves the blood and gore, always wanting more, feeding from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness, torn apart quick. You left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. Adrenaline pressure, it's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
break me. Feel it in my bones. I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking. So get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody, to Qualifier Wave for the beautiful XPEvo trophy shot that we are getting right now. And I have a special guest with me. It's Manchi again. How did you stay here?
I was forced. They locked me down because I was so fun last time.
That sounded very different a couple of seconds ago.
Yes, no, not telling the whole truth,
They
Manchi.
definitely didn't tell me to leave.
No, hey, you were having fun. We were having fun. We were enjoying it, and now we.
I hope you guys were having fun too.
Yes, as well. Of course, there are plenty of people in chat commenting about how they're feeling right now. I'm sure, but
it's.
yeah. Do we have
I
chat?
forgot there's a chat.
Yeah. You're on stream. Hi.
Can we do some chat in there?
Hi. It's very weird not reading it, I guess.
Now you don't know what they're saying.
Can we have like a live TTS or something?
They have it on B Stream actually. So when they're talking on B Stream outside, they have the chat that they can see and read and react to and everything. It's actually so much more fun over there. I'm not gonna lie.
That sounds fun.
So you should check it out tomorrow because they'll be all day
Okay.
tomorrow, and then like hop in.
I'll be there then.
I'm sure they'll let you hop in, and then you can chat while the match is going on. Because I'm way more chill than what we're
I am
so
great at commentary.
We're so professional here, yeah.
Margie, now you have like the full Mario's live streaming experience, not reading the chat.
Oh yeah, true.
Wait, he doesn't have chat on?
He does, but he never reads it. Like you
Oh.
can write in his chat, and it takes like 10 minutes until he reads it sometimes. That's
Oh my
like the
God.
running gag with him.
I would freak out not knowing
I have
what was
no
happening.
idea how he does it as well. Because he has it open, obviously, right? You want to look at it.
Full focused.
Full focus,
I
yeah.
mean, locked in.
Yeah.
Damn, that's impressive.
Well, we have a couple issues with the PCs downstairs. Go figure. It's usually related to players how they like their settings with the monitors and the PC graphic settings and the game graphic settings. So I've been told about a couple minutes, like no more, hopefully no more than 5. But that being said, I have no. Do we know who is in the next? Well, Simifying is in the next wave. He's on
Yes.
stage. Yes.
So I have live input.
Yes.
From the stage, and he is struggling with his controller, and has a different setup.
Oh.
So, if he wins, it's extra impressive.
Okay. But he has been training though. I see he's been training, and he's really fast.
He's been, oh my god.
Yeah.
He started the same time as me, and whenever I see him play, I feel so incompetent.
Yeah.
He's so good.
I think he does that
Oh
to
my
a lot of people.
Am I wrong in saying that he's kind of blown up in the Twitch community as of more recent? Because personally,
bit, yeah.
Yeah, a little
Yeah.
bit. Okay, because I feel like I only noticed him now until like the last couple months, where now everybody recognizes Samifying and like been talking about him, but I was like,
So he was first like a geometric dash
Okay. Oh,
player,
okay,
I think,
gotcha.
and then he came to Trackmania like 3 years ago.
Gotcha.
Been mainly hunting like campaigns. Been really good at it.
Okay,
Won the
gotcha.
last campaign. Very impressive. But I think Deep Dip, especially with him like going full into it and finishing as well, really like got people to notice him.
Gotcha.
Deservedly so. He's great.
That would make sense because I stopped paying attention to Deep Dip after like the first 2 finishes. So.
Yeah, that's classic. But you were talking about him practicing a lot, and
Yes.
if I remember correctly, he got coached by Bren. Is that correct? I saw something about it on the Discord at least at some point. Maybe I'm fully misremembering and making a fool out of
yes,
myself.
he was getting, because you know why? I got a DM or I saw somewhere a message that Brem was asking for part maps for Samify.
Exactly. That was the message I saw as well. That was the message I saw as well.
I did not know this. That is so cool.
So Bren was getting part maps together for Samifying and helping him train for the event. So yes, there is training involved, and
That is
even
nice.
a little coaching from Mr. Bren all the way in Australia.
I think definitely he can be one of the like players that can really, really surprise everyone because his improvement has been insane. So,
We also have.
oh my god, can I add a 6 to the earlier statement of who I'm cheering for?
Yes, go ahead. Samifying?
of course.
Yes.
Imagine me saying a random other person.
Also on the stage, we're going to have Mime. We're going to have Ratchet as well.
Yeah, Ratchet actually
Ooh.
came back for this event, and
Yes.
we are supposed to expect a lot of him, so we will see how.
I
he's
don't.
doing.
Okay,
But-
so I don't know. I feel like
I mean, you know more
it's
probably.
Insider
Oh.
about Ratchet. The training, he's been training, but the amount of like enthusiasm I think he has going into this tournament, maybe not as high as previous tournament. Ratchet is still a very good player. A lot could still happen. And my concern for Ratchet more than anything is his consistency, especially when he gets to finalist mode. Letster, if he were here, same exact issue. If you were watching Playzone at all for the Czech clan, Letster would get finalist mode, and then it was just complete crash after crash after crash after crash. And when I've seen Ratchet's, the matchmaking and the better matchmaking, finalist mode and issues. So now it could just be he's trolling around, which Ratchet, he's a very funny guy. He may not seem like it from the outside, but he is a troll. He's a joker the entire time. So I'm curious to see how it is going to be with the competition and
Ooh.
everything. But I mean, qualifying, he should breeze through just.
Maybe if he has put less pressure on himself for this tournament, he might also perform better.
True.
Especially if often in like finals, that's where it falls through.
Correct.
So we might see him positively surprise everyone.
You were talking about him struggling when he got finalist. It was actually probably my favorite match last year when it was Granadi, Spammy, Ratchet, and Scrappy, I think, on stage. And Ratchet got finalist with like 15 points advantage maybe. And at the end we had a triple or even quadruple finalist situation, and he was one of the players who didn't make it through, even though he got finalist first. I mean, finalist curse is something of a thing that is known.
So difficult.
That was so intense.
You're kind of forced to like risk it, because in like normal match play, if you get first or second, obviously you want to get first because the point system just rewards it so much more. But you don't really want to risk making a potential crash and getting fourth. So you rather take like a second place sometimes instead of fully crashing. But the finalist mode, you only have one chance. You just have to risk it. And then you maybe also start doing some stupid mistakes here and there, and all of a sudden it just goes downhill and you just can't really refocus anymore.
And not only that, but when somebody gets finalist mode, the other players are like, okay, boys, let's get in there.
It's not just the one player pushing, it's like everybody going risky.
Yep. Everybody's like, oh, it's crunch time. Let's go. And I mean, I think we saw that last weekend at playoffs with like Pac, for example. Unfortunately, he did not get the World Cup qualifier seed, but in his rounds last weekend, he was like sitting kind of in third and second, sometimes even fourth at the earlier rounds of his matches. And then somebody would get very close and at finalist, and then all of a sudden Pac just starts winning one after the other, catching up, and then overtaking to qualify, continue. Unfortunately, that strat didn't work for him in the final match because he was actually first the entire time.
that was the mistake, maybe. That was the mistake.
He does seem like a person that performs really well under pressure.
Yes.
Probably because he's done this like for quite a long time now.
Right.
So like that's probably what we're seeing. Like newer play. Okay, I don't know if Ratchet is that new.
No.
But
No.
like I feel like Pac has a very long experience in like very intense competitions.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, that would have been an excellent point for Sammy, actually, because I saw him when he got into the final of Div 1 Cup of the Day once, and there he was shaking as well. He held his hand and it was like shaking like this. Probably not good that I did it, but but yeah, like could be a thing, maybe not in the qualifier, but later in rounds as well for
Not
him.
now, but
missing the type of experience that someone like a Pac has in like these clutch situations.
Speaking of somebody who has experience also on the stage is Mime, somebody who was just right outside of getting the World Cup qualifier spot last weekend as well. Another player who is forced to try to fight back and get that final spot. His teammate Paco getting it, but now Mime wanting to also get it as well.
There's so many good players.
I can't imagine as a teammate, because there are still some orgs left in Trackmania, despite not having 2v2 still as a format. Maybe we go back to that next year, and just saying, Adele.
I personally hope so.
But there are still some orgs that still have players like Wild, Big, ITB, and a couple others. But I mean, I can't imagine what it's like to see one of your teammates succeed. Even for Masa and Granadi, for example, having one go in and the other just kind of sitting on the outside, and now they're in this high stress situation where it's like,
especially with Paco being somewhat of a newcomer as well. Like Mime has been very established in ITB for at least the last year when it was.
Paco joined a couple of months ago.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
ITB. Very fresh.
So it might hurt him a little bit.
I'll be honest, I don't think there's anything between them there. I think they are just like both Mime and both Granadi are just happy for the other one, while also obviously sad about themselves. Or like,
it is really cool to see Paco go so far.
Yeah. I don't like the way I expect Mime to think about it. I think Mime is just 100% behind Paco. Like I don't think he's thinking about it would have been nicer if I would have gone through or something like that. I don't think he thinks like that.
I don't know if you've seen, like, when Mime plays, he's just, like, so calm and so collected.
He's always
so
calm.
Impressive.
Sometimes, he was at Playzone when he won Playzone, and the entire time he's driving, I mean, when he was training, he was very focused, but when he was driving during the matches, he had the slightest grin on his face, and so you just see Happy Man driving.
Well,
His happy place.
technically, he's a keyboard player, so
yes.
we need to get that right.
True. But
Need
yeah,
some appreciation for fellow
slight
keyboard
grin
players.
while he's playing and winning grand final. Everybody else is panicking. It was great. It was great to watch. But
I love it.
yeah, we're still waiting a little bit on our wave here. There is a player, apparently a PC just straight up crashed, and they're trying to reset that entire PC. So we are still waiting on that. But as you can see, some of the camera shots going on. We got Ratchet there with the glasses on. He is warming up. I am not aware of the gentleman beside him, so I apologize for that. Also, ooh, Shorty Gray is on the stage.
I forgot. Yeah, I'm playing as well, guys.
Yes, the German Shorty's not playing. Shorty Gray from Slovakia, she is playing on stage right now.
Oh
yes.
my god, I haven't said hey to her yet.
She came up after I mentioned it because I was like, Shorty's here, and so she came up and said hi. But yeah, she's on stage right now.
She's so good.
Out.
Oh
no.
She's like, Kakin hates me.
I am extremely excited for her, to see what she can do. She's obviously part of EQNX.
Yes.
Mentioned goes out there.
Team.
And this is my team, so this is the team that I normally cast for, so I'm extremely excited to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, she's nervous, but I told her, I was like, you got this. You got this.
It might be a little stereotypical, but there's not a lot of women in the gaming space usually, so obviously I'm cheering for her.
Yes.
For her.
So
and she's
number
also
7.
super nice.
So number 7 for the final?
Yes.
Yes.
We need a list. It will
list.
keep growing.
Are you speaking
Because
about?
I do cheer for mime too. So 8?
8? Okay.
How high can we go?
I mean,
What do you
It's the opposite of limbo.
What do you think of like OTAC?
I think she said OTAC. OTAC was her number 2 when she was talking about it.
I'm pretty sure she didn't.
I did
because
not
we
mention
all picked-
OTAC.
Oh,
but
you
OTAC
didn't. Oh, that was you. That was right.
There's so many.
It's difficult, isn't
You
it?
made it worse.
I'm sorry, I made it worse.
But OTAC
Hi,
is,
Samifying. Hi, Samifying.
you know.
Oh, Eddie said hi back. Oh, he has the I'm gonna die shirt.
yeah, he was the one with the I'm gonna die shirt. So yeah,
Nice.
Yeah.
No, but
great trip by the players.
OTAC is just an insanely good player. I don't know what else to say. Like but there's so many insanely good players.
There's also Gwen. There's Feed.
Gwen
there's
is one
Beans.
that none of us mentioned
Yeah,
as
we
one of the top
didn't
4.
even
Yeah,
talk about
true.
him.
I feel like Gwen is a person that just like self-explanatory in the top. Like he's been doing so well in like generally Trackmania lately that it's just he's just there. He's gonna be at the top and do it insanely well, and yeah, that's it. We're gonna see some
Well said.
amazing performance, I think.
Well said. I just got notification that we are almost ready.
Oh.
The PC issue has been fixed. Players loading into the game. Couple more
Yay.
minutes. Yes, sir.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Do we know if the PC that crashed was Gwen's PC?
Oh no.
Dun dun dun. We don't know that.
Hopefully
It is
not.
an interesting theory.
I will say having so many computers up and running, working
At the same time.
at the same time, it's an insane feat.
Yeah, I mean, Xperion as a LAN, we can talk about them really quickly. I mean, kind of one of a kind type of experience you don't really see often. How many LANs can you go to and see 100 like some odd PCs sprawled out everywhere working and also not only that,
completely cutting
not
power.
having to pay for it, which is insane. As an American here, insane concept to me that you
You're
will allow.
American?
What is going? Yes, I am American. Hi, how are you? Yes, I'm American. Hi.
Yeah, it happens.
So yeah, normally
I was sure you were just German with a good accent.
Fair enough. And then the Germans, I had Susan. You know Susan, right? Susan Brendan, I think.
Yes.
Yes. She was telling me.
She gave me an octopusy like little coaster.
Yeah,
It's very
Yeah,
cute.
we can. I mean,
I
if
have
you're
mine
talking-
somewhere as well, but I'm not sure
No, I
which.
don't have
We can
it.
show the octopusy.
No, I can't. Fuck.
I don't know which one.
Oh no.
I have it in my bag.
Either way,
but I don't know if we have time.
Quick
for this.
story about her. She.
Ah no.
I was sitting
Don't
in front
have
of the.
Wait, is she American too?
Perfect. You.
She was making fun of my German while I was on the B stream earlier today.
Oh.
She said, "Yeah,
Wait, can you speak?
Can we like get some zoom on
can I
this?
speak German?
We get a zoom on this?
Ja, ich kann ein bisschen
Wrong
Deutsch reden.
camera.
There's no
Doesn't
wonder
look
I
like
thought
it's
you
going
were
to happen.
German.
Ja, ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch
Yeah?
reden. Ja.
Here?
Ah.
Yeah,
No,
this
no
is what
Deutsch.
she gave all of us.
Ah.
Or many of us
Oh,
who
but
saw her.
yeah, there's another one that is says octopus. Yeah. Did you not get the coaster?
This was the only thing I got.
I got it.
All
Wait,
right.
wait. Do we have time?
We do not have time, unfortunately. I have to move into the castle.
You will just have to imagine a little coaster,
Or maybe
with a cat head and then tentacles, and it says Octopussy.
maybe you can show it on the B stream tomorrow if you make an appearance there. Hop in and.
I will definitely remember.
All right. So let's go ahead.
Wait, we see something there. I'm not sure if that is what we are searching for.
Wait,
Are you?
wait.
Can we can we get a zoom on this one? Oh, this is bad with the lighting right
I
now.
don't
Yeah,
think
yeah, this
you
is
can
good. This
see
is
that.
good. Wait.
It's about as good as it's
Maybe,
gonna get,
maybe.
folks.
Oh, that's a
All
little.
right.
I feel
we
like we
really
need
have to go to the match, guys. We really got to go to the match, ladies and gentlemen.
We could
so let's
talk
go ahead.
forever.
Oh, there we go. All right,
There we
got
go.
the
That's
shot.
Next time
cute.
we have a podcast.
All right.
Thank you, Susan.
New Lake,
Hey.
not New Lake, sorry. Turbo and Mr. Doogie. Do you want one of those coasters too? I'm sure they're giving them out somewhere.
We can be all
Dude,
off.
that was an amazing podcast. Thank you very, very much, Margie, also to the other remaining crew. Margie, I think you would do a great job on the B stream, but of course, I'm Lucas Turbo. I joined in by Doogie. First time we're casting together, and I'm hyped to cast the fourth and final wave together with you.
I'm so hyped. I had a little bit of low energy before going into this. But listen to this cast beforehand and like energizing with a bit of fun. I'm so ready for this this last qualifying round.
Yeah, at this point, we were asking ourselves, Margie, who are you not cheering for?
Exactly. There has to be the entire lobby right now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you know what? Then it's easy to be in a good mood. Everyone is doing well. You
Yeah.
definitely cheer for someone who's going to do well. So that's nice.
But I think this is a very stacked match. I mean, you already got us through that one, but I mean, Ratchet, of course, is a name that rings a bell to you. He's a very experienced player, comes from a tech background, and I think he's there to do some damage because I've not seen too much from him other than playing Cup of the Day. But here we go. We go on to the first round here, and let's see who takes the first position. The format as follows. We play 5 maps, 4 rounds on them, then you collect points, and you have one small one beforehand. And let's take a look what Intax does in his first round.
He's doing quite well. We see, and we've heard a lot of people say that consistency is really important here. You only have 4 rounds on each map to gather as many points as possible. So any crash is very judgmental towards your points total.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Ike Wolf, a name we didn't really talk about too much in the beginning, has a lot of pace, has been doing really good in a couple of days. So not surprising to see him leading the first round here.
But also a Jadon. I mean, we talked about him before, and maybe the secret favorite to win this seeding wave here, as Intax is still on 3rd position. But I think, like, it's a very stacked match. I mean, all 8 waves that are happening at this evening are just super stacked. I mean, the other ones you can find on the B stream. It's a bit more of a laid-back cast. We already did it there, and tried to give you guys a fun and cozy perception of the game. It was a lot of fun, and Intax wins the first round.
He does.
So setting a statement, very good to see that. And I think another player that we can focus on in the next round might be Semifying, because this is his first Trackmania LAN.
First Trackmania LAN, and we talked about how he's been improving. Kaz talked quickly about who he's been training with. It's definitely showing.
Yeah.
Someone I'd like to pay attention to is Mime. I was looking at the runs here, and I didn't see him in the top 8 at all, but finished 5th in this one, so he must have had a strong end, managing to risk that finish. A finish that is not easy, I'll tell you.
Yeah, so let's go through the score here a bit. Semifying only got 18th position, and I mean, his stream really popped off. Let's say it like that. He has had quite the year also with winning the campaign, finishing Deep Dip as well, and it shows that determination can be really a key of succeeding in Trackmania and also in streaming. So just a very good environment that you find yourselves in there if you watch his stream. And right now he gets a great start. 12th position right now is the Austrian on, just 0.4 behind Ike Wolf, who is leading the round again. So good to see that. And Semifying has to readjust here a little bit, doesn't get the best line there and drop the gear. So 14th position for him right now, but not looking too bad. I mean, as you said, consistency does matter a lot.
And finding consistency on this map is so hard. It's technical, you need to focus on your gears. Even dropping a gear is like very judgmental. That drift after the hole around the 2 pillars is gonna kill some people in this round.
In game
obviously. A stack that I see right now, B2 up front, you have Flango and Shoffy. Those people are by far part of the biggest population here, like 20 people. So it's really nice seeing these two also representing in the leaderboards and not just in the arena.
Yeah, it's very cool to see, and I think the game lives from that. You know, having those clans, as we called them back then in Trackmania Nations, and they just play together, play a lot of events, community-made events, fun events, but also then compete and attend and LAN events and try to meet themselves there. And I mean, semi-fine with a great ending, jumped up to the top 10, so good to see that. Let's see who's next on the chopping block, as we might go with Flanco here, because we have not seen him thus far. Another B2 player, I think that's very fitting that we're gonna spectate him in this one. A semi-fine clips there a little bit, a lot of mistakes have happened here, very tight corners that you have to clear at the start, and also this slide I find particularly tricky because you have to aim and just go through the triangle afterwards. So the map looks easy, but it's deceiving, I tell you that much.
And especially with, sorry to overtake, especially with triangles like that in a map, it's so important that you don't drift too much, because then you're gonna hit, like, you have to adjust your line and you're not gonna fit exactly through the triangle, and if you don't drift enough, you're gonna not make the triangle. So hitting that exact drift before that is so important.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it just guides you. It gives you a set line that you have to opt for, else you have to readjust quite a lot. And you want to just hold steering all the way through. As Flanco gets a really good run here, as you can see, on 7th position right now, batting out with Astronaut, semifying. Had a wonky start, but still is in there and is on that 5th position right now. Good ending from Flanco, a lot of speed accumulated. And he doesn't get the top 5, clips here slightly. And only 8th place for him. But I mean, Doogie, you are very familiar with the map editor, and I think it's also very good that you give us the insights. I mean, you built a map for the endurance race, you had your own cup, you have your fingers in there in quite a lot of maps, let's say like that.
I'll try to pay attention to what I can. Honestly, I don't have anything to say about this map pack. A lot of the maps, they have unique sections that really define them. No identities, but definable maps that you're like, you know what? Overall, as a map pack, this is beautiful, and I think we're going to really see where this is going to take us in the event, and we're going to have some absolutely close rounds.
I just have to do that joke. All of the maps have a blueprint.
Yeah, okay, and as we are on blueprint here by Rocket.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's go with Matt in this round, as he's on 10th position right now. Good start for him, but also Ratchet and Mime. I mean, we did not follow them for like too long, and I mean, or too much in this match. Thus far as Matt gets a little bit of a bump here, but still knocking too bad. I thought for a second that Mime made a mistake, but he just jumped there for a little bit. But of course, with so many players, it can get a bit hectic to just see and comprehend what players are aiming for and if they make a mistake or not.
It's crazy. And you see in the top right now, you have Mime and Ratchet. Two people that we are paying attention to. Ratchet again with a beautiful drift in here, just before the end. This end has not killed the top players yet, so it's beautiful to see that Ratchet will get a nice round. Let's see what the time will be. A 1:08. It is 0.5, 0.6 slower than world record, so there's definitely still pace in these qualifying rounds. No one is sleeping.
Yeah, no one is sleeping, not yet. I mean, it's getting quite late, let's say like this, but of course it's the first day, you know, every player was able to play, and we also, after this match, we get the top 128 who will go through into day number 2. And you might wonder, how is that being determined? You have, so all players in those 8 matches collect points, and the total, or the top points, the top 128 points go through. So it could be that you had a hard match, and you still go through with top 18 in that match.
Getting top 18, like, you can get through, but then your next qualifying, like the top 128, you have to really perform. Like, there's some great players waiting for you in those brackets of 4.
Yeah, that's for sure. As the second map here is Carotte, or Carrot, I think that figures, right? And here you see the overview as well. And yeah, I think for the first map we did not have that because, yeah, the couch was yapping a bit too much.
Yes, but that's all good. That's part of it, you know. That's part of the fun events.
Yeah, I mean the vibe is there, and I love that. You know, it's more, you know, players come here. Yeah, you know what? I did not practice too much, but I'm here for the fun. And then there's some players, and maybe also players who then just take it a bit more casual, who really up their game on Saturday and maybe even reach Sunday.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of these players I'm looking at, you have your standout names as Ratchet, Mime, but there's a lot of people in the lobby that I think we need to pay attention to too. I've seen Sarah Stocker in here as well.
Yeah, true.
Not doing too bad, somewhere in the top 16, and a guy that I pay attention to myself in 7th is Symptom, a guy that he can do well on mixed, but he has a nice background. But recently he's really started to improve.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Symptom, known for his icy campaigns that he has built, and he definitely branched out into more of a multi-style environment. And I think used to be or still is a streamer, so you were able to follow that journey as well. As we have another player, for me, an OG in the Trackmania community, Astronaut from the Netherlands. He used to be an RPG player in Trackmania Nations and then also in Trackmania 2, I think mainly Trackmania 2. And good to see him here again. He was there last year as well, if I recall it correctly.
Yeah, let's see if he can improve his placement from last year. It is looking quite good in the first round here, finding himself in the 10th position, 11th right now. It's hard to see, it looks like Klaus was lagging out, but into the plastic section here, you want to go super tight to this pole so you get as much exit speed as possible into this outside third turn. And something that Neil F1 told me was that you do not, astronaut line here, not good. You don't want to go that inside and then hit the blue. It's setting you up for a no slide. So you want to go a bit wider, but he's still alive, a bit behind the top spots, finding himself in 10th position. Let's see if he can overtake someone at the end, having more speed than Samifying, and manages to secure himself an 8th place in this round.
Yeah, Astronaut did not hit the cruise control block there that you can just slightly overjump with a, it's a bit of an unconventional line in this way. So here we go. Good performance from Astronaut in this round. And also another player that just popped up there is Jojo Making, also a streamer from Canada. I met him for the first time today, but you can just see how many international players just came here from all over the globe. It is very cool to see that, and
it's so beautiful.
Let's go
all around the world.
Let's go with Jojo Making here for this round and see what he can deliver, as he currently sits outside of the top 60.
Yes, I think a player like Jojo Making, coming all the way from Canada, he would want to try to qualify. I think his goal is to qualify, and I'm curious to follow his journey through these qualifying rounds to see if he can achieve that.
Yeah, it would be great to see that if he can at least make it to the top 128. Yeah. But right now this round looks a bit more conservative, let's say, like that 22nd position, 2 seconds behind Ratchet. So does not play a role, but a lot of players are dropping here, making mistakes. XPEvo also playing here from Finland, and he is on P number 19 at the moment, just ahead. Sarah also there. She was, I think, in the top 16 just a couple of rounds ago. And Jojo, good slide, but I see what you mean with a no slide actually. Else you have to go for a Neo. Yeah. I mean, and you lose a bit of time with that, but Jojo with a great line there across that, overtaking a lot of people. Maybe he could even get into the top 14 or something like that. Hits the cruise control, but will still stay ahead of Zara. 15th position for Yo-Yo, and then Zara is on 16th. Mime winning the round, so maybe we can take a look onto Mime in the next round.
Yeah, definitely. Mime driving a 59.5 this time, and he drove a 59.59 after the round before. He is quite consistent. He's just half a second behind that world record, but if you keep this pace in qualifying, I don't see how he's not going to catch up to Ratchet and Jadon.
Yeah, I agree.
But he just did. To Ratchet at least. Yeah, but Jadon isn't first right now. A guy that I have been following quite closely over the past 6 months. He's been playing a lot of mixed ice events, trying to improve that. But what stood out to me during those events was how consistent he was on mixed. He is so good on these mixed maps. And I could see someone like this, like someone like Jadon could make it really far. And a name that not a lot of people know, but he's such a great driver for Shift.
And could definitely harass the one or another opponent, could upset, send someone to the lower bracket, and then be a real threat into one of those matches. If he eventually drops down, maybe he even gets farther to the quarter, semi-final, something like that. But I mean, consistency is key. Of course, it's slightly different than playing rounds versus cup mode in this way. But it is Mime with a mistake and slowing down a lot there, dropping all the way down to 10th, but gives us a very good overview over the playing field. Symptom overtaking, Lubias in there as well. And then we have Astronaut with a very good run actually by the looks of it. He's on 2nd place behind Richie. We also have not really talked about thus far, but we can do that in the next round as Mime approaches the last part, overjumps the cruise control, overtakes plenty of players, good low jump, and it's a top 10 ending for Mime. 1 second behind Richie with a 59.602, which is the winning time.
That's beautiful. I think someone like Mime, a small mistake there, but he's still safely in that top 3, top 4 where you want to be. Richie and someone like Intex we saw in the first round do really well. Haven't really seen his name up there, but still managed to find himself in top 4 right now.
Yeah, good job. And I mean, consistency is just key also with that point repartition.
where it just goes down in one columns instead of having this MotoGP point system where it's 25-20, where the first, second and third position is really advantageous. That is not the case here. If you get consistent into the top 5, you of course get points, but you don't get more points than the person who is like just, it's a linear point distribution in that way. But Richie, we have not really talked too much about him. He was very active during the Trackmania World Tour.
Yeah, and we saw him be a real threat during the Trackmania World Tour as well. Some really, really aggressive positions and some very, very aggressive rounds as well, where he dares to push. Yeah. And I think it's important for a player like Richie, who has the talent, he has the pace. If he dares to push, he can make it very far.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I don't know how much practice he put into those, because it can happen very quickly that you burn out from practicing maps. Definitely. And you have to force yourself to go there. But of course, it's a different occasion here, because also you do practice, but you meet so many people along the way that, you know, if you maybe had a disappointing performance, it will not matter at the end of the day, because you're having some drinks with your friends.
You're having some drinks with your friend, you're having fun. I know a few people that came here Friday, like, you know what, I'm just going to sit down, I'm going to practice. That did not happen.
True that. I mean, I really get that. You know, you try to get to a PC and then all of a sudden there's 4 or 5 people standing there that you want to talk to.
Exactly.
All right, second map done, and we go to map number 3. So I look forward to that. 40% of the match done, and let's see what it is. It is
Domino. The longest map of the map pack. The one with the most, you can almost say there's most chance of upset. It's the longest one. There is a very risky end where you can jump insanely low and get, like, save 1 point, like 0.1 or 0.2, and that matters in rounds like this.
Yeah, definitely. It matters because there's so many players that you play against, and if you get overspeed in the end, it definitely matters. Also the ice section there. You know, if you get the drift beforehand well and you jump nicely into it, you use your just slingshot out, and the wood part after that will be very hard to navigate through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ice? There's no ice in this map.
The bobsleigh, no?
Oh, okay, bobsleigh. Sorry, yes, there's...
Yeah, ice bobsleigh.
Okay, yeah, good. As long as you're on the same page.
It's ice surface.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. I mean, you theoretically could do an ice slide there.
That is true. And if any of the players does that, it's a doner.
It's a doner.
Let's see here. Into the warm-up, everyone gets the drift before the bobsleigh quite well. The wood is so reactive. Playing on wood and this speed, having to set up that dirt turn into the very tight line here it's a challenge for people, but I think a lot of people are able to do it as well, and especially in this round. Let's see first map here first round on Domino by Hiko and Centran, a map by the mapping team Horizon.
Yeah. And I mean, also wood is a very, very reactive surface. It's odd to play because it feels like your controls are clunky, but then your car all of a sudden just, boom, reacts and you're into a pole or outside of the track. Exactly. It's very hard, so you have to thread the needle there, indeed. As we follow Sarah in this round, so let's see how she does. 22nd position in this round, but only 0.9 behind. Very important to accumulate as much speed as possible here. Sarah does it very good. And also Intax not with the best start in this round.
No. Honestly, seeing this round here, a lot of people are driving it really well. It seems like it's closer than some of the other qualifying waves. Maybe we actually have we might have some really good players in this lobby.
Yeah, I do think so as well. Maybe the gap or the skill gap in the midfield evened out a bit more.
Yes. It is nice to see so many people tied together, and there was the first mistake on the wood. If you don't get that perfectly, you are going to just fly out of the map.
And you lose so much speed if you crash there. I mean, either you have to respawn or you have to keep on going with hardly any speed. You're above 300 kilometers per hour there, so it is very, very, it's detrimental to crash there.
With that amount of speed going into the dirt afterwards, you need everything you can get. And here we talk about this. Oh, Ratchet is actually taking the save. He might not have felt like he had the speed for it. That's interesting.
Yeah. All right, so let's go into the next round. We might have a pause, but that's for another thing. But you've seen Sauergucke joining in and leaving the match by the looks of it. So we might have a small pause here before we're going to go into the next round. But of course, more to know if the round starts or not. Obviously, we don't know.
Let's see. How's it looking? Mime on top right now, not as expected. I don't know, not on top. Almost.
Yeah, almost.
It's very
almost.
close. Yeah, Jadon, Eichwolf, Mime, Intex. Richie actually outside of the top 4 right now. I think he is a person that's looking to get that top 4. And as we've talked about before, both Richie and Ratchet, top 4 is really good for seeding.
Yeah, I mean, I expected Ratchet to be a bit higher seeded, but I mean, all matters in those 10, 15 rounds that you play, and then maybe some rounds click, some do not. Maybe you need to find your rhythm it's getting quite late. I mean, we've been here for quite a long time, and also socializing is also not. It's exhausting,
yes,
you know,
it's very exhausting,
and it can affect your performance. That's for sure.
And just as we talk about this, Semifying is having a beautiful start here, being top 1 at the first half of the map, finding himself top 5 right now. Ratchet and Mime trying to push the bob turn here. Semifying just behind with Jadon, Ike Wolf, and Intax, finding himself in 6th position. Let's see and follow here if he can keep all the gears in third. It's a fine line. He's
interesting line, yeah.
He's gonna keep the gear here and have more speed than Nismo and Richie going into the grass section. Let's see, Intax want to find some more points. He's finding himself in the top 4 position. If you can push for a few more rounds and get those top points, you're going to look very good for the top 4.
Yeah, and here we go. Intax finishes on 3rd position. Great ending from him, but also Semifying with an interesting line there, I have to say. I was like, okay, did he forget to steer? Maybe he was just hesitant on that turn, but he set himself up so wide.
Yes.
And it made sense because he had more speed eventually. So good to see that as Mime wins another round.
Exactly. I think a lot of players, a bit less experienced, is going to set up wide, because that wide setup is going to ensure that you don't lose the gear. A lot of the more experienced players, they're just going to go inside and follow the line, keep the gear. These bit less experienced players, I think it's actually valuable for them to set up a bit wider, ensuring that you keep the gear and speed throughout the entire dirt section.
It's crazy that we speak about a campaign and Deep Dip 2 finisher and campaign winner, that he's inexperienced, but of course we speak about competitive maps. They are completely different in that way. Gears are sometimes very hard to hold, and if you don't make the turn like almost perfectly, you're gonna bump, you lose a gear, you go into a wall. A lot of things can happen, especially on dirt.
Yep.
Especially there.
You can really push some of the dirt turns here, and that's what I love about the dirt surface. You can go so tight to the walls without feeling like that it's scary. It's a beautiful surface in the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, compared to other games, it feels a bit more blocky, but with the new blocks that have been implemented, you have those curbs
at the smooth it out. It's beautiful.
At the edge of the block. That is for sure. Currently following Jürgen here as he navigates through the map nicely, doesn't make a mistake, but didn't get the best entry by the first look, but I mean, he survives and also sets up a bit wider.
Sets up wide, keeps the gear. Look, Oting, no mind, he's not Oting anyone, he hit the wall, but you know what? The attempt was there and he did the correct things. Just have to actually hit it next time.
Yeah, next time. Next round it is here as Jürgen gets overtaken by the insane. It's just so, like, I see, this guy is also here? Like,
yeah, in so many players.
You cannot comprehend how many people are here. You cannot talk to everybody, and that's the good and bad thing at the same time. It's a double-edged sword, but just shows that this is the biggest LAN of Trackmania.
Ever.
Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. That's correct.
And just like we were talking about Ratchet before, being in top 6, he finds himself getting a first position, getting a few more points.
All right, and let's see what goes on here, because it looks like we will continue and there will be no break. So
no break at all.
There's one more round being played here as look how close it is for the top 3 right now, and of course the first seed is very, very much advantageous. Second seed is also right, but with the third seed, how many matches are there? 128? No. There's a lot of matches tomorrow, let's say like this.
Yes.
32 matches, so you kind of want to be in the
top 4.
But like when we talk about matches, top 4 of matches, yeah, then you open your match.
Exactly.
But of course, the match will be easier if you're first position, because then you tend to play against lower seeds.
We say, in an event like this, you talk about, it's advantageous to get the first position. Do you know who's in second seed? Elcon.
Yeah.
Like, you'll never have an easy bracket. You just gotta log in and focus. And these guys are really proving that you can log in and focus even in just a qualifying event. Following these rounds, Ratchet again on a beautiful run, followed up by Jadon and Mime. Richie pushing, he needs this to get the top spots.
Yeah, let's see if he makes it. But also one other thing, some people kind of underestimate how important the seeding really is. Yes. I mean, you can mess up the seeding, then you can create a lot of hard matches coming up. But if the seeding goes according to plan and you maybe are like let's say 20, 30 positions above your skill level and you maybe overperformed in this match, you can survive 1 or 2 rounds longer.
It's super. Making a good statement here in the qualifiers, we've seen that in the other qualifying waves. A lot of people like Demotivator and someone like Jordy that we were spectating before, they didn't really know what they're doing. They got to top 3, They have it a little bit, not a little bit easier, but they might get some matchup that they would have preferred and maybe even made it like top 64 and actually start to push and gain confidence there. It's super important for these players that are not overly experienced that they get this confident on LAN and pushes that one.
Yeah, and also, I mean, also dropping to the loser bracket can be good. You play more matches,
yes,
but you only have one life left. So this can be very tricky, especially if you get a very hard match. All right, we have the next map coming into play, and I mean, with the bug slide, with everything on here, this is a wicked map.
This one is
my favorite map.
Yeah,
actually.
I was about to say it's one of the maps, but this is exactly the type of map I love to spectate and cast. There's so many elements in the map that can lose you time, but also gain you time.
Yeah, for example, the turnaround at the start, featuring here by Whiskey, Clem, Rocket, and Dom. And I mean, Whiskey has really cooked us some maps in the last couple of months.
He has. And if you're ever in doubt about what parts Whiskey made, there is an ice turnaround. He's done it on 2 maps now. I'm quite confident at that.
Yeah, I mean, I see a pattern.
Exactly.
I do see a pattern.
But why break a pattern if it's good, right?
Yeah. Never change a running system in that way. But it's also so consistent. Also, triggering the backwards transition. Yes. You do not really slide out there or lose anything.
It is very regulable with practice, and that's everything that matters for a competition like this. Can you practice it? Is it regulable? Yes. Then everything it comes down to is just the individual skill level of the players and how much they dare to actually push these transitions.
Yeah. What's really important for that jump with the ice turning around, getting gear 4. So you might have to set up a bit wider in order to get through the turn, because if you go to inside and you have to release due to a bad line because you have to like open up the steering, you will not make that. You will not make that.
Exactly, you will lose time. Let's see who gets the turnaround first here. Semifying. Let's just say maybe the deep dip practice paid off on this one.
Yeah, look good.
Finding himself in 7th together with the B2 guys. 3 B2 guys just on top of each other. I'm actually curious to follow the storyline of who the best B2 player is going to be.
Oh yeah. And I want to see a lot of banter as well in general. Who will be the best performing B2 player?
Yes.
And in general in this tournament, I think there will be B2 drivers ending up in a match tomorrow and knocking themselves out.
Yes.
This will happen.
Those are the kind of storylines that I live for at these events. Like, what are the local rivalries that we can also pay attention to? Not necessarily all the big names. They're going to fight in the final day for sure. But what are the storylines of the 128 players? Like, who is actually having these small bets within their own teams? It's actually funny to follow.
And we only get a glimpse of it, right? There's only limited matches that we can follow. There's stories that will be told, of course. There will be matches streamed. I think Granadi was also live for his seeding, if I have seen that correctly. But there will be POV streams happening, of course, as well.
POV streams. We are upped it so much from last year. There's a B stream where you can always follow another match as well. You will never run out of content this weekend. We promise you that.
Yeah, we promise you that. And of course, there's always the laid-back B stream where we occasionally do interviews or other stuff. It felt like on the B stream we had a plan.
Yeah.
But you know, I'll leave for a bit. I have to do something. Well, then there's 4 people sitting there talking to something.
Yeah.
It's such a nice vibe.
It's a community stream, and it's exactly what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. So
inviting everyone to be a part of this beautiful event.
Yep.
That's much to talk about it. We are in the game of the second round here on featuring. First round went well. Let's see if Mime, Richie, and Ratchet can manage to secure some points. We have Insane as well, following the top 4 right now. Haven't seen him too much in the top spots. Let's see if he can cook some points here.
Yeah, Insane, of course, a very, I would say he has a LoL khaki background in this way, and also RPG and Trial are very strong styles for him.
Yes.
So I think this map suits him very well in general, and currently he is battling out with Jadon. But let's go with Intax's with his perspective, because he also finished Deep Dip 1. And also, you know, a lot of car control is needed for that, and he barely touches but gets the ending. That was very risky there, almost underjumped the finish there by the looks of it.
A big mistake by Richie there, losing 10 positions or something. That's a lot of points that you can't afford to lose if you want to push for that top 4.
Yeah, and also Inz only getting 30 points. He was on 5th position, I mean 5 points more or less, but this can be decisive. 401 points, there's already a little bit of a gap here between 13th and 14th, and then it's getting quite cozy between 15th, 16th, and then we have another gap happening here.
There's a small gap between top 16 and top 17. But let's see if there's still 2 more rounds on this one and another map. Let's see if the people like Sarah can manage to secure themselves a top 16 position here.
Yeah, let's go with Sarah in this round, actually. Let's see how she performs. Top 19. But I mean, you lose so much time at the start. If you jump too high, if you have to readjust, if you do not have as much speed as your opponents in this backward section, it's so punishing.
Exactly. And I think we can really see on a section like that the skill difference of the people in here. you have this small gap of people who is so confident in pushing that, and then there's people that's just trying to survive the section. And the people that are just trying to survive, they're already half a second after.
But already reviewing those maps without crashing is hard enough. We were learning those maps in the morning. We had some rehearsal matches, and like it was so hard for us. We have played those maps a little bit beforehand, but just getting everything done in rounds mode?
Yes.
Mad respect to the players.
Really. Any clean run here, you need to be proud of yourself. These are some really, really good comp maps. They're hard as well. So just getting a clean run is some confidence boost for sure.
I agree, and they also feel very like rewarding to play. If you get a part correct, it will be.
It feels so good pushing.
It feels very good. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, so we have one more round, and then 5 more rounds of the evening.
Yes.
Because we will not have a 5th qualifying wave coming into play today. So. Like, what will happen tomorrow even? Like
I'm sorry. Tomorrow we're going to start out strong.
So
and I just saw, 9, 10, 11 here is all B2.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost the same points. I'm curious if they prac together. That might have been a thing here.
Yeah, but it's also cool to see that the skill level is so close to each other. I mean, after 15 rounds played, they're only a couple of points away, and Shoffy gets a great start here. But his teammate, Nismo, is ahead of him. But good turnaround here. Also Flonko, also in this round. They're very close to each other.
They know what they're doing, that's for sure. And they're a tight-knit community. It's so nice to see.
Yeah. Richie has the best start.
Matt TM from XPEvo England here. Not a player that I've seen too much, but doing quite well this round. Finding himself just in the 8th position behind some players, pushing the water box slide here on plastic. An absolutely beautiful feature of plastic that if you have water wheels, you can box slide on it at low speeds. You don't even have to have 100 speed. You can box slide and get some super tight lines, and it makes for some super unique flow on maps that I definitely think is not explored enough.
I mean, also that the wet wheels are not you don't get rid of the wet wheels when you are on plastic.
Yes.
That's also a nice feature to have. I mean, it's hard, but there have been a lot of great comp maps who have utilized that. So good to see that. Shoffy gets 8th position. Good to see that. 33 points. Nisma only with 19. So it is Shoffy coming closer to top 9, and I think with that, I mean, they need a good last map, but day 2 looking good. Also for a good draw for the match that will be happening.
And it's super interesting to see half of Machi's favorites is in the top half.
Yeah, true that. All right, 5th and final map. The one map that is missing is, of course, the map from Roxy. It is Schwartlappe.
I can quickly mention something about Roxy as a mapper. He's one of the mappers that inspires me a lot. He builds transitions outside of the norm. I feel like Roxy, whenever he maps, he's like, how can I find a block and use this in an interesting way? The maps to discover is almost like an RPG, but when you get this feeling down, they flow so well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many jumps on this map, so many small transitions that you sometimes you realize them in your second attempt, and you're like, I have to do it like this. I have to navigate through this map like that. It's very cool, and Roxy, definitely one of the mappers who does not build that much from the looks of it, but if he builds a map, it's a banger.
Exactly. Whenever he enters the editor, it's with a purpose, and it's with a purpose to make sure that the players have something to enjoy.
And that the map makes it into the competition.
Yeah, exactly. And here we can go one time. I am a big sucker for ice. Roxy, there's an ice slide on the map, you're on goat.
Yeah, one of the few ice parts. I mean, we have the bobsleigh as well. If you can consider it an ice section.
You cannot.
Okay.
Just like, you cannot. But this ice slide here works super well. Has the ice exit as well, something I think is also underutilized on ice in comp maps.
And you have a lot of space here as well.
Exactly. So the main thing about ice here is like the exit can be so hard to judge. But a water flick around, you straighten up the same way every time. So it's much more consistent for something like this.
Yeah, I think that's really hard for ice maps in general to find a consistent approach that everybody has the same speed. You do not really lose the gear, and you have enough space to make it. But on the other hand, also you can push the exit, you can push the entry into it.
Yes.
It is not easy to build, that's for sure. And he did it really well, and you can see how many transitions here are already at the start. I already lost count.
There's so many, but the thing is, they don't feel overwhelming because they're just flowing. And Ratchet seems to enjoy maps made by Roxy as well. Another Shift member, so maybe there's a small home advantage to Ratchet here to push for top 4.
Yeah, definitely, but Ratchet gets the nose slide. I think that was your first caster curse?
Yeah. It had to happen for one time.
Welcome to the team here, Doogie. Very nice. So Mime now in the lead, Eichwolf behind, but he can also grip there on the inside. Those small little things that make it just you gain 0.1, 0.2 of a second. Mime with a great line. Good entry into the ice set, going a bit more inside than Eichwolf. Eichwolf might have a better exit here, but no, Mime had it really, really good. It's 0.34 ahead. That was a very good line. I did not see that one coming, but Mime certainly has seen that crash coming here.
Exactly.
As Richie now goes into first, Intax on second, and Eichwolf drops all the way down to 4th position. So it is Jadon getting 3rd.
Jadon again. I think Jadon has gone under the radar the last 6 rounds or something, but he's still almost in the top 2 right now.
Yeah, top 2 for him, 38 points. And look how close it is for the first seed as well. Ratchet losing out on a
Mine
lot
is all the way
of
down
points.
in the 5th position. I did not see that now.
But also Intax, look at this, good points. It's so close for the first seed.
Wow.
It's very close. And it's, I mean, theoretically, Mime could take it. Richie might be a bit too far behind, but got a first position in this round. Symptom performing really well.
Is Symptom performing well? I know he's been practicing a lot. He's putting a lot more time into his mix maps instead of ice. He even reached out to me and said, you know what, I love that you're doing that we have an ice event at XPEvo, but I need to focus on my mix.
Oh, okay.
It's nice to see priorities so for some people that really want to push their skill level and get better.
Yeah, good insight there indeed. But I think everybody from the top 6 can still take that first seed here in this match. And we have a great fight between Ratchet, Jadon, and Mime. Ratchet not with a good, I mean, you were saying it, maybe home advantage and then he crashed.
Exactly.
But certainly, surely he's not going to crash in this round.
Not this time.
Surely not in
he's
this
learned from
round.
mistake, and Mime finding himself in 5th position, just 1 point behind. Mime made a weird mistake in the end there, hitting the outside dirt, but he's pushing. So let's see if he can ensure not to do that. It's very important to get this top 4.
Look at this close round. Mime insanely inside there. I think he almost clipped the hole there, but he is leading and had a great ending section. That was so good.
Yes, I just want to point out something. The top 6 on the leaderboard is also the top 6 people in this round.
Yeah.
These guys are locking in. They know what these seats are meaning. They know how important it is right now, and it's really nice to see.
Yeah, it could get you a really good or a really bad draw. You could face someone like Pack in the first round or Elcon, and look how close
Good
it
round.
was here.
Good round all around here.
That was a very close round. I think only one player dropped behind. I think it was Intax, who has maybe made a small mistake or something like that. But Mime first, Richie second, Jadon third, Eichwolf, and then Ratchet. And we also have Shoffi finishing, but only on 23rd position. And look at those points. Also, 5th and 6th are getting the most points in this
This
round.
is going to go all the way down to the wire. There's less than 20 points. Okay, never mind. Eichwolf is ahead.
Yeah,
then there's 18 points between number 2 and number 6. And only 2 rounds left. Turbo, this might be very, very interesting all the way down to the very last round of the day.
It might come all down to the final round of this Friday. We will be back, of course, for tomorrow and on Sunday as well. It is a 3-day event, and it has not even started yet. This is the seeding.
It's qualifier.
No, I mean players will be like seeding qualifying this way, but players will be eliminated after this round.
Yes.
Obviously, top 128. There's so many players.
I think a lot of these people, they want to find themselves in the top 128. There'll be some heartbreaks of people that thought they would make it. There will be some surprises of people that might not have thought they would make it. But that is the beauty of an offline tournament. You are not in your comfort of your home. You have to adapt.
Yeah, and I think this is a huge thing. You know, playing on a curve monitor, not being used to that, or playing maybe on a slight different setup, not sitting the way you usually sit. It makes a difference between life and death in those kind of situations.
Yep. Mime finding himself a bit behind top 4 here. Look at this top 4. They are all pushing for those top points. This map,
it's delivering.
Yes, this map is delivering exactly what it should be. Competitive rounds, super pushy lines. It's beautiful to spectate in rounds.
Yeah, it's so nice to see that. Look at this. The 35 points were not grabbed. It was Shoffi getting those. But other than this, the top 6 is absolutely playing so consistent here. But who will be first? It will be Jadon losing some points. So does Eichwolf having a comfortable gap here of 8 points. So he just needs to make sure to not crash in this round. So that's the person to follow here by the looks of it.
Eichwolf started out well, has increased his performance and just improved on his consistency. I haven't really seen him bonk yet. And this round will not be it as well. I'm sure he's logged in. He is used to cover the day. He's played... How many rounds of Trackmania do you think this guy's played?
Yes.
So many.
At least 2.
At least 3, yeah. So he is logged in for this round. Just have to secure himself a nice top 5 to secure the first spot in a qualifier like this. Stacked with people like Mime, Intex, Ratchet, Jadon, Richie. Getting yourself the first spot from that must be a super confidence booster.
But of course, it only matters in the ranking between those players, because on other servers we have seen players getting more points, and we we just consider every server, and the top 128 with the most points will go through. So it doesn't matter if you played in a match, if you got first in there, you will not get the first seed in this way. And I mean, everybody stole some points from anybody, so every round kind of matters, and Ratchet gets a great ending here as Eichwolf sets up a bit wider. Ratchet does not touch. Mime with a good line as well. Eichwolf seems to have more speed. No, he will not, and he gets third, but wins the match, and I mean, stays ahead of his opponents. Eichwolf wins the seeding here. Then we have Jadon on second. Intux will get third ahead of Mime. No, they're tied. There's a tie between Mime and Ratchet. Wow.
For fifth, and okay, what a match. I'll just say props to the players here. They delivered. Beautiful to see such a tight qualifying round. This is only both good news for the event. I'm excited for this. This was only the qualifiers.
But I didn't expect so many close rounds on this map, also because of the ice turn.
Yes, they all got it. As I said, that's a beautiful map, ice turn.
Yeah,
everyone
beautiful map. So thank you guys so much for watching the qualifier, seeding, how we want to call it, the waves, the 4 waves that we have been casting. Also, thank you very much for everyone who's here and watching, of course, at home. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. We'll see you all tomorrow, but before we will see you tomorrow, we'll head over to the analyst desk one last time, where I think Import is gonna yap away again. So you guys have fun listening to him. I was Doogie, and I was joined by Turbo.
By Import.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be joined by
maybe
later.
tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah, but thanks guys for joining, and we see you tomorrow. Import, take it over.
Go ahead.
Oh.
The XPEvo casting couch. I'm Lars, your host, always been the host, and we have a great guest today for the interview. We have Import. What do you think of the matches today?
The matches were fantastic. I totally did not get to watch it at all, as I have been busy running around the. Yes, hello. I am the guest of today, and I have my 2 compadres with me as well, who are also guests to the couch. It's great to see you. Thank you for coming this weekend.
You took my spot.
You've definitely been running around and not just sitting and getting couch cuddles.
Yeah, I think we somehow managed to get fired, and Maji and Lars have decided to become your new cast and host. So it was great. You know, it's great. My career was great so far, but I guess the retirement's already hit.
We're getting paid?
Sometimes
I'm getting paid. What am I getting paid?
That's why I don't like democracy. Like majority votes really suck.
True. So we saw Eichwolf and Jadon 1 and 2, and Mime and Semifying not necessarily in the top there. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, a little bit lower. So I think Semifying made it only to the bottom half, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be tough tomorrow, because I think you're in the lower seats then.
Yeah.
So wishing him all the best for tomorrow. It's finalist, it's a different format, of course. So maybe it's a little bit better for him, but yeah. Might be a bit tricky tomorrow.
When you're saying lower half, we obviously don't mean lower half as in getting eliminated, but lower half of the players that are going to make it through to the
128.
He will have 2 top seeds against him in the next match.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it was top 16 and he got 10th or 11th.
Yeah, so he'll be a lower seed, and in his 4-man match, guys. We have made it through qualifier day without any circumstances.
A little bit, a couple of minutes.
A PC crash. That's the most serious, I think.
Can we get a clap for that?
Honestly, that is insane that we were able to make it through today.
I hope the chat is clapping as well.
Yes, I hope chat, easy clap, Kappa clap.
People clap.
People clap. Congratulations to the tournament operations team for a successful day.
Good job, everybody.
Also, congratulations to the production for also an awesome first day. We are not done yet, though. This weekend, we are going to be still going on to tomorrow with top 128 eliminations. Lars, we asked Maji this question. Now you get to get the question.
Oh, you didn't warn me about that one.
We all weren't warned.
We all. You never get warned. Give me 4 names that you want to see in the top.
Oof, 4 names I want to see. I mean, obviously, Mime Paco for ITB would be great to see. And
boring.
You have a lot of friends in here. You need to be careful.
I mean, I would love to say Marius, but I saw his match earlier. Will be tough maybe tomorrow. I think he also was a similar position to Semifying, like probably like 10th to 12th, something around there. I hope at least that he made it. But yeah, otherwise, obviously, Kanadi Massa for Germany would be great to see. Yeah. And also, of course, there's other so many people. Honestly, it's so hard to say only 4 people. That's
I know it's not
My
fair.
list
It's not a fair
is
question at all.
now 8 or 9?
Yeah, you're at 8. You're at 8 so
think.
far. Yeah.
But that counts for you too, so.
Yeah, you're somehow in the list of 8 people she wants to see
Yeah.
in the top 4.
You're
even though you're not playing.
You're in the top in my heart.
Oh,
that's so sweet.
This is why they're the better host and co-host,
Yeah.
and I'm just over here. Just
Honestly, we should just
being a
overrule the
potato.
systems. Like, I think I deserve a spot directly into the top 64.
True,
True.
true. Agreed.
What do you mean? You already won the qualified?
Oh yeah, that's right. So you guys may have seen this, but we do have an award this year. Yes, this is the award. This is the qualified for World Cup. Whoever gets a seat, it may not be the person who wins XPEvo because who wins XPEvo might already be qualified. So there is a separate mini award here, just a nice little card that they'll get to take home that lets everybody know that they qualified to the World Cup at XPEvo.
When you said award, I thought you were going to do some random, like the coolest person with the best shirt or something. I don't know. Something random.
Honestly,
I might
I would
have an
also be
award for
cool.
that.
I've seen some really cool shirts and T-shirts. So
That's
far.
true.
Some
The
TD
N'Golo
shirts, some
shirt.
Joel search.
Oh.
Oh god,
there was
I haven't seen
Yeah.
shirt as well. Yeah.
It was very cute. Apparently, and Lars also recognized the map that the N'Golo was on,
I played too much Trackmania.
which was impressive.
Obviously, yeah.
I was the Zelda team map. It was where the meme started,
Oh,
so it was
okay,
pretty
okay,
easy. If
okay.
it was just a random map on Trackmania, it would have been a bit harder. Maybe still possible, but a bit harder at least.
So we have a lot of action coming in tomorrow, but we are done here for the rest of the evening. It's time to party, ladies and gentlemen. Karaoke is happening at the venue right now,
Okay,
immediately
okay.
afterwards.
Come on.
Boom.
Boom. Boom.
Boom.
I want you in my room.
Oh, I wasn't. We'll continue
Okay,
the party afterwards.
All right.
Not on stream.
So if you're in the venue, karaoke's about to start. And if you're not in the venue, stick around for tomorrow in the morning. 10 o'clock is when the doors open, and 11 o'clock is when the first round starts for 128. We also have side events that will be showing up on the side. B-Stream tomorrow. So lots of action, lots of excitement. We're going to be back tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.
Oh, I want to say, wake up your neighbors with your own karaoke.
Die Vision von Next Things ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
I wish a void opened in the air to suck me up, 'cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone. I feel so hollow, hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything, but please don't lie.
been too many times. Feeling like it never ends. Back again, square one. Tried to leave myself behind. Looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred.